Yeah, it is on, all of them. Mtigo. Mtigo. Zendi huo. Sawa.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. In the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of Hansard staff from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. They include Ms. Kanyume Enya, Director Hansard, Ms. Chivaura Mary, Principal Hansard Reporter, Ms. Masunda Fungai, Principal Hansard Reporter, Mr. Carrington Mbiri, Principal Hansard Reporter, Ms. Nyoka Abigail, Principal Hansard Reporter, Ms. Kenny Memory, Principal Hansard Reporter. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Once again, join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Thank you. Furthermore, colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have student leaders from Kampala International University in Makindye East, Kampala. They are represented by Honorable Nyeko Derek and Honorable Shamim Marende. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I want to thank all committees who have completed consideration of the ministerial policy statements, and encourage those who have not yet to ensure that they finish by Thursday, 20th April, so that we have enough time to present and debate the reports. Honorable colleagues, also it has come to my attention that nearly every committee is inviting the Minister for Finance to appear before it. Please, that's not tenable. The Minister of Finance won't be able to appear before all committees, so I advise sectoral committees not to invite or to require the Minister of Finance to appear before them before processing, because the Minister of Finance will appear before the Budget Committee where you will present. Otherwise, we are going to have a situation of saying we have not yet completed because the Minister of Finance has not appeared. No. Ensure the minister in charge of the sectors, of the sector under you, appears before you, and that minister should have worked out with the Minister of Finance, because they have a liaison person who works with the Minister of Finance. So, Honourable Minister of Finance, I have guided the committees that the business of you being required to appear before every sector committee is not tenable on your part, and it's going to delay us. Since you appear before the Budget Committee to respond to consolidated issues from the various reports, that's where you should put emphasis. Honourable Minister for Finance, also, I require you on Tuesday to lay on table proof of payment of umeme and a statement on the on how you concluded your relationship with Umeme, and then I will guide how best that statement will be handled, because we promised when we were adopting here the report of the Auditor General that we shall require you to present proof of payment of Umeme and conclusion of your relationship. So we shall be glad if you do that, so that we are able to move forward. Honorable colleagues, the Parliamentary Anglican Chaplaincy will be having Easter Carol service officiated by His Grace the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, the Most Reverend Dr. Samuel Kazimba Mugaru. It will be tomorrow, Thursday, 10th April 2025 at 10 p.m. in Conference Hall. This is to inform and request all of you to take note at 4 p.m. Yes, to ensure that you attend. So tomorrow we shall end session early, plenary early, so that we are able to go and be with His Grace. And tomorrow also, for your information, plenary will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Yes, because you need time to debate these reports. I don't have where to buy time from, so I'll be starting from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So that, but for tomorrow it's a unique day because we shall have His Grace. But during the time of processing municipal policy statements, I want to give you enough time to debate. I want you to, present your views. And the only way we can do that is by starting at 10 a.m., then we have in a break of 30 minutes for lunch, and then we again proceed up to around 6 p.m. That we can do just, if possible, even up to 10 p.m. I'm still energetic. I'm fit enough. Okay? Yeah. A reaction to my communication? Honorable Samba?
Thank you very much.
Then Honorable Dan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's indeed a challenge for the Minister to be attending to all committees just because he's operating alone. Right Honorable Speaker, we have about 4 ministers, more than 4 ministers in the Ministry of Finance. If these ministers, if they acted as a team, Right Honorable Speaker, that if they acted as a team around this time, because we are not taking a lot of time, Honorable Musazo or whoever is the team leader can brief them on matters per sector. And they can come and respond to these issues, Right Honorable Speaker. So not to go against your guidance, I'm just pleading with you to ask the Minister to form a team that can respond to the demands of the respective committees. Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Honorable Chimosho.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern still is on that specific issue. Because when we are processing ministerial policy statements, it boils back to Ministry of Finance, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, I take your guidance, really, but I think Ministry of Finance needs to get more organized. And yes, and allocate officers. Because you are asking the sector, and they are telling you finance. And you're looking around in the committee, Right Honorable, and there is no one from finance. And now you're wondering, are we doing anything serious, or we are doing a formality? Because you're looking at releases that were not done, suppressions, the gaps, the funding gaps, and the rest of the things. And the sector in itself cannot explain these things, Right Honorable Speaker. And as you are aware, towards the budget, by the time they come to the budget, where we, of course, members, the time is not there. There is a rush. And you cannot recap on all the other issues that happened or occurred during the time they were appearing during the MPS. So I beg your indulgence, Right Honorable, that Ministry of Finance gets more organized, and these staff take concerns, even when they cannot respond, they go back to their ministers and take NCO people, and they furnish these committees in time with the concerns raised during the processing of the ministerial process statements. Thank you very much.
But you see, Honorable Chimosho, when you say by the time you go to the budget committee, where you chairpersons are members, you're in a rush, okay? They're not giving you enough time. I think this is what I communicated earlier on when we were starting the budgeting process, that it hasn't changed. A very good example. The statements we adopt today, now budget committee should start meeting so that it has enough time. That's why we are putting you on pressure that conclude on processing municipal policy statement so that budget committee can also start working, okay? In line with you getting enough time. Yeah? So budget committee, budget committee chair is not here, yeah? Okay? But for budget committee, please, starting tomorrow, if possible, if your schedule can allow, but I think maybe Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, let the committees start appearing, and the Minister of Finance will be in the budget committee to pick out issues, because he cannot sort them at sector committee level. I had allowed Honorable Repair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is just about the structure of the budgeting process, and then the enabling law, which is structured differently. We very well know that there is a program-based budgeting. That's what we are following now, where you find what we call now sectors when we are composing the committees that discuss this budget. So there's a mismatch. And in most times we have raised this matter with the MDAs, and they throw it back to Parliament that we are not the ones processing, because to handle that aspect of the enabling law, structure it accordingly, it should be done by this side of government, that's the legislature. So I'm bringing it to your attention to get to know that is the situation. When we ask them, they throw the ball back to us. So as the leader of this house, maybe we would want indulgence from you on the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, you know, this is an issue which I have been very clear on. And you remember here when we attempted to do it, and then we found the conflict between our rules of procedure and the PFMA. And we found we cannot amend our rules to align them with program-based budgeting before amending the PFMA, which refers to sector-based budgeting. And the Minister of Finance and Attorney General made a commitment. And we agreed the budgeting cycle for next financial year, okay? We should have already amended the PFMA so that we align our committees properly with the programs that we are using. And that's when I gave an example of KCCA. When I met here, KCCA going to appear in 4 committees at once. There was a committee, Presidential Affairs, where they report. There was a committee for education because of schools, committee for health because of the health units they run, and physical infrastructure because of the roads. Now 1 unit. So, but the minister some time back had given, and Attorney General told me they've already finished the drafting process. So after, and we said that part, we are not trying to open up the PFMA on our minister in full. That part of budgeting, that we realign our committees here, and we move very well. So I totally agree with Honorable Aripe. I hope the next budgeting cycle we shall have sorted that. Honorable Chivumbi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. For the next 1 week, I'll be the acting leader of opposition. The whole of this week, the leader of opposition is out of the country. Right Honorable Speaker, you've finished your communication. But Right Honorable Speaker, the country, the media, and the print media today, and for the last 1 day, is awash with a gift of 100 million for each member of parliament from the President of Uganda, and as the head of this institution, I'm saying the media.
Procedure, Honorable
and as the head of this institution,
Procedure, Honorable Chivumbi.
As the head of this institution.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, you communicated to this House, and we were reacting to your communication. And what the member is presenting is outside your communication. So is it procedure right for the member to raise another matter that was not in your communication at this point? So, Right Honourable Speaker, can we conclude with responses or reactions to your communication, and then the LOP can proceed? So is it procedural right Honourable Speaker, for us to handle a different matter when we wanted to react to your communication?
Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, our rules of procedure are very clear that when a member goes on the floor to submit, he should submit on the subject matter that is going on. And now we are still reaction on the communication. So if we could conclude that, then I can allow Europe, okay? Okay? Okay, since we had allowed him, since he had already started, let him conclude instead of losing that time, which would. Let him just conclude. But honourable colleagues, let's always...
thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. As the head of this institution, when its name is in the media, in that regard, I expected that as the head and the chair of the session today, the first since these rumors came out, you will be up to explain what has happened. So may I beg you, Right Honourable Speaker, with the due respect, that the country demands an explanation from the head of this institution of what is going on in regard to the 100 million allegation that is a gift to these members of parliament. I beg your indulgence.
Thank you. So, no one on the floor, Honourable Anifa. Order applies when there is someone on the floor. Can I have order in the House? Yes. Number one, honourable colleagues, as the leadership of the House, we are responsible for what is budgeted and appropriated and own expenditures done by Parliament. That's number one. Number two, honourable colleagues, I will not sit here and I start legitimizing street talk. Because I'm a member of Parliament. Listen, I'm a member of Parliament. I have not received any coin. Neither have I received a call from anyone who has my money. If you know you have my money, please bring it. Yeah, someone might be eating on my behalf somewhere. Number three, honourable colleagues. Please, if you go and you have your dealings somewhere, please don't involve the House here. Because we approved the budget, we approve all expenditure of government. We never approved any item here called a donation from the President to members of Parliament. We never approved anything of that. And finally, honourable colleagues, and I saw those statements. Some were saying coffee bill, some were saying UPDF. Please, there is a way we protect each other. If you think for you will come out of this institution smarter and cleaner than the rest, and you marine all other people in this House. Honourable colleagues, the moment you put your colleagues in the mud, that mud will also go on you. I request you, if there is any matter of that kind, what I would expect, you can write to the head of the institution that I have heard about ABCD. Okay? Please, I want you to interest yourself in the matter and investigate. And then therefore I would come to a responsible committee. We look for a way of investigating the matter. But I have seen in the papers the institution being soiled, members being soiled, some coming up and saying I haven't received, others I've received. Oh no, honourable colleagues, it's very unfortunate. Government Chief Whip, have you given any money? Because I saw you being put in the papers.
Right Honorable Speaker, from what I have also heard, I wish to state that each and every member of parliament who sits in this house is paid through a statutory process. The member who was holding the floor alleged that members of parliament, that implies himself inclusive. The basic principle of law is clear, that he who alleges must provide the proof. And he says, members of parliament, can he confirm to this house where he has received his from, because he's also a member of this house.
Honorable colleagues, we have work to do here. We have work to do. Please, this topic, I've closed it. Okay? This topic is closed. On my communication?
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. In your communication, you made mention that the Minister of Finance cannot be attainable to attend to all the sectoral committee. But there's a leeway. In many cases, we raise questions and give options even to the respondents, something like 1 or 2 days. I would urge if you could also consider it pleasing enough so that allow the Minister of Finance to be as fast as possible if those agencies have gotten any query or any response that we need them before concluding the very matter at hand. So that this would be dynamic, not to reject and be arrogant, because most of these agencies or the ministries, as if they allude to the fear that their responses don't come as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Finance, you want to comment on this issue? Because of appearing before every sector committee. Because it's been a hectic issue. I've received reports. Do you have officers attached to committees?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, when I laid the estimates, I committed to support all the committees of Parliament in processing and scrutinizing the budget. What have we done? In every sector we have an officer we call the budget analyst. When committees are sitting to consider ministerial policy statements, each committee is assigned an officer from our budget directorate to pick out the issues which will arise that require our attention. Mr. Speaker, it is practically difficult for us to appear in time to every committee of Parliament. Yes, we are a team of 5 ministers led by the Honorable Matia Kasaija, but also it is the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We support the functioning of government beyond appearing before the committees of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, when we are concluding the budget, we normally get a summary of the issues which have been, like now I'm going to move a motion for consideration of ministerial policy statements. Parliament is going to make observations and recommendations. Mr. Speaker, all these recommendations come to us for attention. I therefore would like to agree with you and thank you for picking this concern, that we should allow committees, together with their sector ministers, because this budget is extensively discussed in cabinet. So the sector ministers who laid the ministerial policy statements here should be able to respond to the issues that happen in their sectors. Then when we come to the budget committee at consolidation stage, I will respond to those issues which probably could have been of urgent attention by the ministry that have not been able to be responded to at the ministerial policy statement stage in the committees. I therefore would like to invite our colleagues in this house to understand and appreciate the situation we are working in. However, I am available to the extent possible. I will address all the concerns that these committees will come up with at an appropriate time.
Thank you.
He wants clarification.
Honorable colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers of Hillside Nursery and Primary Schools, Nadia, Kira Municipality. And they include our very own son, Daudi, the son to the Right Honorable Speaker, who should be here. They are represented by the Honorable Semuju Ibrahim Uganda and the Honorable Narima Betty Esther, and they've come to observe proceedings of this house. Once again, please join me in welcoming them. I thought Honorable Zake would clap more because of the color. Matters of national importance, Honorable Saro Pendi. Matters of national importance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Although I had a very important item on the MPS, I don't know whether I should just proceed for the record so that you can...
Matters of national importance, Honorable, please. I have
okay,
you here.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I was traveling to my constituency on Saturday. I had a stopover in Jinja at a fuel station, and some police officers approached me on seeing me and informed me to raise this matter, that they have not received salaries for the last some 6 months, some 4 months, some 2 months, and the reason is that the Ministry of Public Service was actually integrating their system from one to another. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it left me wondering. Actually, one of them said that some people have ways of surviving, but look at the majority lower police officers, constables. If somebody takes 6 months without salary, how do you expect this person to survive with his family? So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising this matter so that the Ministry of Public Service can actually explain where the problem is. Even if you are integrating your systems, whatever it is, it shouldn't take 6 months. So maybe this is why we are having a lot of, police officers. Some of them are harsh. Some of them are so rude. So what exactly is happening?
Thank you.
Can the Minister of Public Service or Minister of Finance explain why people would go without salaries? Thank you.
Thank you.
Right,
Honourable Minister for Finance, have you released money for these officers? Why aren't they having salaries?
Mr. Speaker, I need time to check, because as far as I know, under normal circumstances, every public office of government should be able to get timely salary. So I need to check where the challenge is, but it's not from the financing side. It could be something else.
Yeah, just let's get an oral answer tomorrow, in tomorrow's session. Honorable John Faith Magora, followed by Honorable Sarah Guti.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the land Bugisu has been a subject matter, or it has faced a number of challenges through landslides, and some of the victims were relocated to Kiriandongo and were given land, commonly called Ranch 18. But Right Honorable Speaker, at the moment as we speak, that land has been removed away from them. The occupants have been evicted. They have been beaten. And as we talk right now, Right Honorable Speaker, 19 of the leaders who tried to help other people to resist have in prison, and the rest are on the run. Right Honorable Speaker, this comes at a time when government is talking about the people of Elgon, especially those who are in areas which are dangerous to be relocated. It puts all that program in dilemma if where the former people who have been taken are not being taken care of and being evicted. Prayers, Right Honorable Speaker. The office of the Prime Minister should make an intervention to that effect, bring a report to this House, how they have intervened in settling those people to ensure they have a home, and thirdly, to liaise with the members of Parliament of Bugisu to go to Kiriandongo on the fact-finding mission and ensure that these people are settled. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Government.
Right Honorable Speaker, may I commit to link before the end of business the members of Parliament from the area affected with the line minister who is seemingly not in the House for purposes of addressing the issue raised.
Yeah, so you remember before we broke off, the Minister of State for Disaster Preparedness committed that she was going to bring a statement on the same. Because I think Government Chief Whip, what you do to enrich that statement, let her first meet the members from the affected areas. Okay? That most of the issues are discussed and settled at that level, and then she brings the statement here. Honorable Sarah Guti.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern is about the road between Dokolo to Lira City. As they were working on it, the road has been narrowed. We are getting a lot of accidents, minimum of 3 times a week. So my prayer is that we request the Ministry of Works to take note of this and also go and check. It has been narrowed. Even private cars, you cannot overtake if there's a rider at the side. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Works.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It is true the road the Honorable Member is talking about is under construction, and it is not our intention to narrow it, only that we put some barriers on the stretches where they are constructing. So we are going to talk to our contractors there to ensure they sensitize the communities that as you approach the areas where construction is taking place, they should abide by the procedure. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, just correct. Let's allow the Minister to take action. Here, go clear the barriers, okay? Take action on the... Please, Honorable Korik. I'm going to ask on Tuesday, Honorable Minister, you will tell us here, just verbal answer, whether you've taken action on. Okay? Now, clarification is when a member is still on the floor, so the rules don't allow me. Honorable Sasaga, you have 2 questions, I allow 1. So choose one of the 2.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise up on the issue of the bridge connecting the mountainous areas of Budgetary East over 5 sub-counties of Masava, Zesuyi, Bujitimu, and Legenya, where the bridge was cut off. The earlier communication at the correspondences had made to the ministry when there were signs of the crack of the bridge. They did not respond until last week when the bridge was completely cut off and it collapsed. My prayer is that the Ministry of Disaster and Works come together and fix the bridge, because UNURA claim they are now back to the ministry. And there is nothing they can do apart from the Ministry of Works itself rising up with disaster.
Thank you. Honourable Minister for Works.
The second one.
Now, honourable colleagues, in the session we take one issue because we take 5 questions, so a member can only take in one. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We had not known the bridge collapsed, but I'm going to get in touch with the honourable member from here. He gives the details. We send our engineers and we handle it as a matter of urgency. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Eddie Kwizera.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. Right, Honourable Speaker, in my constituency of Chimbiri, there are multiple licensing of iron ore miners, and the rate of degradation of environment is so high that the government should monitor the people they are licensing, because we have appealed to the ministry and haven't seen a reply. Thank you.
Government.
Right, Honourable Speaker, this is a matter that should be taken up by the Minister in charge of minerals, and unfortunately, none from the ministry is in the House.
So what will you do?
Right, Honourable Speaker,
see, your government.
I am a proactive and result-oriented leader. The honourable member who was raised will definitely be connected to the line minister to see how best it can be addressed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Semuju. On procedure?
Yes, maybe, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Boa doesn't know that we know where these ministers sit. When matters are raised in Parliament, they have gone beyond the meeting between me and the minister. I don't think there is any minister in Uganda here who I want to see through Honorable Boa. I can walk to their offices. The reason questions are asked here, you come here to represent people who need these answers in Parliament. Otherwise, if it becomes a matter of you linking us with the ministers, linking this one with the minister, that's another way of doing parliamentary work. We need these answers here, all of us, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, a government chief whip is a bridge between the executive and the legislature. So, and a bridge links. You know, a bridge links. But now I can see honourable minister is here. But honourable government chief whip, we send these questions to your office area. That's why we usually require members to register them. So let the ministers always be here. The honourable minister for energy, there is a question from Honourable Kwizera Wagahungu, MP Buchimbiri County, on multiple licensing for people mining iron ore in Buchimbiri County that has resulted into defranchisement of the locals and has caused unchecked environmental degradation and property loss. What are you doing about it as a ministry? Oh, you came with a statement? You look well prepared.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I received this when I was coming, and it requires a comprehensive answer. I've asked my technical people to prepare it, and I will submit it.
Yeah, but Honourable Minister, what is very important is you to commit to either send your technical people or yourself on the ground, and you see the situation. Because you see, the day locals feel they are being disenfranchised for a resource, a natural resource within their vicinity, it might end up not giving us good results. I think you need to take it up seriously.
Yeah, right, Honourable Speaker. You know, such a question actually needs people to get on the ground to assess it, and then I will produce a comprehensive report. Right, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Guzuri, you have 2 questions, but I need you take one. Choose of the 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Parliament appropriated money to pay tobacco farmers from West Nile. Ministry of Finance released this money in the second quarter. Up to now, the Ministry of Trade has refused to pay these farmers. And I even now have information the ministers have halted that process. So can you come and explain why you have refused to pay the farmers, or when you are going to pay them, so that we know there's no intent to disenfranchise our communities?
Thank you. Honourable Minister for Finance. Trade?
Mr. Speaker, this is to trade because finance released that money.
Honourable Minister,
and
trade the money for tobacco farmers in West Nile.
Mr. Speaker, it is true we received the resources to clear the compensation for tobacco growers in West Nile. We have finished the verification process and all the requirements that we needed to pay the money, and the money will be paid soon. We do apologize, it has delayed, but very, very soon, Honorable, it will be paid.
And what is the cause of the delay, Honorable Minister? There must be a cause of a delay.
The cause was to do with verification, because we want to make sure that the person who received the funds is the one who is entitled to receive, so that we don't have problems in the future.
Thank you. So expedite the process. Honorable Kayemba Soro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, 2 weeks back in my area, Chibinge sub-county, which is in Mbukomansimi South, some people came and they say they were URA officials. So they told the farmers that they are going to start taxing the coffee plantations according to the acreage. So I want the Ministry of Finance to come and tell us, is it true you are going to start taxing the coffee farmers according to the coffee actually plantations according to their acreage?
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Uganda Revenue Authority is responsible for tax administration in this country, what we call collection of taxes. The policy aspects of taxation are spearheaded by Ministry of Finance through the tax laws which are passed by this House. I have been a member of Parliament for the last 14 years, responsible for reviewing tax laws on an annual basis. I therefore can competently tell which tax we have and which tax we don't have in accordance with the tax laws. Mr. Speaker, in all our existing tax laws, we have no provision that requires coffee farmers to be levied a tax on an acreage basis or any other basis. Therefore, those people who went to his constituency, we regard them as masqueraders. They are not from URA.
Thank you. Honorable Sir Maureen.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Arua Biliafe and Leah Odamachaku Road has been flooding. These are national roads where the culverts have been installed on. It has been flooding because of recently the rain that we received in Arua City that poured heavily. Right Honorable Speaker, the face of regional cities should look like cities. If you had to move to Arua City, Right Honorable Speaker, why until today some of our roads are flooding is because Arua City has no road equipment units. Yet in the last previous financial year ended, and this one is yet to end, Parliament passed money here for the road equipment units. And Arua City has not received any. And government keeps sending money, 1 billion, for maintenance. And now, Arua City, having no road equipment units, we end up hiring from the nearby districts at a very high rate, very expensive, and we end up even exchanging bitter words sometimes. And it's very hard for us to absorb that money as the people of Arua City. We now, therefore, I request that the Minister for Works should give us an answer. What happened when we passed here money? The other time you said you needed, you procured 80%. The balance was remaining 20%. We gave you money again. But this time you only gave 14 districts. What happened to Arua City? Is Arua City not a regional city? Can you give attention to Arua City because we don't have road units and our roads are looking terrible for the last 5 years? We are here struggling.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, you're about to cause me trouble. Bye.
Right, Honourable Speaker, it is true Parliament gave us money to procure equipments for the new districts, and the equipments we procured, they served the 16 districts, and it was not the whole complete set. We actually need more 29 billion to be able to buy the balance of the equipments we are supposed to give the district that their unit is complete. But for the cities, all of them, this is the plan we have in next financial year. And I request the honourable colleague to be patient. Once we pay the 29 billion for the other equipment we got, then we can be able to give the cities. Thank you.
Now, honourable colleagues, you see, the minister has no money, okay? He said there was a deficit on the money they were given. So, I mean, nothing you can do on the floor about him not implementing, because we never gave him, money to help him implement. But I know government has taken note of this issue. Minister of Finance is here. They've taken note. I hope. Minister, I wanted to add on something for all cities.
Maybe I want to speak an addition, because roads are needed by the local people and our people to do business. Meanwhile, there is a mechanism where we borrow equipments from the Ministry of Works, from our zonal centers. If the city has money, we can give them equipment so that they can work on the roads and they wait for their own.
Thank you. Honourable, link up with your Honourable Minister. I think link up with your substation manager for West Nile, okay? So that you see, not only West Nile, but these cities. Yeah, all the cities. We'll be helping them for now as we get our road equipment. Honourable Chimosho.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My issue is that Kazo district was among the few districts that were considered to be given Technical Institute. And indeed this was constructed. They started construction in 2014. They were delays. It took 7 years to be complete. Now after it is complete, it was coded in 2023. Up to now, there is no wage. The principal that was sent there worked for 1.5 years without any pay. That one left. They sent another one. He has worked for 5 months without any pay. There's been several correspondences between the district and Ministry of Education and Public Service. Education sends them to Public Service. Public Service tells them, if you don't have wage, send back the principal, and there is already enrollment in the institute. So, Right Honourable, I request that Ministry of Public Service comes out clear. They can come and close it. It's okay if they wish, and tell the people of Kazo that they don't matter, so the institute can be closed, and we start keeping goats and cows there, if they don't mind, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister for Education, this is your institute.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for raising the very critical issue on the technical school.
Can you be more audible?
Thank you. I've listened carefully on the issue of the technical school in Kazo. Of course, very important for skilling our youth and the students. and it has come at the right time, at the time that we are in the budgeting process. However, I really want to apologize for the time that it has been operating without wage bill and the staffing. And I want to pledge that we will try at this period, if we can factor some, may not be all, but the critical staff, so that we can have the institute operational. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Committee on Education, take up this matter. Ensure we have wage. This is a government institution. We built it. It's just they are being wasted instead of giving services. Honorable Narukora. Please, Honorable, you're protected. It's a maiden speech.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. Honorable ministers and from the sitting government and honorable ministers from the alternative government. Mr. Speaker, you know, when you use the shadow, some think that it's sikirize. But shadow means kalondozi.
Honorable Narukora, we have a language we use here.
Yes,
that's
yes,
number one.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But number two, just to guide you, okay? Just for guidance, don't respond to colleagues who are speaking when they are not on record. Because the answered will be confused on who you are responding to because they were not on record. So you are protected. It's your maiden speech. Kindly show us cause.
Much obliged. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for that wonderful guidance. Honorable ministers in the sitting government, honorable ministers in the alternative government, members of parliament, I thank you. I take this opportunity to express my pleasure towards the manner I was treated by your office, Mr. Speaker, when I was sworn in expeditiously immediately after gazetting the results from Kawempe North constituency. Mr. Speaker, my name is Luyimba Zinalukola, who was voted after great violence, Mr. Speaker. My election, Mr. Speaker, was decorated by brutality from the members of armed forces. And indeed, the Electoral Commission, every time we are used to approach it, it could lament helplessly. And the chairman of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Speaker, made a request to me that when opportunity appears, we should make an amendment in the Electoral Commission Act to ensure that the Electoral Commission is in command of all constables, to avoid allowing UPDF to interfere in the elections, Mr. Speaker. Under Article 212 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, it is the police to take primary duty of protecting us and our properties. But it can cooperate with sister security organs. Unfortunately, UPDF invites itself before. It is a challenge, Mr. Speaker. We are wondering, how would Uganda Police Force be overwhelmed by just a mere by-election in Kawempe North, not general elections? Mr. Speaker, sir, Kawempe North constituency has not had substantive representation for so long. Our member of parliament, who now departed, Honorable Sejirinya, he represented us for a short while. Later he was incarcerated, and after his release, he battled a long sickness, Mr. Speaker. We have suffered a number of challenges and predicaments, including but not limited to the following, Mr. Speaker. We have water shortage in Kawempe North constituency. We have inadequate health facilities. We have only one medical facility that is at Komamboga, but its facilities are inadequate as compared to the corresponding growing population in Kawempe North constituency. Mr. Speaker, we need intervention of the Ministry of Health. We need intervention of the minister in charge of water.
Honorable, I'm sorry for interrupting you. I know with maiden speech, but you stood up on a matter of national importance. And number two, it ended up becoming a statement. So, and a member, we don't have in our rules a provision for a member to make a statement apart from a statement of personal explanation under Rule 55. So, when you look from look at Rule 52 to Rule 55. So, even a new member, I try to be, I have been accommodative. I was listening. So, I wanted to guide that for matters which are related to services, government services in your constituency, we are now starting to discuss ministerial policy statements, where we are looking at the budgets and provisions for services across the country. I can give you a time when we are on the statement for Minister of Health, you raise health-related issues, because the minister will be here to respond and commit. Education, I give you a chance. Roads and infrastructure, like that, instead of you bringing them out here and we end up not capturing them. I don't know how you look at that, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so grateful for that wise guidance. Now allow me to point out one matter of national importance. Mr. Speaker, it is a violation of human rights, especially against those who participated in the by-election in Kawempe North constituency. A number of my supporters and voters from NUP are being persecuted, are being looked for by those in government, police. They are being persecuted, Mr. Speaker. Something must be done. To be sincere, we must practice tolerance in our politics. Mr. Speaker, this is so important. Should you allow me that opportunity, I can even appear before committee should one be allocated or this matter taken to it. I will appear, I will as well call the victims of that persecution. I thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I will ask the minister. I'll ask the Minister for Internal Affairs. Yes. Honorable colleague Narukora, we have a mechanism of following up these issues, okay? And Honorable Chivumbi has been helpful on several occasions. So we are going to follow up these matters with the Minister for Internal Affairs. And if action is not taken, then it can come back here. Now, Honorable colleagues, Honorable Anifa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join the rest of the members of this August House to welcome our new member, Honorable Narukora. When he came in, I wasn't here. I just wanted also, in line of your guidance, to inform him that it's not true that the health services in Kawempe are not there, or they cannot be to 100%. But Kawempe has got a regional referral hospital. The units of facilities in Kawempe are more than 5, and I'm always there inaugurating. I would also prefer that since he has come in newly, the district local government will help out to know where these facilities are. My office is open also as the Minister General duties in charge of hospitals to help you out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable, I want to welcome you once again. This is the House of Comrades. We treat each other with respect. We stand by each other. So please ensure you interact with your colleagues beyond your political party. just interact. We meet in the canteen, in the corridors, feel at home. Okay? You're part of the family now. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper. Bill's first reading. The Building Control Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Building Control Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the first time. Equally, I beg to lay the bill on table accompanied by the certificate of financial implication. Thank you, Right Honourable.
Thank you. The bill is referred to the Committee on Physical Infrastructure for processing as per Rule 129 of our Rules of Procedure. I had allowed Honourable.
The Building Control Amendment Bill 2025.
Thank you. Honourable Watkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also join the rest of our colleagues in welcoming Honorable Kawempe South to the big family. Mr. Speaker, sir.
That's Kawempe North.
Yeah, Kawempe North. Mr. Speaker, sir. The last sitting, the presiding officer gave clear instructions to the Minister for Works and Transport. I'm glad that he's in the House. Mr. Speaker, sir, the directive from the presiding officer was to the effect that December 7, 2024, the President went and opened the Mpondwe Kikorong Road, commissioned in and before the public eye or before the world, with caterpillars, graders, backhoes, excavators, and trucks. And that was the President, Mr. Speaker, December 7, 2024. As I speak right now, Mr. Speaker, there's no truck, there's no grader.
But you see, Honourable Watkins, you see, the burden I get, okay, is for us to apply the point of procedure on matters that are not to do with today's sitting. Okay? And I think that's why Rule 78 requires one to first state the rule under which one is standing to raise the point of procedure. So would it be bad, Honourable, if you ask for space, I can give you tomorrow in Prime Minister's time or as a matter of national importance, but we remain in line with our rules.
Appreciate it, Mr. Speaker. This is not something that is newly introduced. This has everything to do with your directive. You directed, Mr. Speaker. I can't keep coming to your office all the time on the same point.
So raise the point of procedure?
Yes. So the procedural issue, Mr. Speaker, is it procedurally correct that a speaker directs the minister to update the community that use that international road, Kikorongo, Mpondwe, that is now literally impassable 6 months down the road after the commission by the President himself, and there's no work whatsoever. Mr. Minister, can we please have a clear plan when the work is going to begin and whether the contract...
But that's no longer procedure. That's no longer procedure. Procedure is me to determine, not the minister responding to you, honourable member.
So now the fact, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your leadership and your guidance. Now that the minister is right in the House, I think the people of Kasese and the international traders owe it to him.
Honourable Minister, I want to settle this matter with Honourable Watkins, please. I hope you picked it.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you. Honestly speaking, because of the complicated accent my colleague is using, I've only heard 3 words. I've only heard the word community and the Chikorongo.
Honorable Mpondwe, the road of Mpende, which the president commissioned. Okay? And it's not being used. So, Honorable Sarah Pende would have heard it, but she has just moved out. Okay? But, Honorable Minister.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. If that's the case, let me get in touch with the honorable colleague to get more details, and we see how to sort that problem out. Thank you.
Please, and tomorrow you'll give me an oral answer. You'll give an oral answer on the phone. Now, I had Honorable Susan Buvuma. I was saying she had the procedure matter. I need to get the procedure point, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on 31st of January this year, the government, through the Right Honorable Roki and Nakadama, committed itself that they will table the fisheries and aquaculture regulations within 1 week. As a response to one of my prayers, after raising an issue of a boat that capsized with victims who are handcuffed. Right Honorable Speaker, it is 2 months. We've not gotten any information or update, and the minister has been here. So I don't even know whether she has gone, because I thought it would be procedure right for her to give us an update. Because also, Right Honorable Speaker...
Let the minister give us an update tomorrow, okay? Okay. Let's make it very easy, okay? Honorable Rope. Colleagues, the leader of opposition needs space. Honorable Soro, extend. No. You need space.
I was, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I got a leave of this parliament like a year ago to move a private member's bill to amend the Public Finance Management Act. And Right Honorable Speaker, and the amendment was popularly supported by this House. And I did everything. Government failed to give a certificate of financial implications. 60 days passed long time ago. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that we get space, that I do the needful. Simply because, Right Honorable Speaker, we want to help the next parliament so that it can decisively deal with the cancer of supplementary budgeting. It's so critical that a parliament find space and we deal with this issue. I beg your indulgence that you allocate us time to move that amendment to the Public Finance Management Act.
Thank you.
I beg for time, Right Honorable Speaker.
So, Honorable private members' bills, I'll get them space after budgeting process, because it's, I want us to first concentrate on the budgeting process, and then we can have issues from members. Now, colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students of Achori Makere Students Association, Makere University, Kampala. They are represented by Honorable Kazibwe Bashir Mbazira and Honorable Shamim Marende, plus the MPs, wherever they come from, who might include Honorable Mapendozi and team. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. You can stand up for recognition, our visitors. Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, also in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students of political science and political administration from Chambogo University, Kampala. They are represented by Honorable Muhammadin Sereko and Honorable Shamim Marinde. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Can stand up for recognition. Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, also in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students from Sitfed High School, Soronko. I hope I got it right. They are represented by Honorable Numbers of Florence Wamara and Honorable Nathan Nanda Mafabi. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Honorable colleagues, in working on the order paper, there is an item I included which was not meant for this period. This is a period for budgeting. So item number 4 shall be handled immediately after the budgeting process, so that we have enough time to look into it. Let's go to item number 5.
Item number 5 on the order paper.
Limitations.
Motion for approval of the annual proposed budget for financial year 2025-2026.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Article 155 of the Constitution of the Republic of
Honourable,
Uganda.
can I interrupt you a little bit? Thank you. I'm sorry. But the Minister for Agriculture has come. I don't need to keep this matter pending. Honourable Minister, you promised to bring us regulations for the aquaculture, fisheries and aquaculture law. So, what happened?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we have done regional consultations, and we are now left with Lake Yoga, and the report will be put together to hand to Solicitor General.
So how much time do you need, Honourable Minister, from your observation?
We need 2 months again, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yeah, but you see, Honourable colleagues, it does not help for a minister to say, I need 2 months, and then we say, no, go doing, and it's a consultative process. And one of the advantages of me sitting in cabinet was knowing how ministers struggle to get space on the cabinet agenda. So since she has asked for 2 months, let's grant the 2 months, but we know that's our deal with the Honourable Minister. So that we don't come back here, we rotate on this issue. You made us pass a law, okay? It was your law. We just need your own regulations to implement your law. Okay, Honourable Minister?
Most obliged, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. So, Honourable Minister for Finance, kindly resume.
Right Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Article 155 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, Cap 171, and Rule 148 and 149 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to move a motion for approval of the annual budget for financial year 2025-2026. I beg to move, Right Honourable Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? Chair Finance Committee, Honourable. What you people? Now, how do I allow on a question on this? These questions for motions are very clear. Okay, procedure can come after. Honourable Kor, Honourable Guzuri is also supporting the motion. Honourable Emmanuel, Honourable Mpindi, Honourable Government Chief Whip, Honourable Kaberuka, Honourable Bahati, Honourable Nifa, Honourable Florence Akiki, Tinge, Honourable Chayo, Honourable Angura, Areper, majority of the House. Honourable Minister, would you love to speak to your motion in brief? Now, since the minister is going to speak to his motion, okay, can we allow him, and then you bring your procedure matter? Yes,
Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
When everything goes on, then it will be meaningless for me to stand up again.
Please, Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker, normally when we are at this stage, we deal with reports from reports on ministerial settlement from the different sectors. But I'm surprised about this motion, the way it is crafted. At this stage, I don't know whether we are proceeding well, Right Honourable Speaker, whether the right motion now is that one, because normally we would have reports on budget estimates, on ministerial policy settlements. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Now, Honourable colleagues, budgeting is a process, okay? So this motion will take us through the process of receiving reports from committees. Otherwise, now each committee would need to move its motion, okay? So this is how we always handle ministerial policy statements. We receive this motion from the minister, and then we receive all until we conclude with the budgeting process. Until we go, he moves the new motion for committee of supply and all that, and we conclude with the process. Honorable Guzuri.
Thank you for accepting to listen to us. Mr. Speaker, this motion we are about to hear is premised on development frameworks that have been developed in this country, and one of which is the NDP4. While processing that document here, the minister made a commitment that before we approve or process the budget, he will come with a clear document specifying how government is investing in various parts of this country so that we deal with the issue of disenfranchising some communities once and for all. Now here he is moving a motion to move us to approve the budget without us knowing what is for different parts of this country in the development plan. So would it be procedurally right that you first allow the minister to bring that document he committed on before we move to approve? Because some members here raise concerns about how government is allocating money to places that ideally should not be getting money from government, and is deliberately ignoring some communities that ought to get government attention. You can only be able to answer all these questions if we look at the NDP4 document, which the minister committed to. I therefore invite you, since this budget will be based on the National Development Plan 4, it is important we appreciate what government intends to do in different parts of this country. We already know areas like northern Uganda are very poor.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, the issues being handled in sector committees are issues to do with this country. I don't think in sector committees we are handling issues of other countries. That's number one. Number two, the consolidated budget, which is going to be handled in the budget committee. This is where those questions should be asked by the minister, looking at all figures, you know, in detail, but now at plenary level. And the problem also with this kind of motion, this is not a motion which requires approval at this stage. Yeah, this is a motion under Rule 148 that feeds into Rule 149 of our rules of procedure. Okay? Because in the end, the one which will come under the budget committee, the report of the budget committee, is the one which is critical. So at this level, we are still interacting. We interacted when we were handling the budget framework paper. Okay? And now the sector committees should be asking the minister, we raised issues A, B, C, D in the budget framework paper. Show us the ones you fulfilled, the ones you didn't, and why. And then now, after they consolidate into the budget. And then we approve. So if we had to say, minister, come and give us answer where you put money priorities, where and where. This is what he has given in the draft estimates that we are tabled here. Honourable Minister, would you want to add?
Mr. Speaker.
Please, Honourable, you don't give yourself a microphone. Yeah. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I wish to confirm that the NDP4 was laid before this House by Honourable Amos Rugorobi, Minister of State for Planning. So the members' concerns are taken care of in the NDP4, which was approved by this House, and we were tasked to present a copy to this House within 1 month, which we complied with. And the copy is with Parliament. I can also undertake to give him a copy to satisfy and allay his fears that we are budgeting under the NDP4 and also other frameworks as required by the law.
Honorable colleagues, can we make some progress?
Yeah, we are about to make progress. The document he's talking about was conditional approved. And you were here when those commitments were being made. You actually made them. We asked you to go and revise and bring a revised National Development Plan 4, which is going to be the basis for us to allocate money to different sectors. And without that principal document, the exercise we're about to move into, even now in committees, we cannot raise questions because we don't know if whatever is presented there aligns with
but the minister says he brought it. Honorable Chair for Finance Committee, which is responsible. But Honorable Guzuri, these days you have not been around. I don't know where you had gone.
Thank you. Huh? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As far as my memory serves me, the NDP4 was debated by members of Parliament, and those observations and amendments that were provided were even brought on the floor of Parliament. And the suggestions were guided that be included by the presiding officer. And later on, the final copy was laid here by the Honorable Minister Amos Lugolobi and approved by Parliament. That is what happened, right, Honorable
Thank you. Now, Honorable Msasizi, get a copy for Honorable Guzuri for his satisfaction.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay, continue and justify the motion.
By close of business today, Honorable Guzuri will have a copy of the NDP4, the approved NDP4.
Honorable Minister, if we could, let's make it easy. If you could give us a soft copy so that we share it on al fresco, it will make our work very easy. Other than you, but if you have enough copies, which I know you must be having, you can bring for all members of Parliament the final document which was approved by this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I now come to my justification of the motion. Briefly, Mr. Speaker, the theme of this year's budget is full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. The total resource envelope is Uganda shillings 71 trillion 956 billion 621 million 530,685. Mr. Speaker, the areas of focus in the budget are the ATMs, which are 1. Agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral-based industrial development, and science, technology, innovation, including ICT and creative art industry. The key enablers are 10, which we have identified, and they are the following. 1. Maintaining peace, security, and rule of law. 2. Human capital development, including health, education, water, and social protection. 3. Full monetization of the economy through PDM and other wealth programs. 4. Infrastructure development, including roads, railways, electricity. 5. Regional integration. 6. Irrigation through bulk water to stabilize agriculture. 7. Manufacturing with focus on industrial parks. 8. Eliminating corruption. 9. Environmental and natural resource conservation, and 10, vertical and horizontal integration of the economy. Mr. Speaker, we have attended to crucial issues that were raised by Cabinet, Parliament, and NRM Parliamentary Caucus, and the Presidential Advisory Committee on Budget, and also some of the recommendations of Parliament at the budget framework paper stage have been taken care of. We have also taken care of key policy commitments, mainly the domestic areas in the areas of agriculture, health, education, including AFCON, Electoral Commission, and the General Election Roadmap, the wage shortfalls in the local government, unfinished infrastructure in the roads due to counterpart funding, among other things. Mr. Speaker, I appeal and invite colleagues to support this process, and also I want to inform colleagues that this motion I am moving is basically for ushering us into receiving the ministerial policy statements, and after I will move another motion for supply, which will lead us into appropriation. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I thank members for attentively listening to me. I submit.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you. Next.
Item 5.1, Defense and Internal Affairs Committee.
Honourable colleagues, on this, you need 15 minutes to give us the highlights, and then
Right
we'll
Honourable
have time for
Speaker,
debate.
in line with the motion moved by the Minister of Finance, I beg to present a report, but first I beg to lay on paper minutes of the committee meeting with Ministry of Defense and Internal Affairs Ministry, to lay on table minutes of the committee meeting with Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the agencies thereunder. I beg to lay. In line with the minutes allocated to me, Right Honourable Speaker, I will present this report, which covers the following votes. Vote 004, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. Vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs. Vote 120, National Citizenship and Immigration Control. Vote 144, Uganda Police Force. Vote 145, Uganda Prison Service. Vote 135, Directorate of Government and Elite Collaboratory. And vote 137, National Identification and Registration Authority. Right Honourable Speaker, we have interacted with the ministries and the agencies thereunder. We have received their ministerial policy statements. We have considered the rules of procedure. We have considered the PFMA and the vote allocations. My report has an executive summary on key vote allocations, on vote 004, Ministry of Defense. Important to note that the vote, important as it is, faces a reduction in its recurrent spending. Vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs, which includes 54 billion for development over 5 years and 2 billion for anti-human trafficking. Vote 120, vote 100. I beg now to give a summary of recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, under Ministry of Defense. And this report has tables attached there under which are descriptive, which show the medium-term expenditure frameworks and the approved budget 2024-2025, which gives a basis for us to plan for 2025-2026. And MP's MTEF budget and year-to-year changes and percentage changes. And this is on page 44. And page 45, committee allocations of the budget estimates for year 2025-2026. But permit me, Right Honorable Speaker, to mention that under Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, we note that the ministry carries out important operations like Operation Salama Kwa Wote, Operation Suja, and Operation Mlinzi wa Kimya. We have made provision for the success of that. We applaud UPDF keeping us safe home and away. And we aim to strengthen our mighty UPDF. We have also made allocation for accommodation for our soldiers. We also note, Right Honorable Speaker, that the wage bill of UPDF of Ministry of Defense totaled to 633 billion compared to Uganda shillings 633.43, leading to a 99.9 absorption rate in the first half of the year 2024-2025. And the non-absorption of 0.212 billion stemmed from delays in processing foreign service allowances for our personnel abroad in December. But the overall budget estimate, we have also made recommendations that MODVA, and MODVA stands for Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, should enhance its planning for pension management to improve its procurement processes and optimize resource use within the ministry. And the ministry should expedite review of the UPDF Act and the Defense Policy Framework in the financial year 2025-2026. And the overall budget estimate for 2025-2026, Right Honorable Speaker, as
Procedure, Honorable Samba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, as we go through this process, we have so many engagements that we must have here with the government on matters dealing with these projections that we are handling. Now we are here on defense. I'm not seeing the Minister of Defense. I don't know whether after his presentation, the chairperson will be the one who will be responding to matters within this sector that might come out from the members around. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, it's a shame this is happening. But the only now challenge I have is that we have a statutory deadline. Okay? This is not a normal situation where you can say, someone might frustrate you by not being here all the time. So to me, since the committee has scrutinized and come up with recommendations, if it would be in the interest of the minister, if they don't agree with the recommendations of the committee, to come here and explain and say, no, I propose we amend, we don't take this recommendation. If they are not here to defend themselves, I think we can continue and do our job and make our own recommendations at the House. We finish our part. Yeah. It's Honorable Olo.
Right Honorable Speaker, when we got for the budget process, you literally suspend all other business of Parliament to ensure that special time is allocated to sector committees to process this. And this is a well-communicated program. The order paper is very clear. This is not a day that Cabinet is sitting. So it's a normal day. I think cabinet sits on Monday. This is a Wednesday. But we are dealing with the Ministry of Defense and Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs. Both line ministers of Defense and Internal Affairs, none is here. And even the chief whip has disappeared.
In fact, I assigned the chief whip to go out and communicate to these ministers.
Yes. Could you
over the same? I had seen the same concern.
Yes. Could you write, Honorable Speaker, for today, for now, for this, if you permit it to proceed, but communicate to all ministers who are on the order paper to ensure they are around. And also in this country, there is no ministry with a single minister. There are normally 2 or 3 or 4. For all some have 5. For all of them not to be around is to take parliamentary process for granted. And I think we can lay down a marker and say this is the only one we are dealing with. For the rest, order they appear. Thank you, Honorable.
I totally agree with you, Honorable colleagues, in order to save our time, okay? But tomorrow, I will not handle statements where the ministers are not here. Okay, so let's proceed, Honorable colleagues, okay? Yeah.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Cooper, if it's on the same, for God's sake, yeah? It's on the same.
Sure, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you see the country and members, at least for those who are in the committee, have the Minister of Defense answer some questions. You know, we are in Congo, we are in Sudan. There are issues which we would want to be clarified to the country when we are discussing this budget, such that when we are approving this money, because we need stability in the region, everybody understands when we move, we are able to defend government. They say we are there for A, B, C, D. So that information is very useful. Right Honorable Speaker, you and me have trouble. You see how we get confronted. If you lack information, you remember in Angola, when we were in Mozambique, if we did not have information, some information we had to call back for us to be briefed, such that we are able to defend the country. Otherwise, some members from those countries were threatening to harass members. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it's very important. Me, I would plead with you, let us bite, at least for today. We say Minister of Defense and Internal Affairs, please, we are suspending. I think tomorrow you must be here. If they fail, we can proceed, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Now, my challenge, colleagues, is where I will get time. This is my challenge is I plan. We have a lot of obligations. Honorable colleagues want to go back to their constituencies. Well, I need the budget committee to start scrutinizing these reports deeply. So, but we've taken note, Honorable colleagues. So,
Right Honorable Speaker, we appreciate the situation of the time. And remember, you promised us that this time you're going to give us time to debate. But we can't debate in vain. I'm requesting whichever minister is not available, we receive, we don't debate, we put it there. We will deal with them at the last minute when we are sure that this one didn't appear. Let us move with them. I think probably people might come. Otherwise, if we debate in vain, it may not add value. Right Honorable.
Let me do this, okay? Let's receive the report of defense. After receiving it, we go to finance, because the finance minister is here. Agriculture, the agriculture minister is here, okay? As we see how to manage the debate for the rest, okay? Of the colleagues. Colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students from Divine Care Secondary School in Akaseke District. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Tamaguzi Semakura and Honorable Najuma Sara. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. If they are here, okay, good. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you. I beg you to continue. So I can now move to recommendations with regards to what I had stated. We recommend that the planning and budgeting of the UPDF interventions under the newly created African Union Support and Stabilization Mission should replace the rescoped ATMIS. On the wage bill, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend provision of additional wage of 312.1 billion in financial year 2025-2026 for prioritizing salaries for 10,000 trainees, which is 97.5 billion, and 2, to enhance the salary pay for lower cadre UPDF staff. This is the recommendation that we carried last financial year, Right Honorable Speaker. On pensions and gratuity, we recommend allocation of 23.8 billion in pensions for the ministry for the year 2025-2026. On maintenance of equipment and aircrafts, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend an additional 71.2 billion to be provided for the equipment maintenance and 27.5 billion to be provided for aircraft maintenance during financial year 2025-2026. On medical equipment, Right Honorable Speaker, I report that the committee in its oversight visit looked at the military referral hospital, a monumental achievement of the Ministry of Defense that is going to be opened at the end of this month. Right Honorable Speaker, we therefore recommend a provision of 51.1 billion in financial year 2025-2026 for procuring medical equipment for the UPDF health facilities. On subvention to NEC and Uganda Air Cargo Corporation, we recommend 6.1 billion to be provided to National Enterprises Corporation during the financial year 2025-2026 to cover its operations and invest in research and development for rail industries. And second recommendation is 381 billion to be provided to Uganda Air Cargo Corporation to procure new aircraft to increase its revenue and our airlift capabilities, especially now that we have operations across borders. On land compensation claims, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend an additional 201.1 billion for land compensation to be provided in the financial year 2025-2026. On budget consultancies, with the guidance of the budget called Satura, the committee noted that the ministry allocated funds for military operations Suja in DRC and Usalama kwa Wote in Karamoja under consultant services. While the committee supports this intervention, the misclassification under consultancies need to be addressed in the Charter of Accounts. We therefore recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development create items in the Charter of Accounts that relate to special military operations, such as operations Shuja, Usaram, and Usalama kwa Wote. On regulatory and legal framework, as I had said, Right Honorable Speaker, in this financial year, we recommend, in the financial year 2025-2026, we recommend that the ministry expedites reviewing the defense policy, the UPDF Act, and the National Service Policy in 2025-2026. On areas for utility, we note that the utility areas for the ministry is 6.2 billion for water consumption and 1.1 billion for electricity consumption. We recommend that the ministry adheres to the commitment control system by not incurring new areas during financial year 2025-2026. The previously incurred areas should be prioritized in the year 2025-2026. On UPDF water supply, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that 11.53 billion be provided in the financial year 2025-2026 to help UPDF develop its own water supply sources and reduce reliance, but also on the water bills of National Water and Sewage Corporation. Vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs. On budget performance, the annexed one is on the report for honorable colleagues to see. We make a recommendation that the ministry should expedite capturing all human resources in the human capital development system before the end of the year, to avoid creating wage bill areas. And we recommend provision of a comprehensive policy direction on the payment of affected staff under the RAPEX policy. And another recommendation, electronic government procurement system be reviewed to enhance its efficiency and effectiveness in improving service delivery and minimizing leakages. Further, the ministry should expedite upgrading the TIP database online system in the financial year 2025-2026 to monitor workers' migration activities effectively. On budget estimates, the overall budget for the 2025-2026, we recommend that the ministry prioritizes and expedite introduction of small arms and light weapons bill in the financial year 25-26. On the development budget, Right Honourable Speaker, we recommend that the Ministry of Internal Affairs develop other projects to implement multi-year investment that will enhance efficiency in service delivery. On trafficking in persons system, we recommend the provision of 0.2 billion to be allocated in the financial year 25-26 to upgrade the TIP database into an online system to enhance the safety of migrant workers. On reception centers for rescued trafficked persons, we recommend provision of 0.2 billion in the financial year 2025-26 to initiate the establishment of reception centers for trafficked persons. On the implementation of the Explosives Act, CAP 319, the committee recommends an additional 13.39 billion to be provided to regulate commercial explosives during the financial year 25-26. On the Amnesty Commission, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends that an additional 2.342 billion be provided for demobilization, reinsertion, rehabilitation, and reintegration of reporters and victims in the year 2025-2026. Vote 120, Right Honourable Speaker, this is National Citizenship and Immigration Control. On the budget performance, 2024-25, the annexed is attached. On expenditure performance, we recommend that NCIC expedites access of the newly recruited staff to the human capital development system, capital management system to improve wage bill absorption. We also recommend that NCIC ensures expeditious delivery of the outstanding passport booklets to avoid issuance disruptions. The overall budget for 2025-2026 is attached, Right Honourable Speaker. Our recommendation to that effect is that the project cost for automating immigration citizenship services is adjusted in the multi-year commitments to reflect actual lifespan expenses. On the porousness of our borders, the committee was informed that 336 illegal crossing points do exist on the land and sea. And under the new staffing structure, 1,200 immigration officers are therefore required, with a wage requirement of 4.578 billion for the financial year 25-26. We therefore recommend that NCIC collaborates with sister agencies for border control. 2, provision of 4,578 million in the financial year 2025-26 to recruit more immigration staff for NCIC. NCIC should equip border posts with advanced technology for medium-term border control. On transport, logistics, and equipment, we recommend an additional 2.910 billion to be made to procure 10 motor vehicles for enhancing inspections, border patrols, and routine surveillance. On border control management, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, we recommend an additional 4.016 billion for efficient traveler clearance at all border posts, intelligence gathering, marine operations, snap checks, and routine maintenance. Vote 144, Uganda Police Force. We have reviewed their performance of the first half of the year 2024-25 budget, and the annexure is there to see the overall budget performance. We have looked at it. We have made the following recommendations. One, that Uganda Police Force should develop strategies to address attrition within the police force and enhance procurement planning to improve service delivery. And Uganda Police Force should adhere to the commitment and control system of not incurring new areas without clearance of previous ones. On territorial policing, we recommend merging some departments in territorial policing to rationalize resources, as patrols and metropolitan policing are operationally indistinguishable. On criminal investigations, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, we note that currently one detective manages 39 cases under criminal investigations, surpassing a ratio of 1 to 12 target. This shows our detectives are overwhelmed, partly due to outdated technology. So recruiting, equipping, training more detectives is vital to reduce prosecution delays. Additionally, a murder case requires 15 million shillings for investigation. Police registers 4,000 capital cases annually, totaling a need of 60 billion against a 10 billion provision. We therefore recommend that an additional 6 billion for CIID be provided to enhance investigation quality in financial year 2025-2026 and the balance over the medium term. On the budget estimates for the financial year 25-26, the annexure is there to see. On the overall performance of the budget of the UPF, we recommend to reallocate funds from the assistance to Uganda Police Project to critical UPF areas. Uganda Police Force must create a comprehensive successor project for nationwide investments. Second recommendation to that, Uganda Police Force should expedite the preparation and approval processes of the CCTV Phase 3 project to ensure its inclusion in the National Project Plan budget. Right Honourable Speaker, on traffic and road safety, we reviewed that. We therefore recommend that an additional 7.577 billion for transport equipment be provided. We also recommend Uganda shillings 1 billion for an IOV inspection lane and certification center to be provided. We also recommend Uganda shillings 18 billion for 10 mobile inspection stations for IOV to be provided. Further recommendation number 4, Uganda Police Force should link the EPS to the NIRA database. 5, Uganda driver licensing system should be adjusted to capture details of foreigners who commit traffic violation offenses. Right Honourable Speaker, on police accommodation and the ongoing construction projects, we note that 74% of the police officers lack institutional accommodation. However, Uganda Police Force is working on a police accommodation project that this project is excluded from PIP. Minister of Internal Affairs plans to build 69,000 housing units for Uganda Police Force and Uganda Prison Service and the DCIC through a PP arrangement. We therefore recommend that Uganda Police Force accelerate the completion of the accommodation project to comprehensively address police accommodation challenges in the year 2025-2026. On sub-county policing model, Right Honourable Speaker, this is a flagship security solution to the country, initiated by by His Excellency the President and now under implementation. The model, Right Honorable Speaker, aims to use limited resources in sub-counties to improve policing services for communities, including establishing a police station in each area, following 1, deployment of a minimum 18 personnel, 2 motorcycles per police station, 3, a counterphone and radio communication, 4, an office, and 5, staff accommodation for at least 18 personnel. Uganda Police Force has tested this model in Greater Masaka in the financial year 2023-2024, establishing 892, which is 41% of the 2,190 sub-counties nationwide. In the financial year 2025-2026, Uganda shillings 5 billion is allocated for the construction of 30 model police stations and completing 11 in Greater Masaka, along with acquiring 333 motorcycles and communication equipment. However, there is a funding gap of 557 billion. We therefore recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, that Uganda shillings 587 billion be provided for the nationwide rollout of the sub-county policing model. On crime management, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend 17 billion Uganda shillings be provided for CIID investigations and 2.3 billion to be provided for crime intelligence in the financial year 2025-2026. On the K9 unit, we see that expanding the K9 unit 36 locations of Budaka, Bukoma, Nsimbi, Butambara, Zombo, Ajumani, Madiokolo, Pakwach, Vura, Kabiramaido, Koboko, Ajumani, Terego, Maracha, Moyo, Aivuni, Buyende, Kariro, Namutumba, Ngora, Hima, Namisindwa, Kwania, Agago, Noya, Amuru, Chankwanzi, Apach, Kole, aerodromes and border points of Jinja, Soroti, Arua, Mbarara, Kisoro, Mpondwe, Katuna, and Mirama Hills. Nationwide requires an additional Uganda shillings 2.2 billion 259 2.2509 billion. The unit faced challenges with unreliable transports for sniffer dogs to crime scenes. Reliable transport is needed at the district stations, requiring Uganda shillings 28.44 billion for equipment in 29 regions. We recommend, therefore, that 2.259 billion be provided to expand the K9 unit to 39 locations. 2, Uganda shillings 10 billion be provided for transport of sniffer dogs to district stations in financial year 2025-26, with the balance allocated over the medium term. Right Honorable Speaker, I now move to vote 145, which is Uganda Prison Services. We have reviewed the budget performance for the first half of financial year 24-25. The annex is there to see. We have looked at the overall budget performance, Right Honorable Speaker, and we have looked at territorial. We therefore recommend merging the units into one called operations, excluding the ant-stock unit, which operates distinctly in the financial year 2025-2026. This savings will be reallocated to critical areas under the UPF. This is police. We move to page 30, Right Honorable Speaker. I think there was a printing problem, but on areas payments, development budget, revitalization of prison industries, enhancement of prisons, reduction system, and value additional project, on budget estimates, which we also reviewed for the Uganda Prison Services. We also looked at prisoner accommodation, and the committee was informed that the prisoner population rises, I beg your pardon. The committee was informed that the prisoner population rises 8% annually, reaching 372% occupancy and straining food, sleeping quarters, maintenance, medical care, and staffing. Uganda Prison Services plans to build 50 prison wards in current prisons to decongest existing wards, but has a Uganda shilling 3.786 billion funding shortfall. We therefore recommend 18 billion in the financial year 2025-26 to be provided for constructing one mini-max prison, and an additional 3.78 billion in the financial year 2025-2026 to be provided to build 50 wards in existing prisons to decongest prison wards. Right Honourable Speaker, on ICT development, we recommend an additional 5 billion to be provided for phase 2 of the prisons management information system in the year 2025-26, and additional funding of digital communication, virtual courts, and offender monitoring systems to spread over the medium term. On staff accommodation, we note that there are no funds provided for 79 two-bedroom houses costing 7.9 billion, and additionally 3,000 low-cost staff houses need 7.04 billion, and the budget allocates for 800 houses at 2.56 billion, leaving a funding gap of 46.801 billion for staff accommodation. Right Honourable Speaker, we accordingly recommend that 46.801 billion be provided to enhance Uganda Prison Services staff accommodation. On relocation of prisons headquarters, Right Honourable Speaker, this has remained outstanding throughout fiscal year 2024-2025. Plans for relocation must be finalized in the fiscal year 2025-2026. Moving from Parliamentary Avenue to create more office space for the Parliament of Uganda. Uganda Prison Service needs 43.56 billion for a new prison headquarters in Ruzira. Uganda shillings 15 billion will be needed to start the project in 1 year. We therefore recommend, Right Honourable Speaker, that Uganda shillings 43.56 billion be provided over the medium term for Uganda Prison Services to construct its headquarters in Ruzira and vacate the current headquarters at Parliamentary Avenue to provide the space for Uganda, for honourable members of Parliament, which remains outstanding. On prisoners feeding, the committee was informed that the daily average of 88,829 prisoners at 5,550 each costs 21.825 billion, covering only 274 of the 366 days. This leaves a funding gap of 44.99 billion. We therefore recommend that 44.99 billion in the financial year 25-26 be provided to feed our prisoners. Prisoner uniform. We recommend allocating an additional 1.3 billion to procure uniform for prisoners. On prisoners' health care support, we recommend allocating 6.5 billion over the medium term to fully equip the new staff. On domestic areas, we recommend that Uganda Prison Services strictly adheres to the commitment control system and prioritizes the clearance of areas before incurring new ones. Vote 135, Directorate of Analytical Laboratory. Right Honourable Speaker, we reviewed this. We looked at the budget performance. We looked at the budget expenditure. We recommend that DIGAL should expedite recruitment clearance processes by Ministries of Internal Affairs and Public Service in the financial year 24-2025. We looked at their NTR performance. we looked at the overall budget. We make the following recommendations: that 0.659 billion, in addition to the current wage bill estimate, be made to DIGAL to fill 17 vacant positions at regional laboratories. We also recommend that DIGAL accelerates National DAA Data Bank Infrastructure Project as a standalone project to enhance transparency and accountability in the financial year 2025-2026. We looked at the construction of the National Data Bank. We toured that. We recommend that it should be a standalone project for implementing the National Data Bank to facilitate project monitoring and supervision. On acquisition of motor vehicles, we recommend that 0.973 billion in the financial year 2025-2026 should be made available to purchase motor vehicles for regional forensic laboratories. On the operationalization of DIGAL regional laboratories, we recommend that 1 billion in the financial year be made available to construct regional forensic laboratory in Hoima to operationalize regional forensic labs over the medium term. On acquisition of modern scientific equipment, we recommend that we allocate 5.4 billion for modern scientific equipment to enhance forensic services, support justice, and ensure public health and environmental safety in the fiscal year 2025-2026. On vote 139, Right Honorable Speaker, and this is the last, National Identification and Registration Authority. We looked at their budget performance, and the details are there. We recommend that NIRA should expedite the recruitment of data processors and the procurement of NID materials. On the budget estimate for the financial year 25-26, the annexure is attached, is there to see. On mass enrollment and renewal project, Right Honorable Speaker, we were informed that there will be 96,674 new registrations and 5.26669 IDs renewals in the year 25-26. We already have 16.382901 blank ID cards that will be procured at a cost of 145.25 billion. Only 24 billion is allocated, leaving a funding gap of 120.72 billion. We therefore recommend that 120.72 billion in the financial year 25-26 budget be provided to enable NIRA to complete the mass enrollment exercise before 2026 general elections. On civil registration services, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend allocation of 11.981 billion to NIRA over the medium term to fully support civil registration and certification services. On alien registration and alien card issuance, during the financial year 25-26, the focus will be on registering 30,000 aliens legally residing in Uganda. These individuals will receive alien cards from NIRA. This activity remains unfunded, though, and it will require 1.08 billion. We therefore recommend that 1.08 billion be provided to NIRA during the financial year 2025-2026 to register and issue these aliens with IDs. On strengthening birth and death registration in health facilities, we recommend that NIRA should facilitate accurate record keeping of birth and death in health facilities. On payment of arrears, we recommend that NIRA should prioritize paying 5 billion owed to MULBA to prevent litigation expenses. On inadequate staff, we recommend provision of 6.89 billion to be allocated to reach the underserved districts in order to enhance efficiency in the delivery of the authority's mandate in the year 2025-26. On continuous identification and issuance of national ID card services, we recommend an additional 1.1 billion for the continuous provision of IDs. NIRA headquarters we recommend that NIRA should accelerate the development of a project to guide the construction of its headquarters during the financial year 2025-2026. Conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs acknowledges that its institutions are vital for a peaceful and secure country. During the presentation of the ministerial policy statements, concerns were raised about the minimum funding for these institutions, which hinders their ability to fulfill their mandates. Supporting these institutions in the financial year 2025-2026 budget strategy is crucial for a successful execution. The committee amended the budget proposals as detailed in Annex 3 to promote effective use of resources. Therefore, the committee recommends that this House adopts its report and approves the budget estimates with the committee's recommendation for 2025-2026 as proposed. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. We have the Minister of State for Internal Affairs in the House, so we shall benefit from his presence here so that we are able to continue with the debate. So for now, let me open up the debate. Honourable Muuma, Honourable Rinda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the Chair.
3 minutes each, Honourable Member.
The Chairperson of the committee for the good report. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to salary enhancement of the police, allow me to thank government, thank the President and the leadership of the Uganda Police Force for considering the lower cadres in the Uganda Police Force with that enhancement that was done. Most especially to the corporals, up the IPs. But Mr. Speaker, last weekend I was interacting with some of the beneficiaries of this enhancement. To my dismay, some received the package that was in lieu of the promotions that they attained. Others have never got up to now. So I wanted the minister to get interest in this. How some of the beneficiaries got the enhancement package against those that didn't get. I think we needed to clarify this, say that all police personnel are treated the same way. When it comes to expansion of the wards for the prisoners, the inmates, Mr. Speaker, it is good to have a minimax expanded or created here to Luzira. But I would propose or wish that we have these wards constructed at the traditional or the regional headquarters. For example, if at all we had one expanded in Eastern, another one in Northern, Western, like that, it would be matching with some of the new circuits that were created by the judiciary. Almost every 3-4 districts have gotten high court sessions taking place. But you find that the suspects are again referred to Luzira. It is an inconvenience for someone to travel from Komoroto to check on a suspect here in Luzira. So if at all we decentralize these new wards for inmates in a bit to decongest, it will help a lot. Finally, Mr. Speaker, is about NIRA, the renewal of national IDs. We need to come out to clear when are we having national IDs renewed. Today I'm carrying an ID, but tomorrow mine is supposed to expire. I don't know what happens. We'll be going for nominations. This alone, somebody can deny to be nominated that your ID expired. So can we come clear? When are we having our national IDs renewed countrywide? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And Irene?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Then followed by Modoi.
I also want to thank the chairperson for the good report. Mr. Speaker, my issue is on lack of transport for police. Mr. Speaker, Kabarole, the greater Kabarole, before Fort Portal became a city, had one police station. With the creation of the city, more 3 police stations were created, but currently they are sharing only 1 vehicle. So the other 3 police stations do not have transport. And my prayer, Mr. Speaker, would be that they should budget for transport for these police stations so that they are able to provide effective services to the people. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, these divisions where they were given land, but they do not have budget for development. So would also request that in this budget they should provide funds so that they can construct buildings for these police stations. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Madoya Isaac, followed by Honorable Doka Sachen, Honorable Nsamba, Honorable Sasa.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chairman for the presentation. It touches all of us, and I'm happy you guided that at a later stage we should be given ample time to raise issues concerning the report, because the security of this country is very fundamental for the development of socio-economic development of this country. The Speaker has, in the report, the recommendation has been made, particularly on the welfare of our security people. It is upon their security also and welfare that the security of this country will be guaranteed. So I hope we shall discuss. I'm happy that the issue of equity has been raised, because you go down there in the field, there are some people whose salary have been enhanced. We wanted the criteria, because if you're on the same rank, then some people have been paid, others have not been paid. You ask, what's the criteria? Leave that alone, even the promotions. I think some, even go out there, my colleagues maybe may testify, some ask us, how can I be helped to be elevated, or even be posted to a better station? Now, the question of the high numbers of prisoners, I think we used to have what we call visiting justice in prisons, even at police station cells, to establish how some people have overstayed in those stations, in prisons. You may find some people have stayed there for so long on petty matters, and those with serious issues are released. The question of deployment, one thank the President. He said to enhance security at sub-county, there will be deployment of policemen. Now, in Erigon zone, maybe my colleagues will bear me out, seems the deployment at the sub-county hasn't been made. The sub-county, we are supposed to have policemen there with the police commandant to ensure that those areas are covered. Other than that, I want to thank the chairman for the report. And I think this report needs to be discussed in detail, because it touches of internal and external deployment, the welfare of our men and women in uniform. And as if that's not an issue, there is also the issue of professionalism. The question of professionalism needs to be addressed, because we have invested in it heavily. But when you see some conduct which is in our public, you question, is this the professionalism that we have been yearning for? Could there be something that could be done? And I think I want to thank the men and women in uniform for standing with this country and providing us security. Thanks so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Doka Sachen, then Honourable Nsamba.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for this report. And specifically, I agree with the idea of additional 4 billion that is supposed to support the national citizenship and immigration control, especially on the issue of border control management. However, Right Honourable Speaker and the Minister in charge of this, I would like to raise the issue that Ugandan nationals face, especially you've raised the issue of border demarcation, particularly on the South Sudan border. The nationals of Uganda face challenges since the time when we scrapped off payment for visas. There are several other fees which the nationals of Ugandans are paying at the border, especially on the South Sudan side. And I would like to urge the Minister to interest yourself and your team on what can be done to support our Ugandan nationals who cross to the other side, and yet they pay a lot of fees which are related to clearance of the travelers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nsamba.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, when I heard the chair add these billions, add these billions, add these billions. And actually the entire story is add these billions. It just sent me to think that maybe we need a rule that caps committees from requesting monies. Because we are here, we can't have committees saying, add the money, add the money, add the money. Now every committee is going to scam here, add the money, add the money, add the money. Then which scrutiny are we doing? And if committees cannot achieve that, Right Honourable Speaker, I think a rule should come that probably when you're making adjustments and requests, you shouldn't go beyond this. Otherwise, we will have a lot of wish lists, which means nothing at the end of the day. Having said that, Right Honourable Speaker, I needed to hear in this particular committee report matters to do with our deployment in South Sudan. I needed to know who is going to pay. And the chairperson, this is the stage when you're going to tell us this is how much we are paying for this war, and this is what South Sudan is contributing for our children, for our army to be in South Sudan. But somehow, the chairperson and the committee chooses to just keep silent about it. I want to hear that at this stage of budgeting. What is the estimated time for our army being in South Sudan at the time? Right Honourable Speaker, it is quite important for us also to hear the army, the UPDF who are in South Sudan, how much are they going to be compensated? And how much they being there, because the sacrifice, when they're here, they are sacrificing for their country. They are in the army, they sacrifice for their country, they go for a little pay. How much is going to be added for them for being in South Sudan? And who is paying that cost? Mr. Chairperson, I really needed to hear those issues, but I think now that the Minister is around of Internal Affairs, he might have been briefed by the Minister who deployed our army in South Sudan. Thank you very much, Right Honourable.
Thank you. Honourable Sasaga.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank the Chair for the report, but I have like 2, 3, 4 issues. One is about NILA. Most of the money is to be given for the registration exercise. Now, you need to be very clear. The people got IDs and they're expiring this year. Mine personally is expiring in 2030. Then there are children who are registered in schools, both in primary and secondary, some time back. Up to date, they have now got their IDs. Now, are they going to be part of the new registration to be given now the IDs, or you are going to use the old ones, the money we first gave to register them? The second one is about the prisons. Yes, I will continuously raise the about Mutuf prison, which was constructed for 150 inmates, but currently it is having 350 inmates. And I've been on this floor of Parliament for some time. Let me hope among the 50 units to be constructed, Mutuf prison is among them. Then I wonder why the committee is more interested and recommending the amendment of the UPDF Act. Actually, I've looked through the report, but I'm not seeing a good reason is they're giving for the amendment, but they're interested in the amendment. Maybe the minister can able to tell us which gaps do you have in the Act.
Honourable Rule 80, anticipation. So let's wait, just let's wait for those issues.
And then lastly, Honourable speak on the on the police. I don't know which specific ones are you going to support with the expansion and construction, but we have the Masaba police station, which is as old as the East African times. I remember they go for community to support them with the construction. I don't know in your budget you have captured, for example, Masaba police station. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Nyangweso, Honourable Kenauma, Honourable Pascamenya.
Thank you, Right Honourable, for the opportunity. Allow me to thank the committee chair for the wonderful report. Right Honourable Speaker, I have 2 issues to raise. One is the issue of construction of police stations in the country. And I want to thank the ministry for prioritizing this. However, Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at Busia Police Station, Busia is strategically located because it's at the border. We have been asking the police to prioritize the construction of Busia Police Station. When you move across from Kenya to Uganda and you are served at Busia Police Station, it is very dilapidated, the opposite of the Kenyan side. The Minister of Internal Affairs has been promising to prioritize the construction of Busia Police Station, but this has not been put in the budget, and I hope the Minister has a comment about this. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about the congestion in prisons. To curb congestion in the prisons, the government introduced a community service. And community service orders have been issued from time to time. Just like Honorable Modoi has said, maybe it is now time to do an audit on this community service. Is it serving the purpose? Because we have been funding it, but still the issue of congestion in prisons is increasing. So, Honorable Minister, possibly you need to look at this and at an opportune time and report to us and seek more support. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kenauma.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Chair for the good report that he has presented. However, Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is about the outposts that are going to be established in each and every sub-county. Aware that we have sub-county that have around 10 or 7 parishes. Now, when they put 18 police officers in one sub-county, what about other parishes that does not have the outpost? Because we have seen a scenario where a sub-county is very big and has a lot of villages. So in case there is a problem somewhere, that the police officers need to go from that sub-county to that very parish. And yet sometimes they will always tell you they don't have fuel for their motorcycle. They will always tell you to first of all send for them money before reaching where there's a lot of problem. So Right Honorable Speaker, for me, I was requesting and also suggesting that, if possible, outposts will be put in all the parishes throughout the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pascal Menya. Colleagues, I won't pick all of you because we have other statements where you will submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Chair of the committee for the report. My concern, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to address on police matter. Right Honorable Speaker, as we look into providing transport means, I would implore the ministry to put into consideration areas of also supporting them up sufficient fuel. Because in most cases, Right Honorable Speaker, when the police are supposed to go to a scene of, to a place of sin, you find that they do not have a scene of crime rather. You find that they would want to do it or go for it, but because of the inadequacy of fuel that they cannot access, they are not able to go. In any case, they would even request the people to help mobilize for fuel so that they go in response to that. So when we are looking at issue of transport, we must put into consideration that transport goes together with fuel. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to address myself on the area of the prisons. I support so much on the area of decongesting the prisons that we have. I want to specify myself in Pade district. Right Honorable Speaker, it's alarming and it's disappointing that Pade district do not have enough space for the inmates. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, as I'm speaking, Pade do not have electricity in the prisons of Pade. It is so insecure for inmates to be in a place which is dark. That is, by its own means, we are creating more insecurity instead. So we implore the ministry, as we are looking at areas of improving our prisons place, we put into consideration areas of electrifying the prisons. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brenda Nabukenya, Honorable Boka Didi, Honorable Kugonza Emre.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Chair for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to support the area where they want to procure 2 motorcycles for the sub-county police stations. And also, I want to invite the Minister to think about like shelter or residential houses for the police officers at the sub-counties. Because most times they have to look for places to stay and they have to work throughout the night. And also, colleagues have raised the issue of fuel. Usually, we limit them because we don't provide money for fuel. Usually, it goes to different things. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues have raised that it should be prioritized. And also, Right Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the prison budget, I never saw where the logistical requirement for female prisoners, a provision of sanitary towels. There was a big debate here where prisoners are complaining, those in and out, those who have been in prison, they always come out and say that we are there as women. At times we go for the monthly periods and we cannot access, not every prisoner has family that they will be able to procure for them and deliver to the prison. So we need to think about the female, because you have a lot of them, and the budget must include all their needs because they are in the custody of government or prison. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to raise that issue. It is very important, and the Honorable Minister needs to note it. If it is included in the budget, she should inform us. If it is not, then they should think about it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Boka Didi, and Honorable Emre Kugonza, then Honorable Wandrasi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the committee for the report. I have 2 issues that I would like to observe and pray for. Issue number 1 is that 23 years ago, Honorable Speaker, gallant men and women who were fighting for their rights agreed and sat down with the government to speak peace and sign peace. That's why on the 12th of April, we have His Excellency the President going to West Nile to commemorate the 23 years of peace. The gallant men and women who are the ex-combatants who laid down arms were promised ex gratia by this government. 23 years down the road, they have not been given the ex gratia. While the Defense Committee has been preparing with the West Nile Parliamentary Caucus to mark the 23 years of peace, one of the things that was messages passed to them was that on that day, they will be commissioning the payment of their ex gratia. It turned out that there is no budget provided for their ex gratia. Would like this committee to clarify to the House what happened. Because many of these are men and women who have aged. They are in a desperate state. That's one of the issues. The second issue is related to new districts that have either no central police station or very, very small police station. Others operating under trees. A case in point is Obonge. We look forward to, in the ministerial policy statement for the Ministry of Internal Affairs, to have a roadmap for construction of befitting central police stations for these new districts that do not have CPSs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kugonza.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to applaud the chairperson and the committee for a very comprehensive report. And I'm picking two issues. One of them is the sub-county policing model. I wish to thank government for this innovative approach. But my concern is more about the planning. This morning, the chairperson of one of the sub-counties in my constituency, called Karama sub-county, called me where 12 police officers have been deployed. This very sub-county does not have an office, but also the police itself does not have buildings. Now, the chairperson was actually calling me, mobilizing me to mobilize other leaders to be able to put up accommodation for these 12 officers in also anticipation that another 6 are going to be deployed. I'm appealing to government to do thorough planning because we need the police officers spread across, but they need also to be catered for, otherwise they will turn into a menace. Now, the second aspect is about facilitating the district police station. For example, in Kivale, we do not have a vehicle. The vehicle that was provided many years back, actually when it walks 1 kilometer, you'll find it grounded on the road. And this is a vehicle that is supposed to take care of the hundreds of thousands of people that are in that place. So we appeal to government to provide sufficient transport to the district to be able to monitor security in the area. Many times they rely on borrowing from us, but we also have other priorities. Sometimes the DPC is speaking to the RDC to provide transport, and yet the RDC has got also other engagement. So I support the idea of providing for resources. Somebody was raising a matter here that the committee was saying we need more additional resources. I'm sure and I'm glad that these issues came out. Let them come out because we need everybody secured. We need our property secured. And this can only be by facilitating the team that is responsible for that. I thank the committee and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Kwandwasi?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to join the rest by appreciating the report given to us by the chairman of the committee. However, Mr. Speaker, I have a concern. After listening to the budgetary allocations, Mr. Speaker, in Uganda, we have a very active group of the auxiliary force, commonly known as the reserve force. Mr. Speaker, whenever there is a need for our country to offer security to our neighbors, UPDF has always been deploying the auxiliary force to supplement on the efforts of the security efforts during the missions. However, Mr. Speaker, there have been complaints whenever these gallant men and women come back from their foreign missions, they are hardly paid their emoluments. So, Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be, or how I wish that in these budget processes, the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs budgets for the auxiliary force because they do a lot of work. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I do well appreciate the ministry to be cognizant of allocating police posts at sub-county levels. However, Mr. Speaker, there is an accommodation gap. These police posts or posts that are opened at the sub-county level, Mr. Speaker, they are hardly provided with accommodation facilities. You find them there, but where to stay? Mr. Speaker, it is always a problem. As much as the government has enhanced their salaries, but if the accommodation is not taken care of, I do believe they will not perform. So my request is for the ministry to make provisions for accommodation to take care of our gallant men and women in uniform at sub-county levels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Franka Kabuye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the chair for the report that has tried to highlight the situations, especially on the welfare of our men in uniform. Right Honorable Speaker, as many colleagues have spoken about the welfare of our policemen or ladies in uniform that do try to keep peace and order in the communities, This remains a big challenge, looking at where they reside from or the shelters they live in, but also the conditions in which they work. When you go to Narutuntu, Narutuntu is a sub-county in my constituency, and it is on the highway, Mubende-Mitiana highway, but it lacks even a patrol that can give emergency response. In case of accidents, we have to wait for a patrol from the Kasanda police headquarters that moves kilometers to come to the rescue and to give maybe help to the officers who are not even facilitated. But also, looking at transportation, I think it is high time we prioritize giving transport means, but also looking at how they will be facilitated to keep functioning. Many of the motor vehicles or the motorcycles that are given out, they lack repair expenses or costs that will be used to maintain them and keep them in good shape. And mostly it is us, the leaders, that do try to reach out to see that these equipments keep operational and help the communities. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the issue of congested prisons, I've seen the committee resolutions and recommendations urging us to allocate more funds to build more prisons. How I wish this parliament questions itself on how justice is denied or delayed to these individuals or inmates in these prisons. Because most of these, we have been advocating and crying out to the government to come and let the justice ministry or the justice sector provide justice to these our young people who are held in prisons, and most of them are on political cases, which we believe if it was provided and their cases may be ruled or they have been dismissed, maybe would reduce on the congestion than just looking at the aspect of giving money to build more prisons. Maybe we could look at maybe capacitating the judicial services to be able to handle all the cases that have been submitted to their charge. But we can't be only looking at building more prisons to accommodate our people, and mostly these are young people that are held in prisons. And also I remember, Mr. Speaker, we were here and we received a report, and among the inmates there is someone that was arrested and remanded even before I was born.
Honorable, when you need more time, you request.
I request for just 1 minute.
But you request when you've already.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker.
Please conclude.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was concluding on a point that we were here, and I remember we received a report of one of the inmates being on remand for even a time beyond my age. I remember you requested for a comprehensive report about this remand, and I think it is high time we prioritize giving out justice than building more facilities to accommodate our people and reduce on their broad activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Lop.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Let me start. Have more reports which I
let me start with the low-hanging one to the Minister of Internal Affairs. Minister of Internal Affairs, Honorable Nalukol has just been here with his maiden speech. He has said that in Kawempe North constituency, there are still continued arrests and harassment of his voters. And quite a number of them are being arrested and imprisoned. So could you, because we are supposed to come back later, could you give us a report why police and other agencies continue to harass voters in Kawempe when the elections have long ended? Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm seeing a common occurrence on all your votes of areas unfunded. I've just looked at prisons with 120 billion in areas and all of that money to service providers, and it's not budgeted for. I wonder how we pass a budget when we consumed commodities, goods of our business people, and we have not budgeted for them. I've seen it in NIRA, I've seen it in defense. When I've counted the areas in your defense and internal affairs, they are almost going to 500 billion or thereabout. That's a huge sums of money for areas, and this is collapsing our businesses. Could we, as a committee, have not interrogated this matter to see that the agency continue to accumulate areas, yet they can't pay? Also, I've seen here a project called the Solar Project in Nakasongola. Right Honorable Speaker, a similar project was piloted in Korolo here. We spent 7 billion to build a solar system that would even go to a national grid. But since some 5-7 years ago, not a single voltage, is it a watt or voltage, megawatt, is being generated at Korolo.
Honorable, they shouldn't mislead you. A megawatt is so big.
It's so big.
Yeah.
By
the time the solar plant reaches a megawatt. A kilowatt.
A single unit, kilowatt,
is kilowatt.
From Korolo going to a national grid. I see us allocating an additional 20 billion to this white elephant project, now in Nakasongola. The argument then I was in internal affairs was that the Korolo project was a pilot one. The pilot one.
Please switch on.
And therefore you are now rolling over this. How do you roll over a failed project and allocating money to it? I don't know whether you had no institutional memory to ask them. They even took a committee to China to say procurement that never came through. 9 billion taken in Kololo. All of you are no Kololo. There is no solar being generated there. Now you are saying in Nakasongola, we give another 20 billion. I've also seen here an alarming figure, Honorable Speaker. In the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the number of people being trafficked that have gone up by 185%. Trafficked. From 180, I've seen to 2,000 and something human beings being trafficked. And that report is for the year 22. You seem not to have the latest figures for this year. So if you are to go by that trajectory and you're on the increase, so this number of people being trafficked, and we continue to give money. So what's the ministry doing when so many Ugandans, and I've seen the small amount of money you are allocating for missions abroad for people who want to return back and have escaped. Poultry sum of money, and our people are suffering. So in this budget process, what are you doing to curb human trafficking? You also put money for building new prisoners and police stations, but there are police stations still with asbestos across the country. Now, the Ministry of Health is here. It's so many years ago that we outlawed asbestos as a hazard for health. Yes, so what is happening? That you are allocating money to build new prisons when you are causing cancer to some prison officers who are still staying. These are small amount of money. What will it take a country to eliminate that? What will it also take a country to eliminate? I've seen here in this report, you still have a basket. Honorable Speaker, for you and me have been in the prison. We know how humiliating a basket is. What will it take in terms of budget allocation for this country for one to say every prison there is no longer a basket system? For those who don't know the basket system, a bucket system. For those of you who don't know the bucket system is where you, let me leave it at that. But how do we live in this century? And we are talking about steady progress of a government
please,
that has been there for 40 years, and they still want to continue, and you are presiding over a bucket system in your prisons. So right Honorable Speaker, in my humble view, lastly, the Minister of Defense is not here. We are going to spend a whopping 5 trillion on our defense expenditure. A great deal of it going to wage war or enforce peace across the border. How do we not start a debate of enhancing democracy in our neighboring country and reduce this cost. I don't see it being sustainable that we are the ones forcing peace in the region. How are we getting dividends? Today we've known America, for it to supply Ukraine with the weapons, it gets minerals. How are we being paid? We cannot be so charitable with both our both our equipment to Sudan. They have oil. Where are the agreement that they will pay us back? Where is the agreement with the Congo that they will pay us back? So we cannot be just throwing money like that. So countries have changed their approach. We'll give you security, pay us. If you don't have money, have a debt to pay. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister. Hansard, please take note where Honourable Chivumbi said basket. It was a bucket.
It's a bucket, not a basket. Right Honourable Speaker and members, I'll start with the Honourable Chivumbi, the last one. If I can hazard a try to speak for defense. 5 trillion, what is the cost to the country? But the flip side, Honourable Chivumbi, is more costly. Because if South Sudan imploded, I think you would pay more. So for our security, for our trade, for our interests, I think we need to be there. If we can. Where we can, we need to be there. We need to be in Eastern Congo because of the security vacuum, which affords our enemies to plan and cause havoc here. He also talked about the bucket system. May I request Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker and members to get an update on that one and then share with Parliament so that we know where we are on that aspect. It is not desirable, like the Honourable Kivumbi said, to have buckets in our prisons at this point in time. So I want to get a report and then share with Parliament. Police stations in asbestos, we've been de-roofing asbestos countrywide. Some few remain, but I think we need to expedite the process so that we remove this health hazard as far as it affects our service personnel. Trafficking of persons increase is a very topical issue, and unfortunately, in spite of the effort of government, it most times has the complicity of those trafficked. That's why you see these numbers going up. Either parents trafficking their kids or children, our children going abroad to seek employment. So I think we need to put our heads together, not just internal affairs, but even gender, to see how to tackle this huge problem, and maybe even create incentives here to deter these young people going to risky places abroad. Utilities, Honourable Chivumbi, I want to say that there is power in Kololo. I don't have the statistics. That solar plant is working. Maybe I'll ask the Honourable both to get more concrete information and share with Parliament about that matter. Kawempe, you talked about arrests going on. I want to say I need more information about this because there are other offenders other than maybe political offenders. I would want to know before I make a specific response. There are arrests in Kawempe. There are also arrests in other areas. To the extent that people break the law, there will be arrests. So I want to have that substantiated so that we can answer authoritatively. The other question was from the Honourable Frank. He talked about the need for a comprehensive approach. I can't agree more about case backlog. It's not about, and even Honourable Chivumbi talked about it, about building more prisons. It's not the solution, I agree. It's a matter between us and justice and DPP and all those players. So we need more innovative ways of addressing this backlog other than building more prisons. Welfare of service personnel, shelter, working conditions. Honorable Frank talked about Nalutuntu, no transport. That's why we are here. The means of transport are too few and far between our stations. There are maintenance costs. The other day in Cabinet, we talked about and we passed the need to introduce electric motorcycles to offset the costs of fuel, which members have mainly talked about. So we are awake to the concerns of members, and with the support of Parliament, the means, of course it comes to that, we shall address these logistical challenges of our men in uniform. Somebody talked about reservists and auxiliaries being called up for missions abroad, that they are not paid. What I want to acknowledge is that there may be delays in payment, but there's no segregation between active people in the UPDF and those who are reservists. If they go to a mission in Somalia, they all get paid the same. And I want to get more substantiation here so that I refer it to the Honorable Minister of Defense to give more directed answers to that concern. Honorable Kugonza, sub-county policing model, accommodation lacking. I want to take it up with you. It's unfortunate that we send people without matching accommodation. Where we send people, we should provide uniports. This is a right, and there's no roundabout about that matter. So, Honorable Kugonza, we shall take it up and then ensure that our people in that area get accommodation. Honorable Boka Didi, 23 years of peace. There's been a backlog regarding the veterans of West Nile. It is always sensitive, especially around election time. But that backlog has been addressed incrementally. We even had to set up the veteran docket under the Ministry of Defense to handle that matter dedicatedly. The backlog is reducing. There may be some outstanding people who are not paid, but they will be paid, I want to promise. The police station at Obongi, we shall examine that one, but I want to suggest that we review the plan for police posts countrywide so that we decide what is possible within the means available and what can be spread over the medium and long term. Honorable Brenda Nabukenya, motorcycles for police stations, residential places, it has been talked about, fuel, and then specific requirements for female inmates. I will consult with the prison authorities. Indeed, like you said, there are some of the inmates who don't have family, and it is the duty of the state to provide for their specific requirements, which they can't afford to cater for themselves. The other one was Honorable Nyangweso, construction of police stations, Busia. I think the comprehensive plan will provide an answer for this one. Community service, congestion in prison, an audit of community service, yes indeed, why not? What has it done? But I think in addition to community service, you need to be awake to the question of the gravity of offenders. The gravity of the offense matters, because it's mostly those with light offenses that go to community service. So gravity of offenses also matters. We need to look at issues of remission. We need to look at expediting court cases to ensure that, and the screening that the Honorable Frank talked about, that we decongest in a meaningful way. Honorable Auma, Still, she said we should go down to parish from the sub-county. If wishes were horses, beggars would ride. We are grappling with the problem of the sub-county. So I think we need to be dedicated at one level before we trickle down to the parish. We need to start somewhere before we go in an ambitious way to the parish level. Honorable Sasaga, IDs. I think I need to present a comprehensive report on the matter of enrollment. I want to announce that we are finally about to embark on enrollment within May. Our plan is to do a pilot on some government people, starting with the ministry and NERA maybe, and then we launch it nationally. But we are now finally, we've tested all the things, equipment came, all the requirements that you gave us through the funding you provided are all in place. Data issues and all those things, software have been sorted. Finally, we are going to start. But I need to give you a more comprehensive report because as parliamentarians, you are key in the communication regarding this very important exercise. Students who are registered and their IDs haven't been issued, I think this one also we need to address. But also I want to say that if their IDs are still valid, they will still get those old IDs unless they elect to enroll and get the new ones, which of course have more enhanced features, including the iris. Mutufu prison construction, I think we need to look at this in the comprehensive plan for construction of prisons and then give more a more authoritative answer. Somebody talked, but I think the speaker said we don't talk about the UPDF bill. It will come. Cabinet passed it, and when it does, I think members will be at liberty to comment about the scope and contents of the amendments that are planned in that very important bill. Honorable Nsamba talked about the capstone on additions in the budget by committees. That one is the question addressed to the Honorable Stephen Kajwenje, and I think he will answer that one. But for me as a beneficiary, I'm glad that the Honorable Kajwenje and his committee, in their wisdom, saw the logic of making additions to our budgets. The other one was Honorable Muuma, salary enhancement. Some people get, others don't get. That one is not acceptable. Salary is even property as decided by court. I hope everybody knows. So we shall investigate it and ensure that those for whom the enhancements were done get their dues. And if it is arrears, they must get their dues. There's no way around that one. But I will need some substantiation from the Honorable Muuma for me to follow up with the police leadership. Expansion of accommodation for prisoners, minimax at Luzira, wards at regional headquarters, more preferable to match the court circuits. I think this is important for us to work as a whole of government instead of working in silos. I'll interrogate the idea of the prison and how it fits into the new court circuit system. Honorable Muuma, that is a very important and innovative idea. Lack of transport for police, I think this has been well spoken about, and we've answered about it. DCIC, Uganda nationals challenged in South Sudan. Some of these arrangements are reciprocal within the ESC, and some are bilateral. But when it comes to South Sudan, I think we need to talking to Foreign Affairs and the other players. We need to verify why our citizens are discriminated and they pay higher fees, and then we interrogate our colleagues across the border, and we give a more authoritative position on the matter to alleviate the life of our people across the border who go for trade and other activities. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, that's what I had, and I hope it answers some of your, or most of your questions.
Thank you. Honourable Chair, some issues?
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, there were, I think, 3 specific questions that I wish to address, and speaking after the Minister makes me feel uneasy, but you give me permission. One specific question was, why are we interested in, as a committee, in amending the UPDF Act? And that was Honourable Sasag, I guess.
But Honourable, I ruled on that. Please.
Thank you. Yes. Gone. 2, Honourable Nsamba Oshabe asked the committee, why are we adding? Right Honourable Speaker, we are actually recommending, and that is as far as our powers are concerned. Last, and this is from acting law, and this will concern the whole House as we prepare our budget for 2025-2026. We have, and it's a fact, unfunded priorities. 1, 2, we have accumulated areas. So what are we going to do? In our committee, my honourable colleagues and I recommended to the accounting officers that there shall be no further if they cannot control areas. And I think if all committee chairpersons do that, Right Honourable Speaker, we shall have managed our budgeting. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Defence and Internal Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statements and Budget Estimates for financial year 2025-2026 be adopted. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Colleagues, the report is referred to the Committee on Budget. The recommendations are referred to the Committee on Budget for consideration, harmonization, so that we can continue with the budgeting process and we finish it in line with Rule 149(2) of the Rules of Procedure. Next item.
Item 5.2, Public Service and Local Government.
Honourable Chair. Procedure, Honourable Guzuri.
Mr. Speaker, Uganda made some commitments during the Paris Climate Agreement, and we came and domesticated some of the commitments here by passing the climate law. And that law requires all MDAs to integrate climate programming in everything they do. We just received a policy statement from Defense. We don't know how they are contributing or helping Uganda meet that target. And now we are going to get another ministerial statement. I would like to invite you to help us appreciate how each MDA is scoring in that and contributing to meeting that target, so that we know we are on course.
Thank you. Order, Honourable Chivumbi.
Right Honourable Speaker, this Parliament passed a dress code for this House, and we were very specific on how MPs should dress up. While returning, I say Minister dressed in a safari suit, so smart, but this Parliament made a decision. I see my senior colleagues discussed in another attire for some funeral. Is it in order for honourable colleagues to...
Thank you. Thank you. No, please. Yeah. Honourable, I take note, but the rules are the amended rules are not yet gazetted. We are working on that. No, Honourable, please. Yeah, please. So, Honourable Minister, we received the certificate, Honourable Minister for Finance, the certificate of climate change compliance for the budget, the whole budget. So, it should be up to each committee looking at the performance of their sector. And where a member feels that has not been well captured, can ask the chairperson about that, okay? So I think you will put it to the chairperson of the committee as far as compliance is concerned. Honourable Chair? 15 minutes, Honourable Chair, enough for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, in line with the motion moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, permit me to present the report of the Committee on Public Service and Local Government on the ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for financial year 2025-26. Honourable Minister, Right Honourable Speaker, before I embarked on that journey, permit me to lay on table the minutes of the meetings that the committee conducted with the different entities. I beg to lay, together with the report. Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as you guided and in the interest of time, this committee is responsible for the following entities. Vote 011, Ministry of Local Government. Vote 147, Local Government Finance Commission. Vote 500, 601 to 935, Local Governments. Vote 005, Ministry of Public Service. And vote 146, Public Service Commission. Right Honourable Speaker, on page 4, I give you the background and methodology. Permit me to take you to page 5, which gives you that is number 3.0 on compliance to the relevant provisions of the law and cross-cutting issues, including what you just stated. Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, on page 6, we provided details on compliance to National Development Plan 4, and the same page compliance to gender and equity issues. And Right Honourable Speaker, number 3.3 is compliance of the ministerial policy statement. Right Honourable Speaker, I'll request that those details up to page 8, members can look through. I would only like to note, Right Honourable Speaker, on page 8, we provided a table detailing compliance of MPS with PFMA for financial year 2025-26. Right Honourable Speaker, on page 9, we provided details on overview of the program performance. I request members to look through. That is 4.0, and 4.1 talks about the public sector transformation program. We also provided details, and that takes us to page 10. Right Honourable Speaker, I will just note one or two important things. Number one, from the analysis in the financial year 2024-25, the public sector transformation program at an allocated amount of 200,413 million, of which only 44.219 billion had been spent by end of September 2024, representing 22.06% absorption. Right Honourable Speaker, I take you to page 11. Page 11, I also would like to note that Roman number A, there is a reduction in the Government of Uganda development budget, and the reduction is by 4.66 billion. Again, there is also a reduction, that is B, in the external financing, and the reduction is by 62.435 billion. Again, on the same page, Right Honourable Speaker, 4.2 is Regional Balanced Development Program. I request members to look through. I'm just giving a summary. And that takes us to the next page, on page 12. Page 12, we have provided, Right Honorable Speaker, a table, that is table 3, overview of the performance and draft estimates for the regional development for financial year 2025-26 in billion shillings. And we have provided the details members can look through. But it is important, Right Honorable Speaker, to note that in the financial year 2024-25, the regional development program was allocated Uganda shilling 1,454.20 billion, of which only 313.844 billion was spent by end of September 2024, representing 21.58% absorption. This has been revised. The budget has been revised in the draft estimates to Uganda shilling 1,442.19 billion, representing reduction of 1% from the approved budget of the previous financial year 2024-25. However, the budget of the local governments has increased by 31.66% from Uganda shilling 1,232.43 billion to Uganda shilling 1,622.63 billion, while the budget of the Ministry of Local Government has reduced by 20.34% from Uganda shilling 191.222 billion to Uganda shilling 152.04 billion in the draft estimates. Overall, the budget of the local government sector increased by 24.68% under Regional Balanced Development Program. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me now to take you through the votes, vote by vote. Vote 4.3 is 601 to 935, and those are the local governments. Right Honorable Speaker, we have provided a table which gives an overview of the budget allocation to local governments by program for the financial year 2025-26, and I request that members look through. On page 14, Right Honorable Speaker, I will take you through the specific overview, and permit me to take you directly to observations and recommendations. Our observation, Right Honorable Speaker, is on page 19. But it is important to note, Right Honorable Speaker, before I look at the observations, that members can look through the challenges and achievements of the entity. Right Honorable Speaker, on observations, A is post-RAPEX activities. The government has been rationalizing its agencies as part of a strategic effort to enhance efficiency, eliminate duplication, and optimize the use of public resources. The Ministry of Public Service plays a pivotal role in ensuring that Uganda's public sector operates effectively and efficiently. To support post-RAPEX activities, the ministry requires a Uganda shilling 3.50, that is 3,500 million, 500 million for initiatives, including, Right Honorable Speaker, I have indicated 4 different activities that the ministry intends to carry out. The committee observes that these initiatives are essential for aligning with ongoing rationalization efforts, enhancing efficiency, eliminating redundancies in the public service structure, and ensuring effective service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, just to take you through the recommendations, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development provides Uganda shilling 3.5 billion for post-RAPEX activities, and the activities I outlined as I indicated. On page 20, Right Honorable Speaker, we look at salary enhancement. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to take you straight to the, just briefly, the first salary enhancement reflects the government of Uganda's commitment to improving public servants' welfare and addressing salary disparities across sectors. Due to budget constraint, a gradual approach has been adopted, prioritizing teachers, health workers, scientists, and other essential service providers. In the financial year 2025-26, the Ministry of Public Service plans to continue with this initiative, requiring Uganda shillings 688.9 billion to close existing gaps in key sectors. However, this funding has not been allocated in the budget. The committee observes that while the first salary enhancement reflects government's commitment to improving public servants' welfare, the lack of budgetary allocation required in the financial year 2025-26 raises concerns about its feasibility. Without dedicated funding, salary disparities may persist, affecting morale, service delivery, and productivity in critical areas. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has provided recommendations. Recommendation 1, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in collaboration with the Minister of Public Service should secure the required Uganda shilling 688.9 billion for salary enhancement to the national budget for financial year 2025-26. 2, Roman number 2, salary enhancement should be implemented fairly and equally across board to prevent demotivation and disparities among public servants. And finally, Minister of Public Service should ensure that the first implementation of salary is realistic, equitable, and adequately funded, avoiding overcommitment and under-delivery. Number C is establishment and operationalization of the National Emoluments Review Board. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to take you straight to recommendation. The committee recommends that 1, the ongoing amendments of the Public Service Act should be fast-tracked to incorporate the necessary provision for the establishment of the National Emoluments Review Board. 2, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should provide Uganda shilling 1.860 billion in the budget for financial year 2025-26 for the establishment and operationalization of the National Emoluments Review Board. On page 22, Right Honorable Speaker, vehicles for former leaders. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Public Service requires Uganda shilling 7.2 billion for vehicles for former leaders. This is an obligation which is provided for under the emoluments and benefits of President, Vice President, and Prime Minister. The committee observes that some retired leaders, Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable, these are direct issues. I don't know what observation you want to get here. Yeah? It's a statutory requirement. The money is either provided or not. So I request you go on to recommendations.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The committee made an observation, especially in relation to conflicting laws, Right Honorable Speaker, and the committee recommended that the required money be provided for these vehicles, but also steps be taken to review and harmonize the different laws to avoid duplication in benefits. E, recognition of former heroes. Permit me to go to recommendations. Recommendation 1, the Minister of Public Service should develop a clear framework that should guide the identification and selection of national heroes. 2, Minister of Public Service should work closely with local governments and other stakeholders to ensure participation, fairness, and credibility in the identification, selection, and recognition of the heroes. And 3, a report detailing the selected beneficiaries, the nature of awards, and any other benefit should be submitted to Parliament for consideration. Next is number F, Civil Service College. Right Honorable Speaker, recommendations. 1, the ministry should proactively build partnership and coordinate with other ministries, such as the Ministry of Local Government, to align training goals and streamline resource allocation. This would help avoid silos, increase synergies, and improve the overall impact of training programs. 2, the Minister of Finance should provide Uganda shilling 137 billion for the expansion of the Civil Service College Uganda facilities under Phase 2 construction. G, establish and operationalize Uganda service centers. Right Honorable Speaker, recommendation. The committee recommends that Minister of Finance, together with the Minister of Public Service, should secure funding and ensure that resources are allocated not only for the initial setup of the service centers, but also for long-term sustainability, including maintenance, technology upgrades, and staff training. H, rolling out of the electronic document and records management system to MDAs and local governments. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance should provide Uganda shilling 800 million for the rollout of EDRMS, as it will help reduce red tape, reduce operational cost, and improve service delivery. On page 27, Right Honourable Speaker, permit me to take you through vote 146, that is the Public Service Commission. And I request that I go straight to observations and recommendations. We have provided details and tables that members will have time to look through. Challenges and achievements and recommendations are as follows. Under half-year financial performance for financial year 2024-25, we recommend that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development provides the Public Service Commission with all funds required for RAPEX activities in time to facilitate satisfactory handling of cases without infringing on the benefits for other activities. 2, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should always ensure timely release of funds to avoid work stagnation. B, rollout of e-recruitment system. And the recommendations we have provided under this, Right Honourable Speaker: 1, the rollout of the e-recruitment system should be expedited beyond the pilot phase to enhance efficiency, reduce administrative cost, and minimize human interference in the recruitment processes. 2, the Public Service Commission should prioritize the training and sensitization of district and city service commissions to ensure they can effectively implement the new system. C, issues of district and city service commission. Recommendation on that, Right Honourable Speaker: 1, the districts should provide budget lines for the activities of these commissions as priority, since they are crucial to the human resource management of the districts. 2, the Minister of Finance, in funding the Public Service Commission, should extend support to the District Service Commission, since their functions directly influence resource management at the district level. In light of the issues of commissions, it is recommended, Right Honourable Speaker, that 1, the funding up of Uganda shilling 390 million for integrity and performance checks should be prioritized among the key plan outputs. And 2, Public Service Commission should investigate errand district and city service commission and take immediate action. The committee also recommends that remuneration of members of the District Service Commission be streamlined into government expenditure and charged on the consolidated fund in accordance with the law. And on page 36, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends that Public Service Commission, together with the Minister of Local Government, should harmonize with the Engineers Registration Board to ease registration requirement for district engineers in order to address the staffing gap. Under on vehicles, we have also provided recommendations, Right Honourable Speaker. The committee recommends that the transport fleet of the Commission needs to be replaced to support the increased number of local governments and also ensure the safety of the Public Service Commission's official while traveling on duty. Right Honourable Speaker, vote 011, Minister of Local Government. Page 37, I request that, Right Honourable Speaker, I take you straight to recommendations, observations and recommendations. We have provided the rest of the details, and members, I believe, will have time to look through. But it is also important, Right Honourable Speaker, to indicate the aspect of their serious aspect that needs to be indicated. One is the aspect of, the reduction in the external financing, and the reduction is by Uganda shilling 48.71 billion. That needs to be taken note of. We also have the aspect of unmet counterpart funding for local climate adaptive living facilities, where government of Uganda is supposed to provide some funding, and it's not provided for in the budget. That puts puts a big risk on the funding. We are likely to lose it if we don't put our part. We also have inability to address arrears and financial obligations, and we have provided those details. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to take you now to vote 601 to 935, and those are all local governments. That is page 42. I will take you through to page 43. On page 43, Right Honorable Speaker, we have provided details of achievements. We have also provided an overview of the draft budget allocation to the local governments for financial year 2025-26. You can look through. It is important to note, Right Honorable Speaker, that the overall budget allocation to all local governments is projected to increase by 8.35% from Uganda shilling 5,655.17 billion to Uganda shilling 6,127.29 billion in the financial year 2025-26. This is due to the projected increase in the wage budget by 5.58%, and the payment of pensions and gratuity arrears. We have also indicated the figures and relevant documents attached. Right Honorable Speaker, there are challenges we have indicated, but permit me to take you through the recommendations. Committee recommendations. 1, the committee recommends that additional funds are provided in each financial year for program coordination activities. Under inductions of leaders, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the shortfall of Uganda shilling 840 million be provided to facilitate preparatory activities for induction of leaders who will be elected in the next general election. Under amendment of the Local Government Act Cap 138, the committee recommends that the ministry, that government should prioritize amendment of the Local Government Act. Right Honorable Speaker, this is in line with the process to review the decentralization policy in Uganda. D is review of decentralization policy framework. We recommend that Uganda shilling 2 billion be provided to facilitate the Ministry of Local Government to carry out a thorough review of decentralization policy framework. E, on sustainable development, waste management, and resilience in local governments, the committee provides the following recommendation. 1, government should provide Uganda shilling 210 million for urban, 21 billion for urban local governments that miss out on road funds. 2, government should provide road equipments for each of the 10 cities and 31 municipalities, while town councils be given tractors for garbage collection. And 3, Uganda shilling 1 billion be provided to fast-track physical development planning in urban local governments. Under F, MATIP 3. I'm sure members know what MATIP stands for. In the interest of time, permit me to take you through the recommendations. The committee recommends that government fast-track consideration of approval for MATIP 3 projects and the Ministry of Local Government to make follow-up on obtaining the said approval to enable an commencement of construction of the proposed modern markets. Right Honorable Speaker, in the previous report we had indicated the markets to be constructed under MATIP 3. G, counterpart funding recommendations. The committee recommends that government should provide Uganda shilling 8.8 billion as counterpart funding in fulfillment of its obligation. H, arrears and financial obligation. That takes us to page 49. The committee recommends that Ministry of Finance should provide Uganda shilling 18.189 billion to settle the above mentioned arrears. I, functionality of District and City Service Commission, recommendation on page 49. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Local Government, in consultation with the Minister of Public Service and Minister of Finance should urgently determine the salaries, allowances, and emoluments for the members of the District and City Service Commission, ensuring that they are fair and commensurate with the current rates. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 50, National Oil Seed Project, NOSP roads. The committee recommends that Minister of Local Government should realign and reinstate Karenga district in the intervention areas for the National Oil Seed Project. Right Honorable Speaker, this is because the time Karenga was created, it was considered part of Kabong district. K, cross-cutting issues. Recommendation. The committee recommends on page 51 that government fulfills its commitment to avail counterpart funding of Uganda shilling 1.55 billion for the local project. Right Honorable Speaker, vote 147, Local Government Finance Commission. I request that members read through, since you have the details, and permit me to take you through the recommendations on page 53. The committee recommends that the remuneration for the chairperson and vice chairperson of the Local Government Finance Commission be harmonized with the remuneration of members of similar constitutionally established commissions. Right Honorable Speaker, we are putting this because the chairperson and the deputy are the least facilitated compared to other entities, and we think this is unfair. B, inadequate wage allocation. Recommendation, the committee recommends that the Local Government Finance Commission should recruit using the funds available in the budget. C, inadequate funding for operational activities. The committee recommends that an additional Uganda shilling 3 billion be provided to Local Government Finance Commission for operational activities. Page 55, Right Honorable Speaker, revenue generation. Recommendations. The committee recommends that the Local Government Finance Commission prioritizes the full rollout of IRAS in all local governments to address challenges in local government revenue collection and management and maximize the benefits of automation. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to look at key unfunded or underfunded priorities for financial year 2025-2026. The committee identified the critical yet unfunded priorities as attached in Annex 1. We have provided a detail, we have provided details in the annex, and I request that members would have the opportunity to look through. And finally, appropriation figures for financial year 2025-26. Based on the aforementioned observations and recommendations, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the House approves the budget of the votes under its jurisdiction as follows. And we have provided in the table, Right Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, members can look through the details. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Well done. Really appreciated. So I'm going to open up for debate, starting with UPC, DP.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
And Quas FDC? Is it? Okay, independent. OB of FDC. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to start by thanking the Chair
3 minutes each. Yeah.
For the wonderful report that he has presented. I also want to commend so much the committee members for a job well done. Chair, I want to commend the committee, and I want to commend them more especially on the issue of road equipment, which they have recommended. I want to commend them because, Chair, it is on record, I give you the experience that we have had in Lira City, for example. What people are doing, Right Honorable Speaker, is that since the cities and the districts without the road equipment are taking advantage of this lack of equipment, some of them, they cost a kilometer of doing a road at 30 million shillings. I have this experience when one time I lobbied through the Ministry of Works. They gave me 5.2 kilometers of roads, but each kilometer was done at 12 million shillings. But these cities and local governments with that equipment, they are inflating the cost simply because the excuse they have at the end of the day is that they don't have the equipment. I think if something can be done to put things right, this would really save the situation. Because every year, Parliament has been appropriating 1 billion shillings that these cities have been getting. But when you go down on the ground, there's nothing which is tangible that you can see. Number two, I also want to commend the committee on the issue of the creation of new parishes. The Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister of Local Government on the floor of Parliament here did make a commitment that come this financial year, 2025-2026, the ministry would be in position to create new administrative units. This has not been provided for in the report that we have just had. There was a commitment made on this floor, the same floor of Parliament here, that would be done. Right Honourable Speaker, why I'm bringing this issue? It is because of the population size of some of these parishes. Like in the case of Lira City, I have 4 parishes where the population is so big and the impact of PDM, which is being given 100 million per year, is not being felt simply because of the population. So I think it would be imperative, and I would beg the committee that, if possible, let that one be pondered. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. DP.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank the committee for the good report they have presented. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to speak on 2 areas. One, we thank government that there are many projects that have gone to the districts. There's PDM, there's Myoga, there's GROW, and several others. All these projects are undertaken by the population and in different enterprises. Minus supervision, minus extension support, we may not realize much with these projects. Looking into the report, we have very few extension workers, which are very critical staff in terms of providing support to the farmers and other interventions. For example, in Omoro, we have 1 extension staff for 3 sub-counties. In the end, they may not do much, and the results of the works may not come. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, when you visit schools, you will see that there is complete disparity in terms of the arts teachers and the science teachers. And there are even caucuses in schools. There is a caucus of science teachers and there is a caucus of arts teachers. When in the report the ministry makes a commitment that they are going to close the gap by progressively increasing the salaries of those whose salary is low. But with that commitment, and you still see a gap of 600 billion not provided for, then how do we then get to believe that that commitment is going to be realized? So, Right Honourable Speaker, I think this is an area that we have to look into. Because of that, an emphasis on science, if you look at admission and the preferences of students these days, every other student now want to go for science combination in A-level. We are yet to see what that will result when it comes to examination. Are they going because that is what they want, or they are going because that is where the emphasis is, and that is where the money are, that is where everyone now has to go. So something needs to be done. Thank you very much, Right Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Cooper. Honourable Kanyike.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank the committee and the committee chair. Right Honourable Speaker, for purposes of planning and for our budget to be meaningful, we must have data. We must have the statistics. I had thought by this time, Hubos would have by now released a comprehensive and detailed population data. But Right Honourable Speaker, I'm so with that organization. Up to date, there is no data. Electoral Commission is using data of 2014. Now you have heard here from the report here.
from local government. It's the same thing. We are talking about administrative units. They have been waiting to receive information from UBOS, but up to date, nothing has come. In February, I did write to UBOS that can you please give me the data of population per district, per constituency, per county. After 1 month, they wrote to me that we shall provide this data at the end of March. Today is April. They have never responded. How can we continue in such a manner? How can we be planning with the data of 10 years ago and the population has gone? Without data, the Minister of Finance, you are here. I don't know how you can be planning 10 years backwards. We should be projecting what the population will be, how these parties are allocated, for us to allocate funds equitably. No wonder we have skewed allocation of resources and development in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, I want you to put task to the Minister of Finance to ask UBOS to produce the report, and we see whether in its fake form or whatever form, can we have that information. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for bringing up this issue of the Local Government Finance Commission. This is a statutory body. We should be treated like the others. But they have not been treated at the same level. Why? Can the Minister of Finance bring this up to the same level on this matter? Committee, year in, year out, has been bringing this matter. The chairperson, each of the chairperson, the vice chairperson should be treated in a fair way. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of road fund not availing funds to the town councils, those urban councils, which were established. Up to date, we have 5 years down the road, they have not been benefiting. And I've seen here, they fall under unfunded priorities. Can local government and Minister of Finance, this coming financial years, provide resources such these town councils can be able also to be able to move at the same level like the others. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Evans Kanyike, Honorable Auma Linda.
Thank you, Right Honorable, for this opportunity. I will thank the chairperson for the report. My concern will go to the unfunded priorities, Right Honorable. They have indicated the review of decentralization policy, which has taken 30 years, and 2 billion is needed to review this policy. Right Honorable, in my district, that is Masaka, Masaka City was carved off from Masaka district, and the district headquarters, they are in Masaka City. Here in Parliament, we appropriated money that is 1 billion each district, the new districts. But in Masaka district, the council took a decision and they allocated land where the district headquarters is going to be built. For our dismay, the Minister for Local Government came and overturned the decision which was taken by the district council. So, not to review the decentralization policy, it gives powers those from the ministry to override the decision of the council. Then secondly, Right Honorable, I'm also concerned about the domestic areas. The domestic areas, you see, Right Honorable Speaker and the chair for the committee, the people who supply government, they need to be given priority, especially our local people. In this financial year, the domestic areas were given 200 billion, yet they are demanding over 10 trillion. So we need to reconsider this. They are demanding, for the local government, they are demanding 22 billion, and the provision is 4 billion, leaving a gap of 18 billion. It needs to be given a priority. Then lastly, the induction of the newly elected leaders. Right Honorable Speaker, we are given induction as Parliament. And all of the time we are called upon to be inducted, especially to those who are new in Parliament. If we don't induct the newly elected councillors and local leaders, the chairpersons and mayors, then we shall leave a gap and they will not be able to provide the leadership we require from them.
Thank you. Honorable Marinda, Honorable Florence Akiki.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Followed by Honorable Byanyima.
I would like to commend the committee for their good report. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is on the unfunded priority, especially on the administrative units that we have already in existence, the sub-counties and town councils. Up to now, this is now the 4th year, there's no provision for the construction of these administrative units. In this financial year, there was a provision for it, and I expected it to be back, and I'm now seeing it completely under unfunded priority. 2, it's also on the district administration units, especially the one that was mothering the cities. Provisions of funds have been made and the construction is ongoing, but I'm seeing in the coming financial year, there's no provision for that. It's under unfunded priority. It's my humble request, because I'm a victim in this, because our district headquarters are in the city and it's causing a lot of tension between the district and the city. This is countrywide, especially on the new created cities. So it's prudent for the government to prioritize this so that the district leaves the city and we avoid this tension that we are having. Finally, on the road fund. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm the chairperson for the roads committee of my district. But every time there is a release, we always get a lot of tension, because up to now, the local government ministry have not yet removed the new sub-counties from their mother sub-counties. And once money is released to the whole sub-county, they don't share with the new sub-counties and town council. And that the local people do not understand. They blame government, yet the roads are in a serious bad state. Now it's forcing the 1 billion that is given to the district to now bridge that gap, which is again becoming insufficient. Right Honorable Speaker, I think in this process we have to take this as a serious matter, and other than putting it as unfunded priority, it no longer becomes priority if it's not funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Florence Akiki. Honorable Byanyima.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Florence Akiki first. Honorable Florence Akiki, followed by Honorable Byanyima.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank the committee and the chairperson for the good report. I want to address myself to the issue of the Civil Service College. One member has already commented on the capacity of these councillors and the civil servants to handle some of the activities at the local level. I'm happy to hear that this Civil Service College is being given a chance again, because I remember 2021, that's one of the colleges that was sort of scrapped, was not given money, but I think it is a very important college that should be equipped so that we have training of these civil servants. Number 2 is the issue of the road equipments for the urban areas, cities, urban municipalities. Members, we are giving 1 billion to municipalities, cities, and local governments. For me, I'm seeing sort of a cash bonanza to those urban areas that don't have equipments. They are spending money. You go to the municipality, you wonder where 1 billion is, where the 1 billion is. They just scrap around small roads and 1 billion is gone. So, at least for Masin municipality, this is from my observation, where is the 1 billion? So for starters, as we wait for the equipments, let us borrow from Ministry of Works. It is cheaper I've ever done it. I've ever borrowed from Ministry of Works, and we got that machine, and we did a lot of work. So it is a cash bonanza because they they don't have the equipments, and therefore they can hire at a high price. But who is benefiting? The issue of domestic areas, we have talked about it for a long time. 10 trillion and you give 200 billion. Private sector is suffering. Private sector is crying. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, what we are going to do. Minister of Finance, honestly, these people provided service to us. Something must be done. And lastly, on the review of the decentralization framework, I remember it is a long policy. It needs to be reviewed. A lot has changed.
Thank you, Honorable Byanyima. Followed by Honorable Maureen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to add my voice to thank the chair, but I think the Committee of Local Government needs to get out of this house and move up country to know which administrative units are bigger than others. We cannot continue relying on members of parliament or local governments coming over who want to create this. There are some big districts I can tell you, when you look at the statistics now. We have Tororo, we have Kasese, we have Ntungamo, we have Isingiro. Even more can come. Because when now you get 1 billion shillings, you give it one of these young districts that has about 4 sub-counties or 8, you find that there is one which has about 38 in Tororo or 40, many others. It's high time that we must be given money equitably so that people can have services. It is true we have had now 2 rounds so far. We should actually look at the district. Instead of creating more, we would rather give people 2 units or 3 units, or give them 3 billion instead of 1 billion so that we can move. For road fund, don't lament. Members, colleagues, don't lament. You killed road fund here when we were all seeing. I told you. I warned you. I said road maintenance is very key in this country. When you look at now county in Kampala, you're having floods. Why are you having floods? It's because you used to have a department for cleaning all these drainages. You killed it. Here we are. We are lamenting. We cannot, people, we had these agencies after we were sought out, arguments. But now, all of a sudden, one person comes and says, wipe them out. We all accepted. So let's bear the suffering. We shall go through it, but I appeal to local government committee to go out and look at some of these administrative units so that we can have the size of each, almost not lamenting. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Maureen, Honorable Christine Kumi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank the chair of this committee and your members for having considered the cities and municipalities that do not have road equipment units. And at least Arua City will smile. Finally, it's what we have been battling with. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, my concern will be about the local revenue collection by all local governments in this country. We all know that there are complaints everywhere. Our local governments in this country, if you are to move to their councils, they're always complaining about sending local revenue to the consolidated fund. And yet sometimes they will have a big issue and they will want to use their money within the local governments. But unfortunately, the Public Finance Management Act does not permit local governments to use money at source. And I want to request the Honorable Minister that at least you bring this act such that we can amend it. Because it's what we have been battling with. A city like Arua will be collecting a lot of revenue. And then after we send it to the consolidated fund, it is very hard for us to get this money back. We are battling there, yet we are giving a lot of money to the consolidated fund. So why don't we amend the Public Finance Management Act in order to cater for that? That is the observation I made, and I want to request, Chair, that your committee is doing very well, especially on the issues of that one of the city, the road equipment. I think I will sleep well because of that today.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Then followed by Honorable Sowedi Kitanywa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Kagwera, then Nyanzi.
I want to appreciate the chairperson and members of the committee for a very detailed report. Mr. Speaker, allow me begin with the issue of administrative units. Even as we are aware that there is a ban on creation of more administrative units, Mr. Speaker, we still have villages and parishes that are too big, and they have been complaining, especially on the impact of PDM. Like in my district, I have Kajamaka village and parish. It's like a sub-county. I have Kalapata in Ngero. It is like a sub-county. So my plea is that in the budget of 2025-2026, there should be a provision to cater for those very big parishes. Number two, Mr. Speaker, it's not the first time that the Committee of Public Service and Local Government is coming up with a recommendation to provide 2 billion for review of decentralization. Actually, when you look at what is on the ground at the moment, decentralization is thinning. People are not so much understanding on its impact. I want to plead with the Minister of Finance this time that this 2 billion is provided so that government can have another clear way forward on what should follow after this policy. And then, Mr. Speaker, for purposes of updating the public, the chairperson would give us an assurance, a clarification on consideration of honoraria for all councillors at sub-county and district level. Because it has been an issue that we summarize areas to be provided, but every other time we are not giving this little money. Can we have that clarification so that the councillors can have hope? And finally, on the 688.9 billion, which is not provided for, and yet it would close the gap on salary disparities. Mr. Speaker, as an arts teacher, I feel it so bad. If I'm feeling when I'm a member of parliament, what about that arts teacher who is right now doing the job of government teaching and there is no consideration? As Minister of Public Service has been giving us hope that is going to be handled in the first manner, let something be done in the budget of 2025-2026. Otherwise, if we don't, the demotivation of the arts teachers will continue. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Kitanywa Sowedi, Honorable Kagwera, Honorable Nyanzi, and Honorable Kwizera.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by thanking the committee for the good report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to two issues. One is the issue of counterpart funding. Right Honorable Speaker, in the report, you've indicated that government is not able to meet counterpart funding for some of the projects in the Ministry of Local Government. For example, the project on local. My district happens to be one of the beneficiaries of this project, and I am really worried, Right Honorable, that we can get a partner who is willing to give us 2.1 million US dollars, and for us as the beneficiaries, we are not able to contribute US dollars 500,000. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that in this budget, we should include funding for counterpart funding so that we do not lose these projects that are very important, particularly the project of Local that deals with climate change, and the districts that are benefiting from this project are those districts that have suffered from disasters. The second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, is the issue to do with the road fund for the urban local governments. The urban councils that were created between 2016 and 2018 have continued suffering without funds for their roads. In fact, the sub-counties where they were carved from are better in terms of having good roads than the town councils themselves. My prayer is that in this budget, we should look for ways of providing for funds for these urban local governments, even if it means cutting part of the funding for the sub-counties where they came from, so that they can continue benefiting than just leaving them when they are operating. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Sowet. Honorable Kagwe Stephen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. All these things we are talking about, Right Honorable Speaker, it's poor planning. We have created so many districts, Right Honorable Speaker. We have created so many town councils without proper planning. So the whole thing rotates about poor planning in this country. For instance, what is the instance of creating a town council from a sub-county and you don't provide funds? The issue is we don't have the funds in most cases. You cannot give what you don't have. So you wait at a time when you have that money and you put a town council in place. We have so many of them that have not received the coin other than getting money from the old sub-counties. The 4 years we have been here. Right Honorable Speaker, we have increased districts, we have increased town councils, we have increased the sub-counties, even cities. But what is the quality? As a boy, those days, I used to see extension workers. One of the colleagues talked about them, teaching people how to dig terraces and everything. Do you see them today? Actually, in the extension service, we are badly off than the 1970s and 80s, and even 60s. So really, the planning in this country is wanting, and Right Honorable Speaker, as Parliament, we should put a stand and say no. Because asking for a district is not mandatory that you get it. There is a procedure. This is why Honorable Yanyuma said that there are bigger districts, there are smaller ones. Why? We don't consider population, we don't consider size. Someone wakes up and says, for me, I'm going to eat a rat if you don't give me a district. And at times in the presence of the president or another important person in this country. And the following day, there is a consideration. So when we come here and start crying, really this is where some of us are getting even tired and saying, what are we doing? As leaders, we must stand and say no. People will ask, what are people saying? They want a district. But we are leaders. We should provide leadership. In the 8th Parliament, I was here. I said, I think then Honorable Kaindo Tafiri was the minister. I said, why are we giving more districts? This was yet to come, and it has come. Actually, we should not lament. This is what we have given this country, and we are going to continue suffering if we will continue moving in this direction. This is why some of us these days keep quiet and look on. Because we have talked and talked and talked, but we don't see anything coming. We must plan better. We must give this country better. We must give our people better. Or else
Thank you. Now, Honorable Stephen Kagwera, what you're saying is in line with what Honorable Yanyuma said. You see, the problem is simple. That service delivery is based on units of administration. Every district, a hospital. Every sub-county, a secondary school. Every parish, a primary school. Okay? So now, in the end, people clamor for services because the channel provided to get, you have a district like in Tungamo, Okay? Or you remember even to divide the county like Rohama. So a district like Ntungamo, when you go and you see how big it is, and you find you're using the same criteria of using the road unit, the same road unit, like a district of one constituency. Okay? Then what will people of Ntungamo do? They will cram also. They will say, divide us, give us 4 districts so that we can have 4 road units. So I think after this budgeting, maybe we should really have a honest discussion in relation to service delivery. How do we allocate service delivery? And this will even make it easier for the executive. It will make it very easy for everyone. We have data, we've done a census, we say for every population of this magnitude, okay? Every geographical area of this magnitude, a road unit. Okay? I think that will be the only solution. And it's high time we really put our heads together and we discussed it openly. Whereas service delivery in this country will remain really down. Yes, I had allowed the Honorable Nyanzi, then Honorable Kwizera.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Take this one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chair and the committee members for the report. And I can say I associate myself with most of the recommendations, but I have 2 pickups, Right Honorable. One, about the national oilseed roads. Mr. Speaker, the committee made good observations, and I can see somewhere they even talked about the costs of these roads, but looking at the recommendations, they did not make any recommendation to that effect. Mr. Speaker, my constituency is a beneficiary of this project, and just for the consumption of this house, there is a road. There was already an existing road. The road was simply to be rehabilitated, 6.6 kilometers. And Mr. Speaker, the cost is going to be 800 something millions. On average, a kilometer is taking 120 millions. Mr. Speaker, the day we launched this road, I decided to abstain from food and all drinks, because I could not imagine looking at a kilometer, just a kilometer.
Why did you abstain from the simplest things? if you had so much pain.
Mr. Speaker, I could not imagine 1 kilometer costing a Ugandan taxpayer 120 millions when the road was already existing. So I thought the committee should have recommended a review of these rates. I'm not an engineer, but this cannot just be taken for granted at a time when we are grappling with resources everywhere and we talk of 1 kilometer, 120 millions. This cannot be. And then also, Mr. Speaker, I would also address myself to the inadequacy of wage at both central and local governments. But let me take the example of local governments, Mr. Speaker. From the time I became Member of Parliament, 2021, senior local government positions at Chankwanzi local government, the positions are held by people in acting capacity. Reason? There is no wage. So you find chief finance officer, internal auditor, district agriculture officer, district engineer, district education officer. They are all acting for all that long. One time I was following a report. It was an address by the Minister of Public Service and was saying somebody cannot act for more than 6 months.
Thank you, Honorable Kwizera. Then Honorable Auma Busia.
Right, Honorable, thank you very much. Honorable, I don't know if talking in Parliament is a ritual, because we can talk this year, the same next year. So I want to ask the Ministerial Government, when you take oath by this Constitution, and you come here, you create cities, 10. You create districts. The Constitution of Uganda, Schedule 1, which is page 216. The Constitution knows only 75 districts. Only districts. What does the work of the Ministry or government do? Why can't we...
Can you get a different microphone?
Thank you. I am saying the Constitution of Uganda does not know other districts other than the 75 districts. Yet now, Uganda has 135 districts, 10 cities, and 1 capital city. So why is the government not amending? And why is it that the committee has not known that they are deliberating on some entities that does not exist in the Constitution, and you even give them budget? That's the one thing I want the minister and the committee to tell me. Secondly, another issue is that Article 21 of the Constitution, there is equality of all Ugandans. So I have 3 town councils in my constituency, legally formed, and they are not facilitated. And my younger brother here, Minister of Finance, says when they were creating the town councils, there was no certificate of financial implications. So who committed a crime? Do we have an act of parliament creating those town councils? So are we committing a crime by having entities on the ground that are not known in the Ministry of Local Government? So in that thing, I think that the government should be more coordinated. Here you go to the Minister of Local Government, you have a whole department headed by a commissioner. It is called urban policy. But the government urban policy instrument is in the Ministry of Lands. So how do you budget for funds in a local government when they have no policy to implement? So isn't it high time that now we remove the budget from policy to take it where the policy document is? Then also on Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker, there is also another issue in the Constitution which the Ministry of Local Government should have dealt with and retire. Article 178 says the regional governments shall commence on 1st July 2006. And here you have a government with ministers, but the Constitution is not being implemented. So I don't know why the committee did not find the time or pleasing to them to find that that thing is okay. So when we come again to salary disparities have a relationship with corruption on members.
Thank you.
I think you're right.
No, just wait, Honorable, because Mr. Honorable Kwizer asked a very important question, and such once you leave it here, it's very, very critical. Because someone outside there might say, you mean the only recognized districts are the ones in the schedule? Okay? Because I think updating of the schedule is very, very important. But you see, districts are provided for under Article 177, and then under Article 179(1), Parliament has powers to create new districts. Okay? So not updating a schedule does not mean that a district is not efficient or is not legally in place. So that one needs to be really put clearly. A schedule is a schedule. It's not a clause. A schedule is just a list which needs to be updated. It's not a clause. What is critical is a clause. And Parliament was given powers to create districts under Article 179 of the Constitution. 179(1). So when you're waiving a constitution, waive it in its entirety. not not in bits. Okay? Yeah. I had allowed Busia. Then I will allow two more people. Honorable Choma, Honorable Ri. Nowarini will be the first on the next item. Okay? Nowarini will be our first person on the next item, on finance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have two observations. One, I'm going to talk about recruitment process. Honorable Speaker, I don't understand how in this country we recruit our workers. In my district, Busia district, we have many acting workers in our offices. Secondly, when also we apply for jobs, you find that in Busia district, many people working in our district local government, you find these people don't come from Busia, they come from different districts. So I keep on wondering the criteria they use. Then secondly, I'm going to talk about education. I was recent last month in my district doing my district tour, just like how our president is doing his country tour on PDM. So I've been doing my district tour on PDM. So I came to realize that we have inadequate staff, teachers in government schools. And more so, even other teachers, when they're transferred, they delay to replace them in those schools. I was in some government school or primary school where I found only 2 primary teachers. So imagine 2 primary teachers in a primary school teaching from P1 to P7. Which quality of the education is that? Yes. Because I've been sitting in schools having those meetings of PDM and other things. So I came, I'll update the Right Honorable Speaker, I'll table it maybe in his office, because I don't have it right now offered. Then finally, Right Honorable Speaker, we should do things when we have planned. We should not do things because we want to or we need to. We need plan because we are the light of this country. We are the leaders of this country. The young people of this country are watching us. They're always watching this parliament discussing. We should just come here and talk. I just like how Ugandans or African, we like talking a lot and we want to express ourselves too much in English, but we don't want to act. We need to do action. So we should plan ahead and plan now and plan tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Choma, Honorable Tima.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join the colleagues to thank the Chair and the committee for the informative report. Right Honorable Speaker, I've just picked out one program, the Public Sector Transformation Program. The table is on page 10. When you look at the votes under this program, where this program falls, it is only vote 11, Minister of Local Government, whose budget has been slashed downwards. And this is where we have PDM, we have Myoga and other programs. This is where a lot of supervision, monitoring, capacity building, and name it, where they are needed. What could be the logic here? Maybe I need to be educated. Related to that, Right Honorable Speaker, on page 40, where we have the budget for Ministry of Local Government as a ministry, still it has been slashed from 220 billion to 201 billion under National Budget Framework Papers, then to 174 under the estimates. Then I think Honorable Chair and the committee for you have spoken, because on page 47 you've made serious recommendations which I associate myself with. We are slashing the budget, but we have the town councils and these other governments which we have created, which haven't received the road fund up to now, which do not have road equipment, which do not have tractors and the like, yet we want them to do what? To work, to develop, to advance. That's the reason we are creating them for service delivery. Mr. Chairman, with your committee, I want to thank you very much. but we need an explanation to this effect. And it is my request that really we really wake up and mean what we do. If we create town councils, districts, municipalities, cities, let them be so. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Batima.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I join colleagues in thanking the committee for the wonderful report. I want to add my voice on what my woman MP raised over the road equipment units for the cities. Right Honorable Speaker, from the time these cities were created, we are now, I think, in our 4th year. And I want to talk about Arua City, which was a combination of Arua municipality with Ive County that had 7 sub-counties, making 9 sub-counties, depending on the road equipments that were used by Arua municipality, which had 2 divisions. This tells you that the city actually has no road equipment. Now making the technical officers to take advantage that they are hiring road equipments, inflating figures. Right Honorable Speaker, the 2 financial years where we received 1 billion, 2023-2024, and 2024-2025, which is about to end, roads in Arua City have never been worked upon. Figures are cooked on papers for accountability that we worked on these roads. Last year in November, we sat for road committee meeting. The engineer and the town clerk accounted that in October, they worked on the roads in Ivu Division and Central Division, which I represent. When I called my councillors and LCs, in October, there was no grader that went on ground, and the roads remained the same. So that meaning these monies are just being swindled, and they end up in the pockets of these people. So budgeting for road equipments for these cities is very, very paramount. I want to thank the committee for that. 2, the committee went ahead to plan for garbage trucks for councils, municipal councils and town councils leaving out the cities. I will also add my voice that the committee should incorporate garbage equipments for the cities so that the cities can be maintained clean. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about the support to former leaders. Support in the areas of burials and the rest are good. But when it comes to buying of vehicles, for example, I might have served as a speaker. After that, I serve as a prime minister. After that, I serve in another big portfolio. And I'll be considered for that benefit in all those. I think we need to amend our laws to cater for one position when the person is still alive, because it will be waste of resources for this country, yet we have other needs in other sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Kotamos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I had wanted Kotamos to speak on the next, but I found he's a member of the committee, so he can't be able.
Thank you for giving me this small opportunity to represent my people. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on the equity and balancing of our resources. It is true, the only area where we can get these resources through this budget we are appropriating. But when you see the little money that we are giving, and for example, in Agago, the 1 billion shilling that we send, when you see the geographical coverage, first of all, of the place, it is too huge. The number of parishes can be small, the number of subs can be small, but still the geographic coverage is too big. I don't know whether it can still be possible, like this 1 billion shilling, if it can be portioned by constituencies instead of district. Because it's by constituency, it will cover, for example, like in Agago, we have 3 counties. The 3 counties with 26 sub-counties.
But Honorable, you're a member of the Roads Committee. Don't you handle it? You're the ones who are supposed to handle that at your level to see equitable distribution.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm saying I'm talking about the equity and balancing of this. When you subdivide this 1 billion shilling in a district with more than 3 counties, for example, more than 2. Like in mine, it is supposed to be 300 million, something like that. But this 300 million shilling, you compare with a district, with the one county, and even the geographic coverage is small. That's why I'm saying if we can consider the equity and balancing of that resource must be. The same thing goes to PDM. We have parishes which are too big, like in northern Uganda when you go, it's even bigger than a sub-county. But the 100 million shilling that you give, it is just a peanut. The sub-county itself, the villages, the parishes are as big as, like in Uganda we have villages like 1,200 villages in a district. And the parishes as huge as that. Now I would like to find out from the committee, especially the ministers, the level of the staffing. What percentage are we now in the local government? What is the coverage? How are our civil servants? Because you will find this is where we have to supervise and follow up even these little resources. But if the employment level is below 50% in a district, then I consider we have to increase the wage amounting for this. Then finally, is an appeal now to the Minister of Finance especially. We should not conclude this term and then we find the newly created sub-counties, town councils are not getting their money, which is supposed to be given to them for these smaller road works. At least we should have to change it in this financial year. So that as we are going for the new campaign and forming another government, we should not keep carrying the same burden, same questions. We identify these sub-counties which are not getting their little money for the small road works. The Minister of Local Government should come out with all the lists in this country. And then we create immediately without even going more than 2, 3, 4, 5 months after the passing of the budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, research has shown that sitting is more dangerous to your health than smoking. So I request that we have a hearing break of 3 minutes. We stretch our legs. House suspended for 3 minutes. Yes, colleagues. So, Honourable Minister, I'll start with local government. And let's be brief.
Right. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Most of the things we had already discussed here, and we updated the House. For example, on garbage, I'm wondering how the member brings it when he hosted me in Arua, and I found 2 brand new garbage trucks. Is he around? So he should explain why he's lying to the House. 2, Honorable Asimwe Florence talks of reviewing the decentralization framework. We are need, Right Honorable Speaker, we have presented twice to Cabinet, and we are taking on the corrections that we were meant to do, then we bring it to Parliament. On huge parishes, Right Honorable Speaker and members, we've been explaining that the gist of the problem is the high numbers. And we have failed to get numbers from UBOS, but we are now practically doing it as Ministry of Local Government, going down using our Commissioner in charge of local government, Mr. Swizin Chinga, to establish our own numbers. And then we base on those to advise the Ministry of Finance to increase the funding. Subdividing the parishes will not help because the numbers are the reason why we need more money. Honorable Simo talks of a cash bonanza. I wish to express my anger on such a comment from a member of Parliament. When we see these people eating money, we should take action there and then. So if you see them eating bonanza and giving you fake documents, we should work very hard to ensure we curb thieving of government funds in our constituencies. Because, Right Honourable Speaker, we have been advising that the mother district out of which the city was carved should lend the machines to the city. And most cities are doing that. As we work out their own road equipment, Right Honourable Speaker, having supplied 15 new road equipment to the newly created districts. Local revenue collection. During our visit, the one who took up the northern Uganda, was in Kole, was in Arua, and others. Yes, there are delays, but I want to confirm that the money comes. But when the money comes, the problem is the district. The cows, I went in Kole, I found a very big scandal. The money was coming back, but it was not being given out. So check your cows. The money might come late. Ministry of Finance has an explanation, but giving out should be supervised by all of us.
Switch on, Honourable Minister.
Thank you. On the roads that Honourable Bingi Patrick brought, we have moved to supervise the use mid roads. But the nature of the roads, Right Honourable Speaker, is not the ordinary one. They put in culverts, they make pavers. So the quality and the amount of maram put is not mere scattering. So you should go round, look at the bills of quantities, Honourable Bingi, and then out of that, you can come bravely and say the 120 is too much because the quality of the work is bad, and if it's bad, we reprimand them and make them repeat the work. For Honourable Kwizera, the Speaker has answered you ably. I don't need to go through that again. I'm touched by Honourable Auma Helen's comments. How do they recruit? Why recruit people outside Busia? I think we should avoid tribalism. We recruit considering qualification, suitability of the work, and expressing that physically in the interviews. These days they do written and oral. So you are free to work in Kabarole, and my people are free to work in Busia if they meet the qualification demands. So for only 2 teachers, I don't think it's true. For local government, the district service commissions are open, and the CAO's duty is to give information, submit the vacant positions. The Minister of Public Service will allude to that, but I know our CAOs submit. Where they don't submit, bring arguments, and then we hold them responsible. Reduction of our budget, we are lamenting to Mr. Musasizi. Honestly, when you reduce the money, you reduce the services, and it means our people will not get the required services. For Okot of Agago, we are compiling the list, and the Speaker gave me time to present, and my turn is coming next Tuesday. I will provide the list and submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Before public service comes, let me allow Lop 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. One, actual public service. We were promised as part of RAPEX a 2 trillion dividends. In this year's budget, I want public service to show us, we rationalize agencies, where are the 2 trillion dividends you promised this country? Because if it's not there, then what were we doing? So, we want them to explain as a part of RAPEX. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, there's some policy government took to award contracts of over 500 billion in every city exclusively to UPDF. Now, what has happened in most districts, UPDF lacks capacity to execute those works in real time. The consequence of that is that at the end of a financial year, UPDF gets money. It's part of the 222 billion letters of credit that are lying in the Bank of Uganda unutilized. This is established by the Auditor General. A big chunk of it is money that belongs to local government that should have done real work, build schools, health centers in a given financial year, not utilized. They are on letters of credit to Bank of Uganda. And it's last there for 2 years without utilizing it. So there is need to urge government to review for a policy that gives exclusive rights for every job in a district to UPDF, because it has no strategic depth and capacity to do the needful. The other aspect that I would love to talk about, honorable colleagues, especially you, projects. For all committees and sectors where there are projects, I make a special appeal. Please pay maximum attention. Because our discoveries in the park are telling of the extent, I don't want to call it a rot, because we shall present a report here. But I urge you, for example, this project you talk about, look at the time when it was initiated and when it was signed. 5 years down the road. It's 1 minute, Right Honorable Speaker. The other, so look at projects and take keen interest in it. This problem of rationalization, since you've made a parish a core center of service delivery, government has no option is to go for equity and fairness. You cannot have any rationale to argue otherwise. Because there is no way, I've studied some numbers in some districts, there is no way you are going to give 100 million in a parish, like somewhere in Karamoja. Sorry, I'm not quoting Karamoja for bad reason. That has got 200 homesteads. And then you go to a parish that has got 2,000 homesteads, and you give them the same amount of money. It's not only rooted in it's common sense. That defies common sense. So any minister seated there overseeing this kind of distribution is in denial. So my appeal to you is that now that you have the latest census data, let's take use of them. Let's for once rationalize. I am not a believer in so many districts having a secondary school, because I studied a district where there are 9 first grades, but with the 22 sub-counties. Now, who will fill a secondary school in that district? So how can you have a policy that no matter how many, every sub-county secondary school, where in a district you have 9 first grades, and you are building a school in every sub-county of the 29? It doesn't make sense. So some of the things where we are investing money really begs to be. Let me conclude, that, Honorable Speaker, with the... I happen to be a chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Caucus, save for my being a rope. For how long will we continue to be cheated? You put a ban on the creation of local governments, or creation of sub-counties and parishes. And when it came to distribution of PDM, we have the biggest population, we get the least amount of money. The question is, they told us that money was supposed to be for the poorest of the poor, that the people in Central Region are not the poorest of the poor. Yes, but across the region with the highest bit of wealth is Western Uganda. It has more parishes than any other district. Therefore, my appeal to you, and I'm saying this patriotically, my appeal to you, urgently come to Central Region and rationalize the creation of parishes. If you are going to make them the core center, nerve center of development.
Thank you.
I beg, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Rob. Honorable Minister for Public Service.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank the Committee of Public Service and Local Government and the Chairman for articulating our issues. Acting positions in local government. Members have shown concern that some people remain acting forever. Some act for years, and indeed it is true. But we are supposed to have acting position for 6 months and renewable only once. So it is supposed to be 1 year, then you advertise the position. The problem is, Right Honorable Speaker, some of these people who occupy these positions don't want to leave them. And some of them go ahead even to bribe those people who are supposed to declare their positions. And they remain acting forever. Then secondly, some of our people in local government don't want to advertise these positions. They want their children or relatives to finish school. So they keep postponing advertisements. What are we doing as Minister of Public Service? We have decided to go and do technical backstopping in local governments so that we check who has been acting. If it is a critical position, why are you not advertising the critical position? Now, at Minister of Public Service, we are not going to allow any recruitment without critical positions first. Secondly, that the Honorable Member of Parliament from Busia, she sees employees who are not born in Busia. Busia is at the border. So it is a district for everybody.
Well, Honourable Minister, sorry for the interruption, but I wanted to put how I understood her point.
Yes.
Just kind of 1 minute, okay? I want to give you an example. my district, Mitoma, especially my constituency for colleagues who have visited, is one of the hard-to-reach areas. So what situation am I getting? Teachers and some of the schools, they use it as an opportunity to get on the payroll, but immediately move out. We are stepping ground. I was in the constituency last week. You find schools, all teachers have been taken away. They just came, robbed because there were gaps. We pushed, we recruited, but people find their way, they go out. Parish chiefs. Now, you get a parish chief from a district which is 100 miles away to come and be a parish chief in a certain parish deep in my area, where that parish chief will need a house, will need a transport, maybe to go to work or what, and the money they are earning. What do you end up having? You end up having people who are looking around, looking for small deals and all that to top up on what you are getting. So, to me, what I understood as local government is some of the jobs should be taken by the locals who understand the local situation. I don't think if you have schools in my constituency and you gave them teachers from Mitoma district, they would run away from the conditions of Mitoma, because that's where they are going to be buried, that's where their home is, okay? And they work while developing their area. So I don't want us to look at it from an angle of saying, the honorable member for Busia is saying they don't want people from other districts to work in Busia. No. Why did you decentralize recruitment? Huh? Why did you decentralize recruitment? I thought to make sure that locals in the area are given an opportunity, because one, the pay is low. Two, they are easily adapt to the conditions in the area. But now you bring people who don't even understand the language of the area. They move around looking for interpreters. Okay? So that's how I understood it, Honorable Minister. And I really appreciate if you're facing challenges in that area.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also wanted to comment on that, because when I went to Otuke, it is the same scenario as you've elaborated, Right Honorable, that people from, they said the Matoke eaters. When the Matoke eaters go to Otuke, they access the payroll, they spend there like maybe 3 months, then they run away. So that proposal, that very proposal you are bringing was also brought by the people of Otuke, that at least we can get people from the neighboring districts who understand the terrain of the district, the food, and they can easily adapt to the place. So I think it should be a policy issue, and we will escalate it further to make sure our people are not facing difficult times while they serve. Then we also have to look at the issue of the hard-to-reach allowances. It was done some time back in the Ministry of Public Service, but due to shortage of funds, they have not added on more districts. But I feel we have to roll it out and review and evaluate the other hard-to-reach areas and make sure this money is provided for. The two teachers working in a whole school, I think we need now to talk to the area member of parliament. Probably we can go into details and make sure this school gets teachers. I have very few remaining. The former leaders, we should rationalize the benefits. Yes, it is still under discussion, because we noticed some people got cars at Parliament. They also got other cars from Ministry of Public Service. So you find one person with the double benefits, or maybe triple benefits. So we need to rationalize this, and one should benefit from the latest former employment, not getting from all the benefits, because some people are really very lucky that they have seniors in Parliament. and they have served in several offices. The staffing levels in local governments, some are still below 50, it is true. Some are even at 30. We have agreed that those who have recruited at least up to 80% should first hold. Then we pick money from the budget and allocate to these ones which are still lagging, and at least pull them up to 68 or 70%, so that they can also serve their people well after recruiting human resource. I think, Right Honorable Speaker,
I can see you're done. Yeah.
I'm done, and
thank you.
I want to thank. No, there is a big question from Honorable Kivumbi. Honorable Kivumbi said that we told them we have 2 trillion dividends after APIX. It is not correct. It was about 1 trillion. It was an estimate. It was an estimate, and it was about 1 trillion. Around 980 billion, around there. But we said it is about.
Give us 500 billion. Tell us where 500 billion is. Let's give you a discount.
I'm coming to that, Right Honorable Speaker. RAPEX is still ongoing. Yes, it is still work in progress. Right now, if you check on our roadmap, we are recruiting, and work is still ongoing. So we cannot establish now how much money we have as savings, because we don't know how many people will be recruited, re-recruited, and we even don't know at the moment people who will not take our offer. Yes, that is the truth.
Thank you,
Right Honorable. So we need to estimate, to get the actual package after recruitment, because others will take their severance package, others will not take it. So
thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, and I put the question that the report of the Committee on Public Service and Local Government on the Ministerial Policy Statements and Budget Estimates for financial year 2025-2026 be adopted. Those in favor say and to the counter. The ayes have it. Report is referred to the Committee on Budget as per Rule 149(2) for consideration, harmonization, and ensuring that all the figures are put together so that and reconciliation, so that we can have the budget process ongoing. I want to thank you, Chair, and your team for the job well done, and congratulations. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Next.
Item 5.
Finance.
15. Committee on Finance.
Yes, Honourable Guzuri first.
I'm seeking your indulgence maybe to allow the Minister for Public Service to respond to this query.
No, Honourable, I've not allowed any query. Finance?
No, I would raise it if you
please, no, I'm not going back. It's already done. Yeah. And you know they had already questioned your dressing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to take this opportunity to present the report of the Committee of Finance Planning and Economic Development on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for 2025-2026. And before I do the presentation, I want to lay on table copies of the minutes of the interactions that the committee had with the MDS and the observations that fall under the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This presentation is structured as follows. There's introduction. This is methodology, equity and compliance, resource envelope, half-year performance for 2024-25, the budget estimate, committee observations, and recommendations. I think for the interest of time, most of this has been uploaded and it's in the report. I would wish to go through your guidance straight to the committee observations and recommendations, if you so allow.
Please go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you go to page
The whole report,
18.
Hansard team ensure the whole report is captured. on
Page
the Hansard
18.
And the previous
I want
ones.
to start from there. Committee observations and recommendations. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Item 1, implementation of RAPEX. The committee observed that following the RAPEX, the ministry did not illustrate what steps they had taken to take up the extra workload, both legally and physically. Observed the former employees of rationalized entities and compensations of the employees to be laid off as a result of rationalization. For instance, the organogram of the ministry did not reflect the Department of Microfinance regulation. The committee therefore recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development expedites the legal process, including modifying the respective regulations and also formalizing the absorption of the former staff of the rationalized entities to avoid an operational and regulatory vacuum. National Planning Authority of Budget Support. The National Planning Authority projects to get 2.24 billion in off-budget support for the financial year 2025-26 from United Nations Fund for Population Activities. That's 1.24, and then GIZ 1.0 billion. The committee recommends that such funds should be incorporated into the medium-term expenditure framework for proper planning to avoid duplication of activities. Treasury operations. Debt commitment fees. The committee observed that the debt commitment fees are projected to rise to 63 billion in the financial year 25-26 from 45 billion in the financial year 24-25, as indicated in the table 2 above. The Auditor General also noted with concern that undisbursed loans increased to 16.49 trillion in the financial year 2023-24 from 14.6 trillion in the financial year 22-23, and therefore recommends as follows. The committee recommends that before government procures a loan for any project, feasibility studies and other preliminary activities should first be conducted to avoid paying unnecessary commitment fees as a result of not being in a position to utilize the procured loans. Another item under Treasury operations is contingency fund. Section 25 of the PFMA, Cap 171, provides that the contingency fund shall be replenished every financial year with an amount equivalent to 0.5% of the appropriated annual budget of government of the previous financial year. The committee observed that for the financial year 2024-2025, the appropriated annual budget was 34,318.1 billion. Therefore, the contingency fund for 2025-26 is expected to be 171.1 billion. However, government has allocated Uganda shillings 169.0 billion, which is less than the expected amount, reflecting a deficit of 2.1 billion. The committee recommends that government adheres to Section 25 of the PFMA, Cap 171 of the laws of Uganda by providing the expected amount to the contingency fund. Another item under Treasury operations is domestic borrowing. According to the preliminary fiscal framework, domestic borrowing is projected to rise from 8,967.96 billion in the financial year 24-25 to Uganda shillings 11,381.35 billion in the financial year 25-26. This is contrary to government commitment to reduce domestic borrowing to 4,011.3 billion during the budget framework paper for financial year 25-26. Increased domestic borrowing could lead to crowding out the private sector with a high potential of driving interest rates up, thus making the cost of doing business high. The committee recommends that government limits domestic borrowing to only development projects and also implements fiscal consolidation to curb spending. Domestic areas. According to the Auditor General's according to the Auditor General, domestic areas increased from 10.5 trillion in the financial year 2022-23 to 13.81 trillion by the end of financial year 23-24. The committee observed that the government has provided 1.12 trillion for domestic areas for the financial year 25-26, whereas this is an improvement from the previous year, where only 200 billion was provided. Even at this rate, it will take government over 12 years to clear all the domestic areas if no new areas are accumulated. The committee recommends that the Minister in charge of Finance provides a comprehensive and effective plan on how to clear domestic areas in the medium and long term, as non-payment of domestic areas cripples the private sector and undermines economic growth. Over expenditure. According to the semi-annual budget performance report for financial year 24-25, Treasury operations had a total approved budget of 34,589.16 billion, of which 12,402.99 billion was released in the first half of the financial year 2024-2025. The committee observed that Treasury operations spent Uganda shillings 19,891.50 billion, translating into 160.2% of the money that was released. This is 7.74 billion spent over and above what was released. By the time of writing this report, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Treasury operations had not submitted the conditions under which this happened. The committee recommends that the Minister in charge of Finance provides a detailed response to Parliament explaining the conditions under which this over-expenditure happened. Vote 123, National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board. Revenue collection. The committee noted the annual revenue collections have grown from Uganda shillings 17.4 billion in the financial year 15-16, when the institution was established, to 194 billion in 2023-2024, above the target of 140 billion. As at the 28th February 2025, the total revenue collected was 189 billion against an annual budget of 240 billion, attributed to improved compliance and stakeholder collaboration. The graph you see on the report shows the growth in revenue since establishment of the entity. The committee recommends that the board should intensify enforcement and compliance efforts like licensing, inspection of gaming premises, and dispute resolution so as to collect more revenue. The committee further recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should develop a policy that will minimize the adverse effects of betting on the population. Staff recruitment, still under vote 1, 2, 3. The committee noted that the Ministry of Public Service has approved the new organization structure of the board, increasing the number of staff from 51 to 81, and hence paving way for recruitment of staff to enable the agency increase its footprint to exercise the mandate more effectively. The committee recommends that the board should expedite the process of recruiting additional staff to enable the entity achieve its targets for the next financial year. The other item is automation of business processes. The committee observed that development of the following electronic systems was completed during the previous financial year and the first half of the current financial year. That is the National Central Electronic Monitoring System, NCEMS. Yes. E-licensing system, electronic register for gaming equipment. The rollout and the use of the above systems commenced and will enhance regulatory oversight and efficiency. The committee commends the board for automating its business processes. Vote 131, Office of the Auditor General. Funding gap. The office has over the years experienced significant funding gaps which have adversely affected implementation of activities. The funding gaps for the last 3 years were 48.7 billion in financial year 2022-23, 77.89 billion in financial year 23-24, and 128.18 billion for financial year 24-25. This implies that the office budget has been below the required annual performance targets to deliver on our mandate. This situation has been exacerbated by budget cuts and under-releases. The widened audit scope is the other item. The committee observed that the OAG, that's the Office of the Auditor General, has an expanded scope due to a growing number of administrative units such as PDM, local governments, and schools.
But Honorable, I referred the Auditor General to the Committee on Legal. So how did you process it under finance? And you came and asked me, and I clarified to you why. Because Auditor General is an office of Parliament.
Among the entities that were to appear before us was OAG, and we deemed it so because we thought...
But Honorable, when I make a pronouncement on the floor, my pronouncement is final. If you want to change anything, so isn't that a coup? That's vote grabbing. You went and grabbed the vote somewhere.
What I can only say, Mr. Speaker, is I would seek for your guidance on this particular item.
Yeah, because you see, now what confuses, I pronounce myself on the matter. I remember, was it Honorable Repe? Or you are? Eh? It was you.
It was me.
You came here and you asked me. And I gave you a reason. Okay? Now you disregarded my reasoning. You went ahead and grabbed. So I don't think it's good for the committee to do that without authorization. Now it means we have to go back on the Hansard and we refer it. Okay? So anyway, let's receive it. Let's receive it for now.
Yes.
We move on. If I find the Committee on Legal didn't consider it, then we would allow it to be considered under finance.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker. Let me just continue. The expanded mandate requires a sufficient number of staff, fleet of vehicles, and the requisite facilitation. However, out of the 1,890 staff established, only 593 positions are filled, representing 31% staffing level. In addition, of the available fleet, 65% is due for disposal, while an additional 20% is due for replacement. The committee therefore recommends that the budget of the Office of the Auditor General should be protected as required or as provided for in the law. The other vote is Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. Corporate governance of the entity. The committee noted that the authority does not have a fully constituted board since 4 out of the 7 board members were removed by the order of the High Court. The ruling prohibited 4 of the board members from performing their respective duties, hence creating a vacuum in the quorum of the board and impairing the strategic corporate decision-making process. Important to note, the position of Chief Executive Officer is vacant, yet the High Court prohibited the person appointed as acting CEO from performing the CEO roles, thus creating a vacuum in the day-to-day operations of UBRA. It was noted that UBRA, as an accounting officer who was appointed by PSST to be responsible for Vote 163 in accordance with Section 43 of the PFMA, Cap 171. Applications for stay of execution and appeal against the orders of the trial judge were filed in the Court of Appeal through Civil Application number 60 of 2025, arising from Civil Appeal number 72 of 2025. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker. The Finance, Planning and Economic Development Committee appreciates the fact that the institutions under jurisdiction are very critical in achieving socio-economic transformation, fulfilling the NDP 4, achieving the Vision 2024, and a tenfold growth strategy. During the consideration of the ministerial policy statements, there was a shared concern that these institutions continue to attract very limited funding, which has made it extremely difficult to effectively fulfill their respective mandates. The budget strategy for 25-26 will better be achieved if the above institutions are supported in the execution of their mandates. In light of the above, it is the prayer of the committee that this House adopts this report and approves the budget estimates that incorporate the committee's recommendation for the respective votes for the financial year 25-26 as detailed in the appendices. I beg to submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair and team, for the job well done. I'll start with Honorable Noel in Example.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the chairperson of the committee for the good report. Right Honorable Speaker, my attention has been drawn to one submission on domestic arrears that has accumulated to a level of 10.5 trillion. I think this is an alarming proportion. We well know, Right Honorable Speaker, that this directly affects the private sector. The private sector is suffocating, and yet our economy is a private sector led. Where are we heading? No wonder many of our businesses in the country are collapsing because the money is here. Why don't we prioritize payment of these domestic arrears? The chairperson of the committee has presented it very clearly that going by this rate of provision of 1.2 trillion, it would take us 12 years to clear the existing domestic arrears, assuming there is no accumulation. I have a few questions. Who are these accounting officers that commit government to make undertakings when they clearly know that we do not have money in the coffers to pay these commitments? And what has the ministry done to discipline these accounting officers? Because I know it is the Ministry of Finance that appoints the accounting officers in all these MDAs. So it is an alarming position, and I would want an explanation from the minister on where they put their priorities. The second one, and probably the last one, Right Honorable Speaker, is in line with RAPEX. We have challenges arising from RAPEX, the absorption of the staff, those who are supposed to be compensated that were affected by the RAPEX. We were made to believe as a house that all was set because all these bills had certificates of financial implications, meaning that we were prepared as a government to handle the implementation of RAPEX to its logical conclusion. How come that along the way this is not happening? Were we not able to foresee this? And then what was the purpose of the certificate of financial implications that were attached to all these bills? So I think it goes back to the planning aspect that was alluded to in the earlier discussion, that we need to plan better as a country. Thank you.
Thank you. Okot. Then Varimwezo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there is what we call work plan. And one wonders if all our agencies at the start of any program produces what we call work plan, and this work plan is attached with activities, and activities are tagged with the amount to be spent on. Then I wonder how the domestic arrears now have to come in. Because sometimes back I had the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance warning accounting officers not to commit government where they know very well that there is no money. And when I hear in the report saying that there is a likelihood of domestic arrears increasing, then what does that show? Does it mean that Ministry of Finance has failed in supervising the accounting officers? Right Honorable Speaker, the same goes to the service fees that we pay on the loans. If we are not sure that we are going to undertake a certain project in time, why should we go ahead to negotiate the loan and have it lying there when we are not prepared? I think some of these things we are just entering into the problems well knowing ourselves. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to revise and see that we don't involve ourselves on something that we are not ready to undertake. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do want to appreciate the Honorable Chisembo that has commented on domestic areas that have reached an alarming level. Right Honorable Speaker, these areas have not only crippled the economy of this country, but also they have made our government institution lose credibility. And that is very pertinent. Right Honorable, if you considered UNRWA before last year, UNRWA used to have debts that used to accrue an interest of 390 million every day. So the 10 trillion has been as a result of non-payment, and that is all interest that has accrued. Therefore, it's important that we should have, as a matter of urgency, our first call or second call should be payment of the arrears. Otherwise, we are continuing to lose lots of money because of the interest that accrues. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Batua, then Honorable Chemonges.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I address myself to the point where you mentioned over expenditure to the extent of 160% on the Treasury operations account. That is vote 130. An account that is actually managing our debt obligations and other statutory requirements. That an over expenditure on this account can't arise by mistake, only and simply means they are spending money that Parliament never allocated. If you're going beyond what Parliament allocated, if you're allocating yourself money, I believe that's the only way over expenditure can arise on such an account. And this is something that should be looked at deeply, and it should be well understood so that we see how we can actually address the challenges that we have that are very real to our people, especially that one of the domestic areas where people have worked and served government, or they've done projects for years, they've never received payment. Is there a way we can get a cure by addressing that over expenditure on that vote? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Chemonges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking Honorable Chisomba for talking about the areas. These areas is actually money for our own people. And at least I know many of them around town who are dying of debts, who are even in hiding, whose properties have been auctioned. And this is simply because government have delayed to pay. Just imagine if you bring back the 10 trillion back to these businessmen. The economy, this all of will change. We will not be borrowing what we borrow now. Secondly, is about the budget we pass. I want to remind the Minister of Finance that in 2023-2024, in our budget, we had water for Kwen district, actually my constituency, which is covering about 6 sub-counties, which had a budget of about 8 billion. It was very clear in the budget. Now, the financial year is almost ending. There is totally nothing on ground, and now we are in another budgeting process. Now, when I visited the minister recently, I was told that there is only money like 3 billion or 2 point something billion. That is not enough to give the contractor even the first payment, which is always 30% advance. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked. How do we budget and we run almost the entire financial year when we have not secured money for an item that was passed and everybody saw? And this is the only and would be the first biggest water project in our district. It has never happened like that. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the Minister of Finance at least to help the people of Kwen and this House to answer that one, to tell us what could have been what could have caused this. Otherwise, we are almost losing track. We fail why we come to process another budget when the other one is not delivered. Some of us know, we have tried to tell our voters, our people we represent sometimes, that look, we don't have money as a country. Look, we cannot ask for a school here. For example, I like the way you said, Speaker. The creation of many administration units is not what has caused us problems in financing. The problem is how we create them. For example, my district, some sub-counties were created in 2020. But the biggest sub-counties, like Kaptoy sub-county, which is from my constituency, which had over 10,000 people, was not divided. We should have created, which should have been cut to about other 3 sub-counties. Another one called Kitowoi, which was the biggest. Now you find in the whole country, the small ones were cut because of interests of other people. Then the big ones were left out, which we are now saying the Minister of Finance, we should find again money to cut these big ones. If we fail, then we must amalgamate others, and we cut others.
Thank you, Honorable. Now, I think another thing we need to ask ourselves on the issue of domestic areas is, what is the cost of sustaining domestic areas on government? Because most of these contracts, especially for roads, there are penalties, interest given to company. Okay? I don't know at what rate compared to, for example, if you borrowed, you got an infrastructure bond and you cleared them off, compared to being looked at as a bad, a bad client. Again, you're paying interest. Like how UNRWA was saying, every day it was incurring around 290 million. So what is the cost? And also what is painful is that the big companies at least are protected with interest. But the small companies which supply at district level, by the time you are paid, if you had borrowed in a bank, some of them go to money lenders, the money cannot even cover the interest that you incurred. You see a business, the more contracts they get, the more poorer they become. Now you ask yourself what's going on. But I'm impressed to see that now at least has been an improvement from 200 billion to 1.2 trillion. It's an improvement, though we can really get more. Okay? I think, Honorable colleagues, we need to look at it seriously. Honorable Cooper, Honorable Sasaga, Honorable Frank, and then I come here.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, let me start from where you have just stopped. Right Honourable Speaker, economically speaking, we should not be even reaching this level, because we know Minister of Finance is full of all those economists and statisticians, and they know what holding these monies in domestic areas means to the economy. We are talking about resource mobilization, domestic revenue mobilization. If there is no money in circulation, where do you expect to get taxes from? Because the business will not be able to move. Right, Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether this domestic areas includes the money you asked Bank of Uganda to borrow under with the Treasury bills. Because you remember last time, Right, Honorable Speaker, in the appointment committee, when the new leadership was talking about the 6 trillion.
Yeah, but they said we cleared that.
Yeah, if we clear, that's fine. But now the 13.8, this is almost 21% of the national budget in domestic areas. If you looked at 13.8 of the 71 or so trillion of our budget, how can we have something like 20% of the national budget in domestic areas? So, Right Honorable Speaker, we want to appeal to Minister of Finance that Minister of Finance, don't let the economy collapse. Because without money in circulation, you can't get money for taxes. The economy will not grow. Right Honorable Speaker, 2 of our colleagues who did work for the government, I'm not surprised that they are not here. Their properties were advertised in February. One is company who had done work under Minister of Energy. 18 billion has not been paid. His equipment, his home, his property was advertised last month. Another one who had done work, also supplied work for government, had his property also advertised. Where do you expect? Do you want to see people collapse because their properties have been taken away? Government must take this seriously, because if we fail to do that, we are just going to see our economy collapse. Right Honorable Speaker, I would have expected because our unutilized loans have increased from 14 to 16 trillion. Because possibly this is where the issues of areas come from. Why don't you pay off this money? Because I guess this is in the infrastructure development, where we expected to have people pay. What's the problem? Is the problem counterpart funding by government, that they are not able to spend this? The Minister of Finance must be able to tell us what is causing this problem. Because day in, day out, we are borrowing money. Now we have undisbursed loans, the tune of 16 trillion. The interest on these loans is accruing day and out. The final one, Right Honorable Speaker, where we need really the Minister to explain again, is on these treasury operations. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to agree with the committee. Can the Minister today explain to us what was this over expenditure in treasury operations? Since you failed to explain to the committee, can you give the reasons now to Parliament, the committee of the whole House? Failure to do that, we shall be moved to reject, to approve the budget of the Minister of Finance. Because how can you not explain it? You make yourself suspicious. You spent the money, you should be able to explain how you spent, under what circumstances. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sasaka.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do appreciate the committee for trying to protect the budget of the Auditor General. Because the money is appropriate as Parliament. Always go in the ministries, in agencies, for the implementation. And the only competent authority which can help us as a country know how best the monies are being utilized and are audited is the Office of the Auditor General. Surprisingly to me, I wonder why the Ministry of Finance could year in and year out try to frustrate, especially the budget for the Office of the Auditor General. And you may discover that some of the beneficiaries of the kickbacks of the monies were appropriate, actually are from the Ministry of Finance. The officers there are from the Ministry of Finance. So me, I could thank the committee for having protected the budget, but also I'm asking the Minister.
How did they protect the budget?
Yeah, of course, in their recommendation.
Because you see, Honorable, if you listen to my argument, the Auditor General is part of Parliament. The budget of Parliament is statutory. So it's more protected here. That's why we are saying the Auditor General should come here at Parliament and be part of Parliament, because he's an officer of Parliament. Okay? And that's why I referred that budget to the Committee on Legal, not Finance. Okay?
Yes.
But we will harmonize. We will harmonize it, and I will make a clarification. And
yes.
and the parliament here, we can easily have two votes. We have the vote of Parliament, and we have the vote of the Auditor General. Okay? So that the Auditor General remains an accounting officer. So his vote is more protected that way. But finance, I must put it also clearly, and especially Honorable Msas is here, that they have tried their level best to support the Auditor General. That one I have shared with the Auditor General, despite the challenges of underfunding. It's not in any way that it has come to our attention that finance frustrates the Auditor General. So that one I must also make it very clear and on record.
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker, now with your guidance, I think it is prudent enough that we now move that vote back from where you had put it in finance and we get it back to Parliament. To legal, I mean. We take it back to legal, and the legal scrutinizes the budget for that effect. I think that one can do us more better. Because we do appreciate the works of the Auditor General and the appropriation without them having effective audit. Because they will tell you, out of the 30 agencies, we looked at only 1 or 2. And the challenge is the budget constraint, which made them fail to do so. So it could be good, Mr. Speaker, is your guidance. We do move that vote back to legal. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I had Honorable Franka Kawe, then Honorable Rinda, then Honorable Sabapturo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the chairperson for the good report, and also to thank the colleagues that have already spoken to the issues that have been put forward in this, our report. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to comment about the debt commitment fee and the undisbursed loans. Actually, if we read, and you're among the people to be told that the country has over 16 trillion undisbursed loans, and we are committing and we are paying the commitment fees, and we don't know, maybe we should request the minister to come and provide to us the project list to which these monies were supposed to be implemented, or to which they were supposed to be committed, such that we see where is the failure. Is the project now left and it is no longer going to be operational in the country, or it is out of the development plan that we had for the country, or else we are making our country and the economy to look very bad. Also, on the issue of domestic areas, Right Honourable Speaker, our people are crying out. The economy is crippling, businesses are failing, and people are trying to look for a livelihood. In these contracts that they get from government, they be expecting to make a living and also to boost their businesses. But if we read reports, and to this amount, 13.8 trillion is money that is held by government from the public, even if we put the parish model to village level and give them the 100 millions, we shall never revamp the economy if we still take hold of these trillions of money. How I wish this government and the ministry prioritizes paying back these people to clear and support the local government, local investments and local businesses, such that people can live a sustainable and a self-sustaining life without being on the borrowing list and the blacklist, because when they borrow and they are not receiving anything, when their investments are held somewhere, they will be blacklisted and they will face some financial penalties from the institutions where they borrow from. How I wish the ministers do take this as a priority to see that we revamp the economy by giving back what belongs to the people. We are not helping them, but they are demanding from us, and so we should act with responsibility. And also, I would like ask you to require the minister, as the committee requested, that they explain about the over expenditure, because in the report there was an over expenditure of 7.7 billion that was spent in the half year of the 2024. How I wish the minister can come out to clarify on that, how they spent more than what they had to spend, or more than what they released. So I think, to be clear, to make us better understand the operations of the ministry, but also to make us know clearly and be sure that our duties and operations are not overrode by the interests of the ministers or those in charge of the Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marinda. Then Honorable Nsababuturo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. And I would like to commend the Committee of Finance for the much effort put to bring out the reality as per the financial situation of the country. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention that this issue of domestic areas is becoming a shame to us, the nation, and the leaders. 2 days ago, a team of 2 gentlemen came to my office. They had their areas under Maif, and their outcry was so painful. The children have dropped out of school. Those who were just finalizing their doctorate course. One is having cancer, no treatment because of the situation, and all their properties have been taken by the banks. These are citizens of this country, and they worked when government advertised. It means these activities were budgeted for. Where did this money go? Chair, me as chair of the committee, I know that all government activities are budgeted for. But I've realized one problem, that is releases. We budget like this, finance do not release money. If not, they release halfway and make these ministries and agencies to commit these contractors to do their work. I want to give one reference. Right now, under Dairy Department, there's already construction going on in Bali for a milk factory to support the Eastern. It's first phase. A contractor has already been committed. But in this current budget, there's nothing. That contractor will sue government. In Kasese, there's a construction of a laboratory for coffee. It's halfway done. In this current budget, there's nothing. This is how we are making government to lose a lot of funds. Right Honorable, as I'm going to give you information. Right Honorable, finance should be serious. We are blaming MDAs for nothing. But finance should prioritize their releases. Projects that are ongoing should be funded timely so that we meet the deadline. And even our domestic, we are rushing to clear other areas, but we are crippling our citizens. Yet this money will come back to our economy. These people, their children will be useless in future, crying with our names. They are dying crying with our names as government. We have to take this as a serious matter, and Right Honorable, we want the Minister of Finance to commit himself and also prioritize these allocations of 13.8 trillion for areas. Because you will find that those who are able are the ones going to be paid. Those who are badly off are left out. Information
Thank
is
you.
allowed.
Honorable, there is no time to donate here. Please, Honorable Nsababuturo.
Mr. Speaker, I do not know whether honorable members do appreciate the gravity or the state of lawlessness that we are beginning to see capturing our nation. I do not know, Mr. Speaker, if members do appreciate that we have a problem on our hands, caused largely by our own people. I do want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we dedicate some time and really critically analyze this internal enemy that is seeking to sink all of us. If we do not, we are clearly in trouble. And I have taken a bit of time, Mr. Speaker, to find out what exactly is going wrong. And I have come up with 4 factors that are propelling this state of affairs, which, if we do not arrest it, we are in trouble, including those who are benefiting now. Foolishly, they are not aware that they are digging a grave that will sink all of us. Mr. Speaker, the issue of incompetence, those who are in charge of managing our national purse, I want to suggest that really some of them are not up to the task. That is one, incompetence. The second one is the I don't care attitude. Because the way the national economy is being managed, if it was your own resources, the way, certainly that wouldn't be happening. In other words, it's I don't care. I don't care. That attitude is harming us. And how do we arrest it? It's rampant. The other one clearly is, Mr. Speaker, the issue of we have a situation where there are networks now, networks that are clearly ravaging our opportunities across the nation, and very well entrenched. You find them everywhere, and if you attempt to touch them, they will finish you before you finish them. The question is, Mr. Speaker, how do we deal with this calamity that is in the making and clearly being perpetuated by some of our own people that some of our own people? And they have the audacity to even ignore warnings from even the highest level of government. They don't care. They know that some of our institutions that are mandated to keep law and order in the way we manage our resources don't function well. They have been infiltrated. And so we are talking about a serious situation, Mr. Speaker, that we really need to find time and dedicate to so that we arrest this matter before it goes out of hand. Otherwise, I do commend the committee. They've spoken well, but clearly we're in trouble, Mr. Speaker. If we do not do anything, history will condemn us. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, we are a prayerful nation. We shall not allow the devil to take charge. We shall continue praying for our country. Yes. Honorable Saro Pendi, Honorable Tokas.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for its report. However, Right Honorable Speaker, it disturbs me when an entity is given funds to recruit, money even released, and they do not recruit on flimsy grounds. I'm talking about the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. From this report, Right Honorable Speaker, for the year 2024, current financial year, this entity received 6 billion, and out of this, they utilized 77% of what they had actually been given. And the non-performance, I mean the underperformance is being stated that it was because while the wage was released, there was non-wage, corresponding non-wage. And because of that, they could not recruit, Right Honorable Speaker. We have so many unemployed youths. So if even 1, 2 people are employed in an entity, it helps not just to support that individual, but to support the family and the siblings who may be unemployed. So I hope that in this financial year that we are moving towards, the Uganda UBRA, if I can use the abbreviation, should actually ensure that it actually utilizes the wage provided to recruit. Because what is there in non-wage? You have salary. So what is there in non-wage? And the committee does not even tell us the 4 billion that was provided. Actually, it was 4.66 billion that was provided under non-wage. The committee doesn't tell us how much of that non-wage was actually utilized. So I think that information should have been provided so that the report is actually complete. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the challenge of the domestic areas. There are clear laws under the Public Finance Management Act that no institution must commit government without funds. However, you find that most of the institutions actually still incur these domestic areas, and yet they do little to actually settle the previous domestic areas. It is very sad, Right Honorable Speaker, when we sit here as Parliament of Uganda and actually provide tax holidays, taking away money from people who should actually be paying taxes. And then that money that should have actually been collected to pay off some of our domestic areas, you find instead that because of the non-payment of these, clearance of these domestic areas, most institutions, organizations, companies are actually closing. Many people are actually crying. It is worse when they borrow this money to actually supply government. And at the end of the day, government does not pay. Most of them lose their properties, Right Honorable Speaker. So there must be a deliberate effort by this Parliament to actually remove wasteful expenditure and tackle the issue of domestic areas. From this report, it states that we shall take 12 years at the current rate. Yes, 12 years at the current rate to clear the domestic areas. So something more must be done. We have waited for the oil. It is not coming. I don't know. Hopefully, we can be told that oil will be coming in the next financial year. So that we clear this and companies get back and do business. How are these institutions going to employ Ugandans? Because these companies employ some people. The jobs are not there, so people get into business so that they can actually, you know, in doing their businesses, sustain themselves and sustain their families, but also pay taxes. So if we are actually killing our own institutions by not paying them, then what are we actually doing? And it is actually worse. Don't say there is no revenue. It is actually worse when we sit here, Right Honorable Speaker, and then a single company, we give 500 billion, 200 billion, when there are our own other smaller companies that are actually asking for very little money. The big ones can actually even impose taxes, interest. You talked about the issue of UNRWA, for example, the companies. For them, they are actually earning interest on every unpaid certificate. But these companies are not. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as we move into this process, as we get to the end of this process, let us ensure that these domestic areas are drastically reduced. How I wish we can reduce by even 50%. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chen, followed by Honorable Kuristin, then Honorable Sor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for a very elaborate report. However, it is also very worrying to note that the ministry has failed to demonstrate the steps that they can be able to take to absorb the extra workload which is created as a result of RAPEX. That is quite worrying, even to the extent that the organogram of the ministry does not consider or does not even show some of the critical departments. For example, the Department on Microfinance Regulation. I think this is very worrying for our country to know that the ministries of government are being very complacent. The previous minister under public service even indicated that we do not know how many staff are going to be absorbed and how many are going to be recruited. And I would implore the minister and even other ministries that it is important that we operate based on at least clear recruitment plans so that we know from the staff who are already laid off, how many can be absorbed? Can those positions even be known clearly? That is when we can be able to know about the savings. And Right Honorable Speaker, on domestic arrears, about 2 weeks ago, I was in the constituency together with the government chief whip, and we found a very alarming issue about the contractors. They are speaking openly, even to the public, about a meeting which they held as contractors with the Ministry of Finance. And in their words, they said the ministry staff and team were very arrogant. So even when we talk about domestic arrears, the contractors, they know. Out there, they know. In fact, in their words, they say, ministry, you've been very, very arrogant. And I would like to implore you, I know that members have already alluded to, can you kindly, even as you work out the ways of how they will be paid, I think there could be a better way of responding to them, of explaining, but also taking concrete actions so that they know that government is not delaying paying them in bad faith. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this report demands a lot from us as a country. First of all, when you look at the first statement that by the time of writing the report, Minister of Finance had not provided details in terms of revenues. That was already a very big problem. And today the minister was telling us about the 71 trillion as the figure that we are going to look into. Possibly if that information was given that time, the committee would have given us detailed information about how the picture is going to be for the entire country. And Mr. Speaker, I also expected a statement on the consolidated fund stand. Because many times we have debated here, as we are planning for 2025-2026, what is it? What is the status of the consolidated fund? Because many times we say this money that comes back to the consolidated fund, how does the Ministry of Finance give a picture about it so that we make the Ugandans to understand how this money is? And also this business of giving money to local governments late when the year is concluding is a very big challenge. Because, Mr. Speaker, our interest is to see that services are provided to the people at the right at the right time. So when that information is lacking, it gives us a very big gap. And now on recruitment, Mr. Speaker, rather, first of all, on revenue, I also expected a statement on IRAS. We have Uganda Revenue Authority, how it is performing. We have this new system of IRAS. What is that summary from the Ministry of Finance that we can have? How are local governments performing? How is it contributing to the national economy? So that this parliament will still see the validity of having it continuously enrolled to the various local governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maureen, Honorable Soweto, Honorable Kwizera.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for that presentation. However, in the borrowings, we should know that in the money that you borrow, whether domestically or from outside your country, you should know that as the minister, it affects the economy negatively. When a country borrows and the borrowing is more than its GDP, automatically it affects. Honorable Minister, can you tell us, year in, year out, borrowings have never stopped. You keep coming here to ask for money. Make us understand as Parliament what is happening in the Ministry of Finance that we don't know. Make us understand. Maybe we are here castigating Ministry of Finance, yet something else could be happening that we're not aware of. What is that that's happening in the Ministry of Finance? And then secondly, Honorable Minister, do you have any plans as a ministry for debt management? Because members are talking about domestic areas, but do you have a particular plan for those debt management? Because if you keep coming here and we keep giving you money and money, it's my child to pay in the future. It is our children to pay in the future. So do you have that plan That's where my interest is. And if you don't have plan, why do you come and keep borrowing money from? Parliament should keep giving money outside there, yet those contractors our colleague talked about here, at the end of the day, they keep coming to us. If you go to Arua City, there most of the work has been abandoned because they have not been paid. They just have half-baked work. That's what I can say. And that's wastage of money. We must have value for money. Why do we bring in the contractors to come and do certain work if you know you don't have work? That alludes to what Honorable Sarah Upendo was saying. We should stop committing government where there's no money. Please, let's get, this is a parliament where every business is supposed to be held with seriousness. Members, people outside there are taking us to be very unserious. Even me, the whole me who is representing Arua City, I look to be very unserious with this minister of... Please, help us.
Thank you. Honorable Kitanywa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the good report. And I specifically want to address myself, Right Honorable Speaker, to one issue, which is the contingency fund. Right Honorable Speaker, Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act commands us to plan for 0.5% of the previous financial year budget, the funds we appropriate for the previous financial year, for the following year. Meaning that in this case, we are supposed to have allocated 171.1 billion. But looking at the report, the Ministry of Finance has allocated 169 billion instead of 171. Yet we are commanded by Section 25 to ensure that we allocate up to 0.5. Can we hear from the ministry why they allocated less than required as per the Public Finance Management Act?
Thank you, Honorable Kwizera. The rest is Honorable Akiki, then I conclude with
Right Honorable, I want to thank you even for this extra time you have put in. So I think you are now a nationalist. And all of these members of parliament who are here deserve a medal. So, Mr. Honorable colleagues, there are issues we should really be focusing on. The structure and the mandate of the Ministry of Finance. It is so big that at times you find there is institutional conflicts between the Ministry of Finance and the entities which government should be able to address. So when you look at the two ministries, there are two ministries in the government which are primary, more important actually than other ministries. The Ministry of Finance, the permanent secretary is called a chief accounting officer of other ministries, votes and agencies. Then the Ministry of Public Service, the PS is called a responsible permanent secretary. So it is unfortunate that the Ministry of Finance takes time to get some of these projects and manage them themselves and find that that is actually a conflict of interest because they should not be managing, but they should be facilitating and supporting agencies. So when we are debating like this one, the ministers takes notes. When they go back to cabinet, you should know that these ministries, when you have organizational and institutional conflicts, they undermine each other. So, Honorable Minister, that is a very, very important issue, that your structure needs to be reviewed. Because why should you be Minister of Finance? Responsible for looking for funds to give to agencies of government, and then you are giving money to yourself. That is a very, very dangerous thing. Another issue that we should be looking at is the issue of bringing political-driven financial accountability. They say financial implications. You come here because you want a loan, You bring a letter, a paper actually. That should be an instrument, not a paper. An evidence is where this parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, we passed a scale-up loan, World Bank, $338 million. 3 years. Up to now, the Minister of Energy, where I'm a member of Natural Resources Committee, they have appealed to Minister of Finance, using our daily friend here, Honorable Musassis, to bring 21 billion only to unlock $636 million. And you think that you are going to come back. Members of Parliament are here complaining, trees without wires, wires without power. And unless we insist that the Minister of Finance must provide the 21 billion only to unlock $638 million for a scale-up project, then even the power we are generating cannot be sold because it is not being bought. Then, but we have already started paying $144 million on Ukaruma, on the power that is not being sold. We are now paying. So we should be really realistic. And of course, when you go to domestic areas, the Ministry of Finance does not show what reliability is faced by government. They show foreign, they don't show all domestic. But our shops have closed. So can we be realistic in our budgets? Can we stop waiving off some taxes? Gold was being exported. People are willing to pay. But the Minister of Finance, because of some undisclosed interests, they said no taxes on gold exports. And we are losing money. The same money we are losing in the gold export could be the one to be in the energy, because more than 200 billion was verified and was supposed to be paid, but the Minister of Finance, dealing with the Minister of Energy, they stopped revenue collection of over 200 billion. Yet here we want to know 21 billion. So what mathematics is that one? So, and another thing is that in my place where they mine iron ore, they gave Devik to export 1 million metric tons of iron ore. And now the Minister of Finance says we are waiving off tax. But if you have resources which you are exporting and you don't want to receive tax, where will you support your budget from? So I would think that, as earlier said, should it be a ritual that members of Parliament should come here and talk, go? What is the follow-up? When I see the Right Honorable Speaker or any presiding officer directing, I'm directing this, when we finish, it ends in the chamber and in the newspapers. So I would think that we should really there must be a follow-up mechanism. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want to challenge you, but this Parliament is created under Article 77 of the Constitution. Same as the Auditor General is created under Article 163. And the 6 says, subject to Clause 7 of this article, in the performance of his function, that's the Auditor General, shall not be under any direction or control of an authority. I believe in the Auditor General is not a staff of Parliament because of this constitutional provision. Because they are supposed to be independent. And because of the capacity of the policy body of the Auditor General. That's why Auditor General does not perform with the standard. I want to mark the word standard. Because we should have had a national audit board. But when the Parliament says a committee of Parliament will be a board of the Auditor General, which capacity? Because you are looking at the Auditor General with competent capacity. And the board should be better qualified in performance and qualification than the Auditor General.
Thank you. Thank you. No, Honorable, I totally agree with you, okay? But the Auditor General must report somewhere. Are you getting? So meaning his report is not final and must be housed somewhere. He can't be in air. Okay? He can't be in air. And being housed somewhere does not mean you're under control and No, we don't. You get it? So, in implementation of our oversight function provided for under the Constitution, that same Constitution is the one which puts the Auditor General under us, that we must process his reports and we approve them, okay? And we have them implemented and we receive action taken reports. So there is no one that the Auditor General can have his country. Yeah? He will have a country in a country. And a government in a government. No way. Okay? That's why he's even appointed by someone, not created by God. Okay? So please, that one I don't want us to misread the public. But honorable colleagues, we have worked closely. I know many areas have not been maybe sorted and all that. But on several occasions, we have engaged the ministry, especially using our leverage as presiding officers, and we have achieved a lot. Only that sometimes we don't come here but when we engage the executive, we have achieved a lot for this country. So I don't want to say that all our directives or what have been just laughed at, and no, we have worked together, but we can do better. Me, that's what I can look at. Okay, we can do better. No, you're a member of the committee, Honorable Choma. No, you clarified in your committee. Honorable Akiki, you're the last one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm addressing myself to UBRA. The report left the issue of the board hanging, that the board is not full. Some members were either legally removed, and therefore there is no quorum. I didn't hear any recommendation to that regard. So what's happening to UBRA? And I was keenly interested in knowing who are the staff of UBRA, and I came to know that most of these staff were actually formerly staff of Ministry of Finance. So there is a lot of conflict of interest. If you can audit UBRA, you find out more. Secondly, is the Auditor General being underemployed. We are supposed to have 1,000 people, and only 500 are employed. So what is the recommendation? What is the way forward? I didn't hear the recommendations. And thirdly, the counterpart funding. We are taking on projects, but then we are not able to counterfund as the scaling up project, as already alluded to. And we lose out. You are expected to give little, but attract more, but you don't do it. So sometimes I question myself whether are we nationalistic? What's going on here? Honestly, sometimes I keep quiet here, not because I don't have anything to say, but sometimes I just see circus, comedy, and I keep quiet. So the scaling up project, there is no counterpart funding, and we all need electricity, and that is the engine of development. Honestly, are we serious? If we are looking at ATMS, those are the areas we are going to fund, as we agreed on, as Honorable Henry Cesar said, that is agriculture, trade, minerals, and science and technology. Now, without power, where are we going?
Thank you. Honorable Kika, I just wanted your record to be captured well here. Here we don't engage in circus. You might disagree with what we do. You know, here we don't do comedy. We don't do circus. we are here. So I needed you to clarify on that, what you meant, because the language we use here is clearly provided for under our rules. Honorable, I'm giving you an opportunity to clarify, because the language we use here and the work we do here is statutory.
What I meant, Mr. Speaker, is, are we being serious? Are we serious of what we discuss? So are we to withdraw the issue of comedy, the circus, and I just ask, are we serious of what we talk about in this parliament?
Thank you. No, honorable colleagues, here what we do, we play our part. If you bring a loan, okay, and we approve it, and before approving that loan, we even asked for a confirmation that counterpart funding will be available. The minister brought a confirmation here saying, yes, approve the loan. So we did our part, okay? Now, through accountability, okay, we can ask the minister, say, what did you tell the House? What did you mean by saying you have money for counterpart funding and you're going to provide it? So I think once we engage from that aspect, we shall be okay. Honorable Kanyike. Honorable Kanyike is acting as LOP. Honorable colleagues, I'm not allowing procedure because we are procedurally moving well.
I thank you, Right Honorable. As the acting leader of the opposition, allow me to note the following.
3 minutes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I'll thank the committee chairperson for the report, and I also thank the honorable members for their submissions. Right Honorable, a lot has been said on domestic areas, but allow me to point out the issue of unemployment. The people in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, they are economists. Most of them are economists. And we ask ourselves as a country, and I ask myself as a member of parliament, why do we still don't allocate enough funds to domestic areas? Because our people supply government in different capacities, and we end up not paying them. They end up losing their properties, and even those who are being employed in their businesses, they end up losing jobs. So it is a serious matter which needs to be addressed as parliament and as a country. And Right Honorable Speaker, you see, there are those who are prioritized, and we need to ask, are there kickbacks? Because there are people who have been supplying government for some good time, and they are not being paid. You see, we are having an elephant in the house, and we sometimes shy away to talk about it. The issue of corruption. The Ministry of Finance and the country as a whole, we are grappling with inadequate finances. But we are having an elephant in the house which we shy away to talk about it, and that is corruption. The report from the Office of the Inspectorate of Government, they pointed out that as a country, we lose more than 10 trillion. We are looking for money to pay.
No, go on.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We are looking for the money to pay these domestic areas, but a lot is lost in the corruption. How I wish, as a country, we come out with plans and commitments to curb corruption. The other day, as the opposition, we unveiled our alternative budget priorities. And our theme was, or is, combating corruption, a sure way to effective service delivery. How I wish the government take note of combating corruption so that we can deliver services to our country. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, the overspending on Treasury operations. Government commits itself to pay these Treasury operations. But we need to ask, do we do the auditing? Remember, Right Honourable Speaker, as the opposition, we went to Lubowa, and you here, as the Deputy Speaker, you also promised to go to the Lubowa Specialized Hospital. Lubowa Specialized Hospital, it is a ghost. It is a ghost project, Right Honourable Speaker. Yes, I say this because the substantial leader of opposition, I was with him, we went there. If it is not a ghost project, why are they not allowing members of parliament to visit that project? Actually, even the Minister for Health and her PS, they were refused. And I had the President directing the Prime Minister to over-supervise that project. But the person who has the experience, the expertise, is the Minister for Health. So we spend a lot of money in these treasury operations, yet some of the projects are not in operations. Then lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, is the monies which were allocated to UBOS, the 490 billion Ugandan shillings. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. As a country, we haven't received a complete census report. How I wish the Minister for Planning, Finance and Economic Development, how I wish you come out and table that concrete report to this August House. Because we cannot spend all this much, and the government entity, the UBOS, come out with the scanty statistics. So, lastly, Right Honourable Speaker,
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable. Now, Honourable colleagues, I want to put it on record, and I had already put it on record here, that I visited the Rubawa Hospital. And the progress is good. In fact, now you no longer need to visit. Just stand at Zana. The building is already causing darkness in that road because of being big and up. So for civil works, I can only say civil works. That's what I went, I saw, and I'm told by end of, I think May, they will be handing over the building for the civil works, awaiting installation and all that. No, please, because you said I promised, and it was as if I didn't go. I went there. And I think there is a committee which visited. Yes, the Committee on National Economies. Very yes, good. Yeah. And even presidential. So it's accessible. If you want to visit, you can go. You visit and you see. Honourable colleagues, now Minister for Finance, can give us responses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to appreciate you and colleagues for the analysis you have made and the comments you have made on our ministerial policy statement. Mr. Speaker, I want to respond to the issues as have been chronologically raised by members. Beginning with the committee chair, he makes an observation on the contingency fund pursuant to Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the chair that the law provides that contingency fund shall be 0.5 of the approved annual budget of the previous period. Now, in the year under review, 169, if brought to the nearest, is substantially 0.5%. 171 and 169, you can say at the time of making this calculation, we were intentional and we knew what the law provides, because it is like 98.8%, which is the microphone tired? No. So, Mr. Speaker, therefore, the number is consistent with the provisions of the law. He also makes an observation on domestic borrowing. Mr. Speaker, domestic borrowing is in two categories. One, we borrow to pay redemptions by BOU, and also we borrow to finance the budget. I agree with the committee. Definitely this poses a risk on the private sector credit, on the interest rates, and also the risk which the MP from Arua City was concerned about. But I wish to correct her that it is not normal for government debt to exceed GDP. Apparently, our government debt is 48.9% of the GDP, and we are always conscious to keep it within the IMF convergence criteria, which requires that, and also the Charter of Responsibility, which requires us to always keep our debt within the 50% ceiling. Mr. Speaker, on the Office of the Auditor General, reports where I think the bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that this office is supported, and also ensure that this office is independent in as far as executing its mandate is concerned. Whether in Parliament, under parliamentary commission.
Honourable Minister, this is not your problem, because I directed as a speaker, I referred the MPS to a committee on legal. So it's not your problem. Let it not disturb you.
Okay.
We shall handle it administratively.
Much obliged.
Thank you.
But what is my problem, which we can also further discuss, is the definition of statutory expenditure. Statutory comes after the budget has been approved. The statutory vote means you cannot spend you have an assurance that what has been provided to you will be there. But before it is there we need to have a conversation. Now, domestic arrears. This figure of 10.8 trillion, for us from our side, we need to do further verification. You see, some people have 13, others have 10. There is also a 5.7 trillion somewhere. So this figure, depending on the audit report you are looking at, if it is of 2023, 24, depending, this figure keeps changing. But bottom line, Mr. Speaker, I think the movement from 200 billion to now 1.4 trillion is a welcome move. And we have committed that verified domestic arrears shall be planned for in 3 years, beginning next financial year. So if 2025, 2026 we are paying, we shall pay the rest in the next 2 years. So by 3 years we should have finished. I also wish to inform you colleagues that domestic arrears under the former UNRWA, now Ministry of Works, have substantially been provided for. We moved the money for UNRWA. We added another 500 billion. There is also another figure which I need to check. I know they now have about 2 trillion to clear some of these obligations. So which should substantially clear the areas which have been affecting them. The rest of the areas, this 1.4, we are prioritizing utilities, especially under the national water. We are prioritizing supplies of food under police, defense, UPDF, and other areas in electricity and the others. So the commitment is there. We share the same concerns you share, and we shall, as much as practicable. Yes, the heart is willing. Honorable Okot, he's saying work plan, activity, and cost plan. Thank you very much for reading what I read. This is good planning. Then is concerned that if we are spending as per the work plan, how do some of these things arise? One, indiscipline by accounting officers should also be thought about. Two, where you have multi-year commitments and there are resource challenges, sometimes the contractor continues with the work and the budget is not available to meet the payments as they fall due. I'm now looking for something else which is outside the arrears. The overpayment by 160%. I think here, Mr. Speaker, this is an interpretation issue mainly and the timing. Because what happens when our debts fall due, Bank of Uganda immediately pays and sends a fee note, sends the report to us. Assuming Bank of Uganda has paid today and Finance pays next week, today it will reflect in the statement that the vote has been overcharged. What normally happens, I bring here a supplementary to clear all these issues when they arise. So I think the expenditure arose between the timing for bringing a supplementary here and when BOU paid. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, overpayment in government does not arise because everything is according to appropriation. Honorable Chemonges is on the arrears. This one I have already answered. Honorable Okupa has two concerns. The first concern was on the UBOS, the statistics. I picked it from the previous report. Mr. Speaker, also the leader of opposition, Honorable Ronald, raised it. The UBOS report is here. We presented it. The final was presented, was laid in Parliament. Yes. Yes. The records can confirm. I know you want statistics about your constituency for planning very well. Those statistics are available. We know numbers up to your village. Clarification.
I did write to UBOS and I copied to you. They have replied me saying they need time to get that statistics. So I was wondering, because for you to come out with a final report, you must have the primary data, a primary record. So I was wondering, so what you are telling me is different from what's written. I can get that letter, which they responded to me. I think it's something which we can sort with them, if you get that copy of that letter.
Mr. Speaker, I insist the UBOS, the statistics about the census, we have all the numbers. But getting up to the village and we give you a full report requires time. But that does not mean that the information is not available with us. But as we get there, I will give you, don't worry. The rest of is concerned about domestic arrears, which I have explained. Unutilized loans have increased. This is largely on account of lack of counterpart funding. And counterpart funding is lacking because of budgetary constraints, but which we are trying to address because we don't want to present a situation which misrepresents what we actually do on ground. Why is budget for, this is Honorable Sasaga, budget for Auditor General not protected? Auditor General's budget is always protected. And where we have encountered issues, we have always discussed with him and addressed them. Honorable Chemonges is saying, please answer about the water for Quen gravity flow scheme approved in 23-24 budget, but up to now, nothing on ground. Confirm when work shall start. 2023-24 financial year closed. Meaning that this funding, if you are factual, this funding is no longer available.
Honorable, he said it was this financial year, but his concern is coming to an end before.
Mr. Speaker, let's check this. I need to know the vote under which this funding was appropriated. And also, you know, colleagues, there is a difference between budget and cash. You can budget and then don't get the cash. I need to know the circumstances.
But from what Honorable Chemonges said, I think it's the ministry being sued, because you said over, is it around 3 billion has already been released. Okay, out of 5, out of 8. Yeah, that's 30%.
So let's get
okay, so they should start work.
So let's get the detail and then Honorable Auma, mismatch between releases and budget. This is same thing, cash issue, budget and cash. You give me a budget every quarter. I do quarterly projections, look at what URA will bring, look at what the auctions from the domestic market will bring, look at what I will get externally, total up together and distribute. If it is sufficient, I give as per budget. If it is not sufficient, we ration. Say this one do now, this one wait, this one like that. So cash flow management, after we have approved the budget, the rest is done in accordance with the available cash. But there are votes which take first call. Statutory votes, protected votes, mentioned but a few. Local governments, those ones are not normally affected by the cash flow issues. Honorable Nsababuturo, I didn't get him well. But before I go to Honorable Nsababuturo, Honorable Auma said finance should get serious. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that finance is managed by very serious people. We have a very, very serious team managing your economy. Honorable Nsababuturo, he was rotating around something, but I think around integrity, ethics, and corruption.
That's it. Integrity and
I
corruption
take note.
affecting our country.
I take note of Honorable Dr. Nsababuturo's concerns. Honorable Sarah is saying wage not supported by corresponding non-wage. This one we are going to look at it and address it in future. This is good feedback for us to improve. Honorable Achen, Umura issue, Umura, she's referring to the structure within the ministry. This issue has been addressed within our structure. We have given Umura a semi-autonomous status to enable it to continue performing the functions it has been performing when it was independent of the ministry. Because they are, Mr. Speaker, Umura is responsible for regulating all the circles in Uganda. From licensing to everything. So we don't want to lose this core function because some of them do not want to go to be licensed by and regulated by Bank of Uganda, especially their constituency, the UPDF, Wazalendo, and also our circle here in Parliament. So we have created a semi-autonomous structure which will take care of the concerns these big stakeholders have been raising. Ministry of Finance has been arrogant to service providers. I think, Mr. Speaker, sometimes, from my personal experience, when you tell people the truth, they will say you are arrogant. Sometimes we tell people we don't have money, wait. And we say, oh, these people are very arrogant. But this is in relation to domestic arrears, which I have committed that in 3 years we shall substantially have cleared the outstanding arrears. And we are also very, very, very explicit on accounting officers who continue to commit government without resources. Because in this budget, which we are doing now, we have adequately provided for those areas which have been causing us domestic arrears issues. Honorable Christine, she would like to know the status of the consolidated fund in respect of returned funds at the end of the financial year. Mr. Speaker, when we changed the Public Finance Management Act, we created a Treasury single account where all funds of government must be collected and deposited in the consolidated fund, and they are spent from Treasury on what we call the Treasury single account, meaning that a district like Mitoma, when you go there this evening, we have reconciled there is no money in Mitoma. Even this parliament, there are no funds which have stayed on the account. You can only initiate an invoice and we pay. We no longer send money. We only send warrants and then you invoice. What does this mean to your concern, Honorable Christine? It means, in actual sense, there are no returned funds. When the financial year closes, we reconcile the consolidated fund, and in most cases, this account closes in negatives because you don't have, at the time of the by end of year, in most cases, we have overdrawn this account because of our obligations with BOU. So that, I don't need any clarification here. I am well schooled in this. Mr. Speaker, the next person is Honorable Maureen. I think I have answered her issue on, borrowing and domestic arrears. Then there is Honorable Sowed on the contingency fund. This one I have also answered. Then the Honorable Quizera, structure and mandate. I think these are policy matters which we can look at in the cabinet. Sorry? He's saying the structure and mandate of Ministry of Finance is so wide. These are policy matters which we can consider, Mr. Speaker, in the cabinet. I think last 21 billion counterpart funding. As we finalize the budget, I didn't know that this outstanding issue had. We have provided the funds under Ministry of Energy to take care of some of the concerns we have been getting in regard to extension of electricity to the rural areas. I need to check whether this has been provided for, and if not, we shall look within and provide, because it is really very, very, very urgent. Honorable Akik, on court ruling in respect of the governance issues at Ubra and the staffing, these matters have reached the level of His Excellency the President, and his guidance was that we form a committee comprising of the Minister of Finance, the Attorney General, and PSST to look into the circumstances and resolve issues. On the issue of the Executive Director, the guidance was that we engage Public Service Commission to reconsider the decision of the former Ubra board and see whether the chief executive officer in question deserves or qualifies to be reappointed or not. So these matters are being handled, and when we conclude our engagements, we shall inform Parliament and through the Committee of Finance about how the steps we have taken to resolve the current issues at UBRA. Counterpart funding, I have answered. I now come to Honorable Kanyike, the acting rope. His first concern is domestic arrears, which I have responded to. Why are some companies prioritized in settlement of domestic arrears? I don't know this one. All I know is in the past 2 or 3 years, all our suppliers have been having challenges in respect of settling their bills. Opposition alternative budget. This was not presented to me, but I have interest when I clear this busy schedule of mine. I want to look at some of the things you highlighted. I intend to find time, Mr. Speaker, and read the alternative budget, and I see whether maybe 1 or 2. I believe in continuous learning. Another eye sometimes can see what I have not seen, and it can improve my work going forward. The census report, this one I have answered. The census report is in the House. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to once again thank you for availing me ample time to respond to members' issues. Treasury operations, I think I answered. Treasury operations, I answered. I wish to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for availing me ample time to respond to the members' concerns. And I wish to thank all the members who have stayed all this. No, we are finished. Through the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank members who have stayed for all this long to clear the ministerial policy statements, and I wish to thank the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, where I rose from. I wish to thank them for the good report, and I wish to thank them for the cooperation during the process of considering these statements. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Now put the question, Honourable colleagues, that the report of the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the Ministerial Policy Statements and Budget Estimates for financial year 2025-2026 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. So I want to thank you, Chairperson, and your team for the job well done. This report is referred to the Committee on Budget for reconciliation, harmonization and consolidation as per Rule 149, Sub-Rule 2 of our Rules of Procedure. Honorable colleagues, I really want to thank you wholeheartedly. Because you see, instead of giving you 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and I want us to have to work overtime, but we don't need to be many. The few are here, okay? Yeah, the few are here, I'll give them an opportunity. We work and we proceed. So, because tomorrow we are starting at 10, you know, yes, you need to go home a bit early, you relax, and you do some little exercise because you've sat a lot. Honorable colleagues, sitting like this without exercise, you are dying. You're killing yourself. So from here, go do some little exercise. Wake up early, do some little exercise. Then you'll be fit enough to come and sit for over 10 hours. House adjourned tomorrow, 10 a.m.